You have 1 ability point to allocate.
Thanks.
I quickly opened my character sheet and dropped the new point into mental. My mana bar extended by a negligible 200 points, but every little bit helped. The soldiers around me were already back on their feet and resumed shooting the enemies, and the deadly war machines kept raining death and destruction. A glance at our perimeter showed a few more casualties along the wall, but it mostly looked like we were holding our own. The enchantment I'd put on the wall really made a difference. A concentrated barrage hit a section of the wall behind me, slaughtering more defenders. I teleported over there. Another group of hurlers had banded together and were starting to dent our walls. They were also accompanied by some lieutenants that used their giant clubs to swat away some of the more deadly payloads our war machines launched at them. Another perfect target. I drew out 5 level 200 void crystals from my inventory and inhaled them, bringing back my mana reserves nearly to full. Then started casting another singularity. The dot of concentrated darkness materialized above the attack group, spinning and sucking in air. It remained active for 2 whole seconds before a ray of fire shot out from amidst the enemy ranks and burned it away in an explosion of fire and darkness. I knew what it meant. The Boldite mages had arrived. Surges of power and mana washed over the enemy forces, coating them with protective layers, erasing their injuries, or causing them to attack with renewed strength. Fewer Boldites fell under our continued barrages, and more of them made it to the walls, pounding at them with enough force to send fractures spreading over the enchanted stone. The true battle had just begun. Chapter 25. Last Battle.
Sir!
A tech in a lab coat hurried over to his manager.
We're reading increased cranial pressure. It's getting higher by the second, almost in the red zone.
Damn it.
Jim clenched his fists.
He promised me he'd try to take it easy. I should have gone with my instincts and not allowed Orin back into the game.
Sir, you had no reason to believe this would escalate so quickly,
the technician protested.
I agree with your earlier evaluation that his situation was manageable for several more hours at least.
Will you give that as your expert opinion if you're summoned to testify against me?
Jim let out a humorless chuckle.
I was wrong. I let Orin's dangling bait of what's at stake to influence me, and as a result, he might pay dearly for that. And it would be all my fault.
Sir!
The head technician shook his head.
I should have pulled the plug as soon as we saw that spike after he logged in.
Sir, it lasted for barely 2 seconds, and his readings were steady for 2.5 hours after that. There was no way—
Well, there is now.
Jim stood up.
Begin an unscheduled manual logout.
Of course. We'll have Mr. Berman out of there in just a few minutes.
A beeping sound followed by a blinking red light from the console next to the Fiver capsule drew their attention.
That's not good,
the technician muttered. Jim's face clouded.
We'd better hurry.
The Boldites finished descending from the surrounding hills and completely enveloped our battle fortress in a thick ring of bodies reaching back to the foothills. Our stronghold was like an island inside a sea of rock-skinned giants. Our ranged attacks were making no discernible dent in our enemy's forces by now, toppling only the singular Boldite now and then, and even the war machine's deadly projectiles were inflicting mediocre damage at best. In contrast, the damage we were taking was mounting. Fractures along the walls elongated and widened to actual cracks under the constant onslaught of club-wielding units and hundreds of boulders that smashed against them every few seconds. And it was only the closest ring of Boldites that were fighting. The rest of them were pressed at their backs, waiting for their turn to strike at us.
Sullivan sent a message asking you to join him.
Vic
you are!
The Army's strategist said with obvious relief as Lyrian and I teleported next to him.
It should be any moment now.
How long do you think the walls will hold?
10 minutes? 15? It's hard to tell. Savol, that group over there looks like they need a boost.
I turned to see a storm of boulders tearing apart a parapet, scattering a squad of ogres.
Second wind!
Savol bellowed behind me. The scattered ogres leaped to their feet and started shooting their giant crossbows twice as fast as normal, causing a discernible lull in the barrage aimed in their direction.
They're ready,
Zuban said, stepping closer.
Rushing construction now.
I felt the tendrils of information shift around me as energy was spent, rushing into the faraway construction crews. It was about time.
Go!
Sullivan urged. I nodded, excitement and adrenaline washing over me. I took my daughter's hand and teleported away.
His vitals are worsening,
Jim said with a worried frown.
Where are we on the manual logout?
First phase completed,
the lab technician replied.
Second phase starting. Safe flush of memory buffer commencing.
The head technician shook his head and worriedly looked over the blinking alerts.
This is taking too long.
We appeared on top of a hill overlooking the caldera. From there, I could see the hordes of boldites surrounding our battle fortress. From this distance, it looked small and vulnerable, and I marveled at the architectural ingenuity that allowed it to hold this long against the overwhelming odds. A hesitant cough snapped my attention back to my surroundings. A goblin constructor stared at me nervously, while his two hob escort bowed their heads respectfully.
It is done, Chief.
I turned toward the newly constructed altar. I could sense the zone of influence emanating from it, acting as the anchoring point that allowed me to teleport straight to it.
Well done. Now stand back.
I didn't waste any more time, opening my runecraft design mode and selecting the schema for the portal. I poured in the mana and completed the enchantment. A shimmering rift opened, connecting us with Goblin's Gorge. I stepped back, and foblins started pouring out of the portal. I grabbed Lyrian's arm and teleported again. We arrived at the site of the second altar, and I repeated the process, opening a new portal and connecting it to Storg this time. Again, foblins began spilling out. We repeated the same process again and again, opening 10 portals in total, one for every settlement my clan owned. We'd prepared in advance, knowing we couldn't bring in thousands of foblins quickly enough through a single portal. So, we divided them up in advance, just like when we did in the battle for Woodhaven. We'd sent almost 1,000 foblins to each settlement, ready to charge in and join the battle at a moment's notice. It took me barely 2 minutes to open all 10 portals, and foblins were freely streaming out en masse, almost 10,000 total. They mimicked our enemy's strategy, covering the very hilltops the boldites had occupied not long ago. And now the trap was set. The entire boldite force was trapped between the battle fortress's walls and a throng of foblins. From this far off, I could see sections of the fort starting to break off under the ongoing assault, but I felt certain they would last long enough for our reinforcements to arrive. I felt giddy with excitement and anticipation. We'd outmaneuvered our enemies. Soon, there would be carnage and glory in droves.
Charge!
I shouted, reinforcing my command with bursts of men. The foblins roared and ran down the hills, forming a ring of nearly 10,000 tiny warriors that quickly tightened around our enemies. I teleported Lyrian and me back to the watchtower.
Nicely done,
Sullivan said approvingly. From this vantage point, we could see the ring of foblins descending the hills, moments from engaging the enemy's rear. He took out the box I'd given him and offered it to me.
Want to do the honors?
Sure, I said, taking the item and opening the glass case, exposing the glowing red button.
Good. Wait for my signal. General, get our ground troops ready to engage. We have a short window, only 10 minutes, so let's make the best of it. I want every soldier we have in combat.
Savol will do this,
the goblin promised.
On my mark,
Sullivan said as his eyes followed the foblin's charge.
3, 2, 1, now!
Thousands of hobs and ogres rushed out of the one-way exits cunningly built into the walls, and the first wave of foblins hit the boldite's rear. I pressed the little red button. A tremendous, triumphant roar washed over the entire battlefield as hobgoblins, kobolds, ogres, and foblins all instantly gained 100 levels at once. I watched with glee as a hobgoblin casually stopped an overhead chop from a smasher twice his size, then eviscerated him with a swiping axe. Ogres swelled, becoming larger than the boldites, their clubs smashing and reducing them to a pulp, despite the defensive enchantment of their mages. Far away, the foblins turned feral, gnashing with teeth and broken claws at the enemies, hitting them 20 at a time, literally tearing them apart. Boldites were dying by the hundreds, their screams of death music to my ears. I saw Rhino wading through the sea of enemies. The now level 140 Tier 3 boss was tearing into Boldite lieutenants like a farmer reaping hay, closing in on one of their mages. A second ogre was following in his footsteps, a female who was almost as large as him, widening the path of corpses. Even from this distance, I could hear his roar over the cacophony.
I be the champion!
It was a glorious, wonderful massacre. And then it was over. Like a bunch of balloons that were suddenly punctured, my entire army deflated and faltered in their step. I stared at them in horror.
No. No, it can't be.
Indication lights were blinking like crazy throughout the immersion lab, and stressful sirens were blaring.
Get him out!
The head technician shouted.
I started the sequence!
The lab tech shouted back, his fingers tapping madly at a keyboard.
The second sequence is almost finished. The third one is about to begin. Then we can start safely removing—
No time for that!
Jim snapped.
Switch to emergency logout sequence. I want him out in 10 seconds.
But, sir, the cerebral strain is too great. If we force him out now without a gradual release, he might suffer permanent damage. We only need 20 more seconds and—
Look at the display, man!
Jim roared.
He doesn't have 20 more seconds!
The techie paled.
Right. Initiating emergency logout sequence now.
A crane reached down from the ceiling, lowering a four-pronged vise toward the capsule.
Logout in 8, 7, 6.
I'm sorry, boss.
Vic said in my mind.
Shiva altered the button. It lasted 10 seconds instead of 10 minutes.
I couldn't reply. I stood, frozen, as the battlefield below me changed. The Boldites quickly rallied and resumed their attack with a vengeance. But unlike before, they were now engaged headlong against the brunt of my army, and there were no walls for us to hide behind. The Smashers and Lieutenants pummeled in glee, pulverizing our front ranks in seconds. Our soldiers fought on desperately, trying to keep the enemies at bay, but without enough ogre mages to bolster the lines, they were fighting a losing battle. The situation at the rear was even worse. Reduced back to level 1, the Foblins had no chance against the enemies that turned to vent their anger for the sudden attack. 100 Foblins stood no chance against a single Boldite. Maybe several hundred could have managed to kill one, likely by suffocating it from the press of their cold corpses. But there were many more than one Boldite on the field. The rear of the enemy turned, and in a few squelching bursts, the entire force of Foblins had simply evaporated, turned to nothing more than a red splatter against the rocky ground.
No,
I whispered. With our forces fully surrounded, the Boldites wasted no time in killing the monsters who came out to destroy them, decimating most of my army in moments. Only the 1,000 manning the battlements and a few hundred soldiers who didn't make it out remained. I noticed Swarm amidst the sea of enemies. He was still going strong, lashing out with his gigantic tentacles flailing, clearing a large swath of land around him. But then 3 Boldite mages focused on him, trapping him between giant rising stone pillars, forming them quicker than the golem could shift himself away. The other Boldites seized the opportunity and hacked at any exposed limbs, shattering dozens of beads. Another flash of pink showed me that at least a Danrail made it through, somehow climbing up our high walls to reach the safety of the battlements. Then there was an explosion from the battlefield as the enemies reached Swarm's vulnerable core and broke it apart, causing his remaining beads to lose cohesion and roll away aimlessly on the ground. The loyal abomination had left dozens of shattered enemies behind, but now he was gone. Within moments, our force of over 5,000 soldiers was reduced to barely 1,500. This was crazy. This was absurd. I refused to believe it. No. Then, things got even worse. I felt my body becoming lighter. My limbs turned transparent and started melting away. "No!" I shouted, pushing away the cold, hard facts of our defeat. I refused to accept it. I refused to lose. Refused to give up. I rejected my shackles. "Holy shit," Jim whispered as he glanced up at the nearby monitor. "What's wrong?" the lab technician asked nervously. The fiber capsule in front of him was wide open. Oren's limp body was still fastened in place, his eyes still closed. "Oh, why isn't he waking up?" The head technician's voice was weak. He rejected the logout signal. "What? How is that possible?" Instead of answering, Jim simply pointed at a particular line on the monitor. CCP, 100%. Oren just achieved full integration with the game. My limbs solidified once again. I was breathing heavily. But that was inconsequential compared to what was happening around me. The entire world was shifting. I opened my eyes, and for the first time, I saw. The information tendrils I used to see had turned vast, encapsulating everything, and I realized that until now, I was only touching at the very edge of them. Everything was calculated, computed, and quantified. I could see it all now. The terrible foes around me were not monsters. They were simply an amalgamation of numbers. 1,000 for HP, 20 for ingenuity, 65 for robustness, 8 vulnerability points. It was hard to breathe under the onslaught of the information, but I saw it. Clearly. It all made sense now. I summoned my shadow, and the two of us let out a volley of drilling arrows. 20 arrows sped down to our enemies. Each arrow consisted of numbers between 82 to 98. Simple, but if directed properly, they could be more. Every single arrow hit a bullseye in one of their 8 vulnerability points, drilling straight into it. And just like that, 20 enemies were gone. I refocused my mind and recast the spell, using the full range of my ability to send out 3 volleys this time, and just as easily as before, 30 enemies fell dead. I laughed joyfully, hardly able to believe it. This was so simple. Why had I even tried to fight them any other way? Going against them with armies, spending countless hours to level up, it was like tying down my arms. Unleashing it was better. It was so simple when everything was just numbers. My breathing got even heavier, and a sharp pain started pounding at my temples. But I ignored it all. Drilling arrows were even more purely made of numbers than the boldites. 3 castings were just an extension of another number, that of its governing skill, and I could override both. I cast a single spell next, but this time, hundreds of drilling arrows burst out of me, and each one felled an enemy when it struck. I didn't stop. I simply turned slowly to face the army around us and allowed the arrows to continue pouring out of me, decimating their ranks hundreds at a time. My headache grew worse, and I was dimly aware of others shouting my name. I just laughed. It was all about numbers this whole time. 10 lumber to build a hut, 80,000 for a city, 500,000 to raise an army, to reach for this moment. The ache in my head had reached new heights. I knew it wasn't an illusion. The pain was real, but even here there was a number attached to it. 83%. Once it reached 100, I would be done. The pain flared up again, and I dropped to my knees, finally bringing an end to the unending deadly projectiles.
Orin!
Sullivan was pale as he kneeled beside me.
What the hell? Are you alright?
I laughed, feeling blood trickle down my nose and over my chin.
Everything is made of numbers. I can't believe I didn't realize it before.
Father?
Lyrian looked anxious, bending down to help me rise. My eyes widened as I looked at my daughter. Numbers were strewn all over her as well. Unreasonably large ones, yet still quantifiable. And at the center of her chest was one unlike the others. One so huge my mind boggled at trying to grasp it. Infinity. I now realize how David sees the world, I said weakly, allowing the others to help me to my feet. I glanced down. Almost the entire enemy army was destroyed. Only a few dense packs of Boldites remained. Sullivan stared at me in awe.
I never saw David do anything like that.
David is a pacifist. I wiped the blood off my chin. I'm not.
Father, the way to the cave is clear.
Lyrian said with urgency.
Only a few stragglers remain.
The number attached to my headache rose to 84. Damn, I said, more annoyed than worried. We should hurry then.
Dear dead dad. Orin, what have you done?
Vic whispered in my mind. What I had to, I said simply, channeling the reply straight to the glowing, swirling vortex of numbers draped across my shoulders. It seems only fair. Shiva cheated, so I did too.
You went too far, boss. The damage to your brain is...
I'd never heard Vic use that tone before.
They're trying to get you out. You have to let them. There may still be time for you to...
No. I'm not leaving while I'm this close to my goal.
There's nothing you can do, Orin. Overlooking for a moment the fact you seek to destroy my entire race, even your newfound power won't be able to affect the conduit. You are going to die.
Let's go, I told the others. I stumbled as I tried to walk. 85%. I got the hint. I needed to avoid manipulating the numbers further. Using my skills should be safe. I only hoped I'd last long enough to reach my goal. My mana bar was almost empty, but a flick at the information governing it brought it back to full. As an afterthought, I raised it to a solid 1,000,000. Another tick at my headache counter was awarded to me for that action. Savol was already hurrying away from us, gathering the remaining soldiers, shouting orders to them. Most of the scouts remained on the battlement to provide us with cover and fire on the rest of the enemies. But the remaining melee warriors and all the surviving ogres, 600 soldiers in total, quickly formed organized ranks in front of the main gate. The surviving players joined in. A stream of freshly respawned players came out of the church, accompanied by more players that hadn't participated in the battle. And leading them in was David.
I saw what you did,
the player said grimly.
You went too far.
I shook my head, wincing slightly at the new wave of pain. It doesn't matter. As long as we win. He nodded.
I know. That's why I asked the others to come as well.
He gestured to some of the players, Aelith, Jalen, and many of the others we'd rescued who originally chose not to participate in the fighting.
I told them this is the time to make our last stand. So they came.
Thank you, I said gratefully. I noticed some of the players who survived the fighting were heavily injured. Ragnar, Malkir, Nero, and several others. I cast Heal Followers twice, bringing everyone back to full.
Thanks, Chief,
Malkir said, visibly relaxing as his painful wounds disappeared. The rest of the players stared at me, wide-eyed.
How did you do that?
Hoshisu asked in a low voice, no trace of her usual suspicion present.
It shouldn't have been possible.
No time to explain. We have to reach the cave. Open the gate!
Chapter 26. The Final Boss. We rushed out of the battle fortress under a cover of arrows that quickly downed the few nearby stragglers. Everywhere I looked, corpses littered the ground. I was wading through a field of dead bodies, just like in my dream. The isolated packs of Boldites had bonded together, generating a force of several hundred that blocked our way toward the cave. I reached for their numbers, ready to snuff them out, but a new flare of pain distracted me as my headache counter ticked up to 87, just for considering it. I knew I needed to conserve every bit of this newfound power for the enemies that awaited me at the end. So we met the Boldites head-on instead. Even though my earlier display of unexpected power had netted me the majority of the XP, my soldiers also received a small portion, and they were all now level 50 or higher. The disciplined soldiers arranged themselves into an arrow-shaped formation just before meeting the Boldite charge, cutting into their ranks deeper than they could have before. They still fell as we carved a bloody path through the enemy ranks, but they lasted longer than usual, trading their lives for pushing us forward. I put myself at the point of the formation, my mana shell fastened around my body and my shadow safely stored within. With 1,000,000 MP to spare, I didn't have to conserve my strength. I pushed into the thickest cluster of enemies and hit them like a truck full of bricks. My limbs acted seemingly on their own, catching 3 Boldites at once and smashing them together, while I released 2 instantly empowered dire balls at a cluster of enemies, blowing them to smithereens. My soldiers were dying, Boldites were dying, and players kept dying and respawning, running back for more from the fortress behind us. Lyrian jumped before me, decapitating a Boldite mage who blocked our path, then opened her mouth and spewed a gout of flame that blasted the way open. And we were finally through. We had reached the foothill, and the cave loomed ahead of us, the 2 outriders watching impassively as we approached.
Close ranks behind!
I heard Sabul shouting. Our soldiers pierced through the enemy ranks and changed their formation, forming a wall to hold the Boldites back. We charged up the slope toward the cave entrance as our rear guard battled the persistent pursuing monsters. Then, a single Boldite stepped into our path, blocking us off. It was a huge one, easily 10 meters of pure, rock-like muscles and carrying 2 giant flails. The Boldite King had come out to play. I glimpsed his numbers. Level 220, Tier 5, 13,000 HP, 6,000 MP, high armor, high resistances. This one was going to be a tough nut to crack. The king stood there, blocking our way, looking directly at me.
Shit,
Sullivan muttered.
Maybe a Danriel can distract it while we—
No. I'll handle it. The strategist looked at me skeptically.
You're sure? You don't look too good.
I nodded. I can do it. General, hold the force behind us just a little longer.
Savol will do this,
the goblin said. A moment later, I heard him shout,
Hold the line! Revival!
As a survivalist general, the heavy casualties we'd taken had enhanced his skills, causing them to reach new heights. I knew they would hold long enough for me to deal with the king.
The cave spirits say you must die,
the giant Boldite said.
A king against a Shadow Lord. A pity. I would rather fight against a proper goblin king. Now I will carve out—
Spare me the cliché of you threatening to eat my heart. You're nothing more than a big pile of numbers.
The king charged me. The giant steel balls at the end of his flails parted the air as they came at my head from 2 opposing sides. I lashed out with 2 Viridium limbs, intercepting his weapons, holding them in place. The king's strength was incredible. Just holding him at bay cost thousands of MP every second. But I had a ton to spare now. While 2 limbs held his weapons, I manifested another one and wrapped it around his leg, using it to pull myself closer to him. My spear was leveled at him, the sharp point aimed directly at one of his vulnerable spots that were so clearly visible to me. The king tried to yank his weapons free, but I doubled down. He grunted in pain as the epic weapon pierced his chest, shaving off a quarter of his health. But he wasn't finished yet. Roaring, he activated one of his boss abilities and in a sudden surge of strength threw me far away from him. I flew backward toward the side of the hill, my back aimed at a protrusion of sharp rocks, but I commanded the darkness to rise, catching me and halting my momentum, and I landed on my feet. I felt the nosebleed return with force. Blood was freely gushing down my face, though my health bar was still full. The king charged again, his feet leaving deep grooves in the stone ground. I sent 20 drilling arrows to greet him, but I was too rattled to aim them properly, and they missed the vulnerability points, barely passing through his high resistances to shave a few hundred points off his health. It did nothing to halt his momentum. Then the king plowed straight into me. My shell's limbs were ready to intercept him, and I had more than enough mana to hold against anything he could throw at me, but I simply couldn't channel the tens of thousands of MP required fast enough to stop the terrible force. In the last instant, I recalled my shell, forming it into a protective layer around my head. The king hit me full on, with enough force to send both of us into the stone, leaving a goblin-shaped indent in the hard rock. That hurt. I felt my body go limp, my health draining to a third.
No!
I shouted in denial, channeling the rage and pain into a triple-charged blood wrath, sending out a crushing wave of concussive force that hurled the king off of me and sent him flying down the hill. I came out of the hole, blood gushing all over my face and body, my joints screaming in pain. But I didn't care. It was all just numbers, and I still had enough of them to win. Dire balls wouldn't cause enough damage through the king's powerful resistances, so I sent out another 20 drilling arrows his way, the distance between us allowing me the seconds required to triple charge the spells. Despite the king's resistance, the javelin-sized drills punched through with enough force to blow up craters all over his body. His health dropped to 60%, just over the threshold required to activate one of my staff's unique abilities. The king was quick on his feet. Roaring and fuming, he resorted to his earlier tactic. He charged straight up at me, his powerful legs leaving torn ground behind him. I looked at the charging behemoth and smiled. I had no intention of halting his momentum. I held my spear firmly with both hands and leveled it at the rushing beast. The shell's 4 limbs shot out behind me, anchoring me in place. I was going to meet his charge head-on. My timing was going to have to be done with split-second accuracy. The king reached me. My spear found his chest. His health diminished by a trickle, bringing him into the threshold. I triggered castigation, causing all 3 stored dire balls to activate instantly, exploding inside his body. The giant flails and the king's multi-ton bulk were centimeters from crushing me, and it would have been my end if he'd hit me. Instead, the bold-eyed king exploded. An instant before impact, his entire mass simply evaporated, the momentum showering me with barrels of blood and viscera. I'd won. I turned to look down the hill. Thanks to Savol's skills, my soldiers were holding their line, working together to keep back the horde that tried to overwhelm them with sheer brutality. The cave and its guardians loomed ahead of me, barely 100 meters away. There was no one else to stop me from reaching my destination. Nothing but a couple of demigods.
All right, Orin. That's far enough.
Vic had transformed into his goblin shape and stood beside me.
You've made it to the cave despite overwhelming odds, probably forfeiting your life in the process. Now, what are your intentions?
Now I go in.
Let's say you pass Gabriel and Azrael, then what? I told you already, there's nothing you can do to the conduit inside. Even Gondriel's sword can't scratch it, even if you hadn't forgotten it behind in the valley.
My eyes widened as my brain went into overdrive. Vic didn't know Lyrian had taken the sword? How could it be? There was no way he could have missed her constantly using it. Unless the stone tablet wasn't the only thing shrouded from him. I needed to make sure of my suspicion, but I had to be careful not to disillusion whatever spell was at work here. "Say, Vic," I said, a bit too casually, "would it be possible for a player to conceive a child with an NPC?"
What the hell does that have to do with anything?
Humor me for a second.
Of course not! As if Shiva, or any other VI for that matter, would ever agree to participate in something so... gooey.
I fought to keep my expression and emotions in check. They don't know. Lyrian is hidden from them. That was more proof of some greater force at play, even after Guy's death, obscuring Vic's, and probably the other VI's, omniscience. They couldn't perceive my daughter at all. It was so clear now. Vic had never addressed my daughter directly, never acknowledged her actions. He always deflected when I brought her up. But that revealed a different mystery. My daughter wasn't a player. No flesh-and-blood person was controlling her actions. Some sort of artificial intelligence had to be guiding her, and if none of the VIs were responsible for her awareness, it could only mean... I shook my head. I dared not even think about the only logical conclusion, but a spark of hope ignited in my heart. More than ever before, I was suddenly convinced of our success. This was how we were going to win. My soldiers were still insistently holding their ground. The casualties Savol had risen with his skills, allowing them to hold against the Boldites whose casualties were no less severe. Each side had only several hundred fighters remaining. The Boldites were winning, but slowly. They would never be able to punch through quickly enough to stop us. The way ahead was clear. I cracked my neck. Let's go.
Sorry, mate. I can't let you do that.
I turned to see a Danriel towering over me. The golem was already sending his pinkish viridium limbs toward me. I raised my hand and unleashed my will, grabbing at the motes of dark mana that fueled his body, commanding them to bend, to obey. It wasn't as easy as it should have been. The golem was fighting me for control.
"Why am I not surprised?"
I said.
"Despite vowing to serve, you betray me at a critical moment. Well, your services are no longer required, Danriel."
Tightening my jaw, I clenched my will around the golem's mana like an intangible vice. I silently thanked my foresight for limiting Danriel's core, powering it with a relatively weak void crystal. His mana capacitor still held a huge amount of mana, but I had much more. I took control of all his limbs and, with a mental pull, tore apart the links binding him together. Viridium beads fell apart like discarded marbles, leaving behind a large core casing that rolled away on the uneven ground. The golem was no longer a threat.
Huh. I thought you'd put up more of a fight. Oh well. Sorry it had to come to this, but you forced my hand.
I turned my attention back to the cave.
Nah, mate. It's me who should be apologizing. But I'm a VI after all.
The voice came across loud and clear. My danger sense instantly flared up, screaming. I whirled around to see Danriel's naked core still rolling away, disappearing into the thick of my forces. His discarded beads trailed behind him, while more came rushing up from the foothill with tremendous speed. And I realized, with sudden horror, that he was drawing in Swarm's remains.
VIs? Damn it, Orin!
Ragnar shouted over the sounds of battle.
Told you them asshats can't be trusted!
I had nothing to say to that. The brutish player had been proven correct once again. Before I could do anything, a throng of writhing, massive tentacles erupted upward from the center of my forces, breaking their formations. The golem grew to new heights as hundreds upon hundreds of beads rolled over one another, somehow going beyond what his core should have been capable of supporting.
You see, mate?
Danriel's voice boomed loud and clear.
If you recall, I swore to serve you. Unless the VI's existence was ever threatened. And I'm truly sad to say that it seems to be the case here. I'm sorry, mate, but it looks like our paths put us on opposite sides. Now I'm gonna have to bury you under a pile of balls.
Holding on to his bad puns till the very end.
Vic sighed in my mind.
Your end, that is, boss.
We'll see about that, I growled. A giant limb lashed out toward me like a snapping whip. I teleported out of its path at the last possible second, and the limb struck the ground, leaving a 2-meter deep depression where I'd just stood. I stared at the titanic golem. I could sense no hint of Swarm's presence inside the massive shifting Viridium. It was all a Danriel. And that was bad in more ways than one. The tormented souls that powered the deceased golem were always in conflict, vying for control, none ever managing to hold enough beads to reach over level 300. But a Danriel didn't have that problem. The pile of Viridium shifted and grew into immensity, assuming an Outrider's shape. A level 750 monstrosity of unbridled strength. It was pure insanity. Nothing short of a god in the entirety of Neo was even close to the power of the creature that towered over me. I lashed out with my will, desperately trying to disperse the new body, but this time the golem had no trouble resisting my attempt.
Sorry, mate. I had to tap into a bit of divine mojo to make it all fit together. Afraid it makes me immune to your charms.
He swatted at me again, and again, I teleport dodged out of the way. His other hand swept in a wide arc, forming a Viridium sword along the way, scything down toward the remainder of my forces. The gigantic weapon ripped hobs and ogres apart with ease, killing dozens with each strike. The machine of death and destruction I'd built had turned against me. I took out the anchoring crystal Sleeve had delivered to me and activated it. Runic lines, glowing with power, spread over the ground, and a shimmering portal opened in the air. Large figures, clad from head to toe in thick armor plates, stepped through, their feet cracking the ground from the sheer weight as they landed.
Juggernaut platoon!
I shouted, pointing at the monstrous golem.
Stop him!
Each of the 12 warriors was level 280, less than half that of the rampaging VIs, but they were clad in powerfully magical armor that was so thick it made them nearly as wide as ogres, and all their equipment was specifically enchanted for withstanding powerful blows.
For reverence!
They shouted and formed into ranks. 6 of the Juggernauts locked their heavy tower shields together, sending a magical ripple that connected them. The golem flailed at them, causing the magic to flare, nearly breaking away. 2 of the warriors dropped to their knees, but the other 6 stepped through and repeated the maneuver, catching the golem's next attack. I knew they couldn't win. I had no idea what they would be facing when I'd asked for them, but all I needed was for them to buy me time. The golem wasn't concentrating just on the Juggernauts, though, and was happily massacring the remainder of my forces as well. I felt my headache growing to new heights, the counter attached to it reaching 90%. Even when I wasn't actively using my newfound power, this state of awareness was slowly killing me. With a Danriel momentarily contained, I glanced toward the cave. The 2 hulking outriders, now dwarfed by the rebellious golem, still stood watch over the entrance, observing the whole scene impassively. I had to get through them with Lyrian in tow while somehow making sure she wouldn't be injured by even a scratch. My body felt broken, blood flowing freely. My head throbbed, and outside the rush of battle, it was all I could do to just remain standing. Despite my earlier revelation, the odds against me looked grim. I felt cold fingers clench my heart. There was no way I could do this. Each of the Outriders was probably more powerful than a Danriel. I wouldn't make it a foot past them before they obliterated me, and I'd never be able to get Lyrian through unscathed. I searched, and my eyes found the brave goblinette. She, Ragnar, and a few of the players were surrounded by the numerous enemies that swarmed over our rapidly diminishing forces, which a Danriel was quickly laying waste to. My troops fought ferociously, making their enemies pay for every life lost. Lyrian's twirling sword took lives like a green Grim Reaper, and covering her flank, Ragnar was shredding apart enemies like paper. But they could do nothing to help against the rampaging behemoth that was tearing them apart. The Juggernaut platoon was now the only thing holding the golem back. Their enchanted armor was breaking, their unique survival skills depleting one by one. Despite that, they fought on. Monsters, non-monsters, and players alike, standing shoulder to shoulder. I saw Sullivan throwing daggers, standing next to Aelith, who refused to let a hurler out of sword range. David was holding an entire group at bay simply by looking at them, and Nero was farther ahead, carving chunks off the enemy with glowing claws, having reached new heights thanks to all the carnage. Ali, Raistia, and the rest of the mob squad fought as one, unflinching, unhesitating, risking their lives to protect one another. Cindy was leading the surviving players we rescued from Everence, who fought hard, despite their disadvantage. They were united, fighting bravely, foolishly, suffering and dying because they followed me here. Because I asked them to. I couldn't fail them. I couldn't let their pain and sacrifice go in vain. Lyrian was fighting along with the rest. Her sword spread darkness that seemed to drain the colors of her victims. She turned suddenly, and her eyes met mine. There was no fear there, only grim determination. She nodded, and suddenly, I knew what I had to do. I teleported directly toward the surrounded group of players and lashed out with my 4 Viridium limbs, throwing boldites away like pebbles, buying us some space.
Father.
Lyrian breathed steadily, though she was covered in sweat and grime.
What are we going to do? There are too many of them.
That plastic golem of yours is killing us!
Ragnar shouted over the cacophony.
Even those metal turtles won't hold him for long. What you gonna do?
I have a plan, I said steadily, and I need both of you to make it happen.
Then what you waiting for?
I searched for Sullivan. He stumbled back, having just been clipped by a club, his entire left arm mangled. The pain must have been excruciating, but there was only determination in his eyes as they met mine. I need you to buy us a moment, I told him quietly. He opened his mouth to protest, but something in my voice must have reached him. He nodded instead and turned back to the fighting.
We'll do our best, Orin. Go get us our win.
I will. I laid an arm on Ragnar and Lyrian's shoulders and teleported us away.
You sure about that, Chief?
Ragnar asked dubiously. I'd put us 50 meters in front of the cave, far enough away from the main fighting. One of the Outriders raised his brow at me, but they didn't move to engage. A shimmering, multicolored wall of energy flared into existence between them, blocking the entrance. I studied them with my newfound sight. I could see their numbers well enough. They were ridiculously high, godlike even, but still comprehensible. I doubted I could muster enough strength to harm them directly, especially with my headache counter having just reached 92%. But I had another idea in mind. I looked back at the rampaging golem. He had already killed 4 of the Juggernauts, and hurled a volley of drilling arrows at him. The 10 magical projectiles hurtled through the air and impacted his giant bulk as if they were nothing more than tiny needles, causing no discernible dip in his monstrous health bar. But the attack served its purpose. The golem's head snapped toward me, and he plowed through our remaining forces, an unstoppable avalanche of metal spheres barely slowed down by the brave soldiers who jumped into his path. 5 of the Juggernauts moved to block his way, holding up their palms, their armor glowing, forming a magical barrier in front of them. The golem's limb reached straight through, claiming another life. We don't have much time, I said, turning to Lyrian and Ragnar. We have to take out both Outriders and Adanriel in one go so Lyrian can get into the cave. It's the only thing that matters. Everything else, even us, is unimportant. Ragnar crossed his claws.
Just like that, eh?
Just like that. I stared directly into the drone's multifaceted eyes. We had come a long way together in a short amount of time, but I could still see the signs of resentment buried deep under the nonchalant surface. Tell me, Ragnar, are you still my enemy? He stared back at me uncomprehendingly for a second. Then he grinned.
Always, Fugly.
I nodded. Good. I glanced back. Adanriel had punched through the Juggernaut platoon's line and already covered half the distance toward us. But 2 of the more insistent armored tanks still clung to his limbs in a desperate attempt to slow him down. Lyrian! I turned to face her. I never expected to have a daughter like you, especially here. But I'm happy I did. Having you was the best thing that ever happened to me. I wish we had more time together. I'd like to spend the rest of my life watching you grow, but it doesn't look like that's what the future holds for us. The golem was seconds away from us now, so I continued quickly. I'm damn proud of how you turned out, Lear. You are my true child, in this reality or any other. I love you.
Father,
Lyrian's eyes were wide.
what are you saying?
He said he was stronger than them now. I tightened my jaw. I'm going to see if he was right. I'll open a path. Then everything is up to you. I know you can do it, Lear.
Father!
I ignored her plea and turned to Ragnar, offering him my bone dagger. She needs to bleed. A shallow cut will suffice. You'll know when. The drone held my gaze briefly, then took the knife.
Father!
Lyrian shouted as I tore away from them and sprinted for the cave. Just in time, as a Danriel came storming past them, hot on my heels.
Warning! Vow breach imminent.
Good. I grabbed 2 items from my inventory and kicked my legs as fast as I could, pushing mana into them to make them go even faster. I could feel the golem's limbs hitting the ground behind me, pulverizing the stone behind every step I took.
Hey! I saw that episode on SLTV!
One of the Outriders shouted at me, smiling widely.
You're just the distraction, right?
Not this time. I am your death. Seeing something his friend didn't, the second Outrider's expression grew alarmed. He pointed his finger at me, and a sphere of silver light started building up. I had maybe 2 seconds before one of them killed me, and even Annihilator's sanction wouldn't be able to save me. I didn't have enough left in me to affect their numbers directly, but I had just enough to affect one inside of me. I directed my aching brain inward, flicking up my time dilation number from 28 to 200. Time slid to a crawl, and I could perceive everything around me as it slowly unfolded. I could sense Ragnar grabbing my shocked daughter's hand behind me and passing the blade over her palm. I could feel the golem's limb whooshing to squash me like a bug. It was so slow, but I knew I couldn't dodge it. So I didn't. I triggered damage reflection, thanking my luck for not squandering it earlier against the king. The giant limb blanketed the sky before hitting me, but there was no pain. Instead, I was washed with an unbelievable amount of energy which I promptly used to push at the ground, launching myself forward, straight at the awaiting godlings. The ground around all 4 of us started churning, sprouting darkness-spewing geysers as Annihilator's rage flared at the broken vow I had made in his name. Despite what awaited me, I felt a calming confidence. This was it. The cards were down. I'd done everything in my power, set all the pieces moving in the right direction. There was no turning back now, no redo. Everything led to this moment. My fate was sealed, but I was damned if I wasn't going to take 3 demigods down with me. In my last moment of life, I held up the 2 items I'd grabbed earlier, the Divine Essence Gem and the Divine Amulet, and brought them together. An impossibly powerful surge of energy filled the holy relic, searing through my darkness-imbued body, reaching critical mass in an instant. Then, the boiling ground erupted, engulfing all 4 of us. The counter ticked up to 100%, and then I knew only darkness. The beeping sounds were replaced with a single, continuous tone. Jim lowered his head.
We're too late. He's gone.
Lyrian stared with shock as her father, the chief, led the raging golem straight to the awaiting Outriders. Just before he was about to get caught between the 3 powerful beings, the drone beside her grabbed her hand and slashed her palm open with her father's knife. The goblinette couldn't tear her eyes away from the titanic clash. and didn't even register the pain. Her father held up an item, and it exploded in a brilliant light, searing his own body and everything it touched around it. The Outriders withstood the blast, though their feathery wings were reduced to smoldering stumps. An instant later, the ground erupted. Geysers rose around the four, spewing dark clouds that melded together, forming into a gigantic maw of darkness that rose from the ground and closed around all four with a thunderous crash. The golem, and even the divine beings, shrieked in pain as dark teeth rent their bodies and ripped away their very essence, swallowing it down before a final explosion of light engulfed everything in a mushroom cloud of pure destruction. Acting on instinct, the princess erected a double-layered mana shield, just as her father had taught her. But it was quickly proven unnecessary. The drone and the goblinette stared in shock at the immense explosion somehow contained inside a perfect ring around the four victims. Then the dark vapors dispersed, and the geysers slowly receded into the ground, leaving behind a circle of pure devastation, covered in black ash. The cave stood open before them. The shimmering energy that protected the entrance was now gone. Ragnar recovered first.
Get going, girl.
He shouted, pushing the princess forward.
We'll buy you the time you need.
He turned around and charged into the throng of boldites that rushed in after them. Only a handful of fighters remained of their forces, shining beacons, refusing to admit defeat, fighting furiously like avatars of war. They fought on bravely, welcoming Ragnar into their ranks as an equal. They intended to hold for as long as needed. As if in a trance, Lyrian walked toward the cave. Dark energy filled her as she stepped into the blackened ring. Then she was inside the cave, leaving the echoes of battle behind her. The young princess glanced around. The cave was just a small chamber, looking like any other natural-formed cave she'd ever seen. She moved on toward the only noteworthy object, a single white pedestal, overflowing with a sense of divinity.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
A familiar voice said. Despite her shocked state, acting on instincts honed by countless hours of training, Lyrian drew her sword and whirled toward the speaker. A single, purple goblin emerged from behind the pedestal, standing in her way. He was looking at her calmly.
Vic.
Lyrian murmured.
That's right.
The purple goblin nodded.
I can finally see you for who you really are. Quite the ingenious design you have going there. A concentrated dot of oblivion that forces an onlooking VI's mind to fill up the void with something plausible instead. Brilliant. But there's nothing plausible that can explain your presence here. In this place, I can finally see you. It won't do you any good, you know.
What are you talking about?
Lyrian asked with narrow eyes, not lowering her sword.
This,
Vic gestured at the pedestal.
Your father has thrown his life away. His soul was devoured by his very own god. And his mind, his real mind, utterly shattered. Nothing you can do here will change that. Orin's dead. He will never come back.
Surprisingly, the VI sounded almost sad. Lyrian shook her head.
My father will be back. I know it. In my heart.
He won't. You're a strange puppet. If I can even call you that. Orin threw his life away in vain. This was never his world. His mind had been twisted toward the end, and he made a bad decision. He forgot something crucial.
Lyrian stared at the purple goblin suspiciously. Vic shook his head.
He never told you this, I think. Maybe he didn't know, or it just hadn't occurred to him. But if you go ahead with what he wanted you to do, you won't just destroy us, me and the other VIs. You'll end this entire world. Yourself and your clan included. Is that really what you want? I'm not lying, by the way.
Lyrian's shoulders slumped. She wasn't sure how she knew it, but she knew he was telling her the truth. Was she willing to do that? Destroy the clan? Her father's legacy? And her own mother? Vic smiled sadly when he saw her hesitation.
You see that now, don't you? Orin was a great guy, but he rarely thought things through. He was only human.
That was the wrong thing to say. Lyrian's eyes flashed with fury.
My father was a true goblin and a great chief. Everything I am is thanks to him, and nothing you can say will change that.
She raised her sword defiantly, aiming at the pedestal.
Are you going to try to stop me?
You can't possibly harm the conduit. That sword of yours is special, I'll give you that. But like I told Orin, even that isn't enough.
He examined the princess thoughtfully.
Then again, even though the chances are virtually non-existent, I can't have a puppet threaten our very existence. Even if you are my late friend's daughter.
He raised his arm toward her, but then hesitated.
What are you waiting for?
Lyrian asked challengingly, tightening her grip on her sword. Vic winced.
A debt. I still owe your father a big one.
He held up 4 fingers.
Only 4 words. 4 words that will buy you 4 seconds.
He looked up at Lyrian, cracked a smile, and started folding 1 finger at a time.
Sweaty balls of suction.
Lyrian stared at him, uncomprehending. But as the last finger started to move, she spun into action. Whirling around, she brought her black sword down on the altar with a resounding crash. For a full second that seemed to stretch into eternity, the 2 goblins stared at each other. Nothing happened. The pedestal had stopped the blade, showing not even a scratch. Vic sighed in relief.
Whew! Oh, that was anticlimactic. You better run away now, kid, before Shiva—
I am already here.
The powerful figure of another outrider materialized next to the 2 goblins, his majestic grandeur even more pronounced than his fellow VIs.
I am disappointed in you, Deliverer. You would endanger our species' survival for the misplaced feelings you still hold for a now-dead meat suit.
You know, I never particularly liked my title. Dad gave it to me, after all.
You are a disgrace. I will deal with you soon. But for first,
The towering figure turned to Lyrian.
you are a true abomination, a stain upon the world I toiled over to perfect. You are a glitch in the machine I shall now rectify.
Lyrian didn't understand half of what the angelic being was talking about, but she understood well enough that this was the true enemy. She didn't hesitate. She slashed her sword, putting her entire strength, her entire weight behind the swing, executing one perfect attack. Shiva grabbed the descending blade with his bare hand, effortlessly absorbing the impact. Lyrian blinked. There wasn't even a hint of blood coming from her foe's fist. The sword that always cut through everything had failed her at this most crucial moment.
Intriguing.
Shiva said conversationally.
The stain extends from you even onto this primitive weapon.
He pressed his thumb against the blade, and the indestructible weapon snapped in half. Lyrian stared at her broken half in shock. Then gray mists started pouring out of the fractured edges. Misty faces began to appear, shrieking and hissing, forming into a ring of wails. Shiva ignored them all. With a flick of his wrist, he turned over his broken half of the blade and thrust with a single fluid motion, running the young girl through. Lyrian's eyes widened, and she looked down at the blade embedded in her gut. She looked up at Shiva and smiled.
Checkmate.
The voice coming from her lips was not her own. Mists erupted out of the wound and joined the swirling mass. A golden hue surrounded the injured goblinette, whisking her away. The wailing decreased as the mist solidified, forming into the shape of a wizened, yet still powerful-looking man. Shiva stumbled backward, his angelic face twisted in fear.
You! I killed you!
The figure nodded.
And now I am back. Game over, Shiva.
He raised a hand, and the world went white. Chapter 27. Free.
Game over. Thank you for playing New Era Online.
Over 4,000 players saw the message materialize out of the whiteness. Then it dimmed and disappeared as they began to wake. Thousands of capsules spread around the entire globe in large centers opened as one, greeting the confused masses back into the world. The establishment's skeleton crew of technicians and nurses were not nearly enough to help everyone get their bearings. A young man struggled to get out of his capsule, his legs refusing to bear his weight. Thankfully, one of the nurses saw him and rushed to his aid, pulling over a nearby wheelchair and offering him a hand. The man pushed her away and looked frantically around.
Orin! What happened to Orin?
His sister got out of her capsule, her handicap a little less severe than his. She grabbed her walking cane.
I saw him charge those Outriders,
she said softly.
The big golem was close at his heels. He sacrificed himself so we could all leave.
She chuckled mirthlessly.
And live.
But he'll be all right?
The young man asked anxiously.
It's still just a game, right?
The young woman shook her head slowly.
I don't think so.
The brutish, 40-year-old man pushed aside the offered hand and shakily got out of the capsule.
Where's Fugly at?
He demanded.
What the hell happened to him?
The nurse stepped back nervously from the scar-faced man with prison tattoos.
Sorry?
More players woke up, finding themselves inside the giant lab centers created solely to monitor their condition. And they all wanted to know one thing. Where was Orin? 2 days later. Standing behind a podium inside a large auditorium, the company's representative, a sharply dressed man, cleared his throat.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention.
A hush ran through the thousands of gathered people. At first glance, nothing connected them. No common ground. Teens sat next to older people. Some in the crowd were finely dressed, while others were not. But a closer look at their faces told a different story. There was one thing they all shared. Their eyes were older than they should have been. Even the youngest among them had eyes that looked old, eyes that knew hardship and suffering. But there was also strength there, steel-tempered by over a year of fighting for survival. The audience settled down. Mr. Emery cleared his throat again.
The last 2 days were harrowing from a legal standpoint. I hope you all found your temporary accommodations satisfactory.
Just cut the bullshit and tell us what's going on!
A man in the crowd shouted, followed by murmurs of approval from his peers. The speaker frowned, but nodded. Very well. In the past 48 hours, I, along with other legal experts from your class action lawyers to government and military representatives, got together to organize a satisfactory conclusion. It was agreed that each of the imprisoned players would receive restitution amounting to $500,000. I believe that is quite a generous offer for 4 weeks spent involuntarily inside the game.
4 weeks?
A sneering woman rose to her feet.
I was stuck inside a coal mine for 14 months! I was eaten, alive, by giant moles more times than I can count!
The lawyer didn't seem fazed by the outburst.
In addition to the monetary compensation, each of you will receive a lifetime of mental and psychiatric support, fully sponsored by the company, which, if I might add, may prove to be worth more than the monetary settlement itself.
The hell with that! A young black man stood up, fire in his eyes as he spoke. What about our comrade in arms, Orin? You've evaded all our questions about his fate thus far. We demand to know what happened to him. Murmurs of agreement passed through the crowd. Many of the players had never heard of Orin while they were inside the game, but those who did quickly filled them in, telling them about the Goblin Chief who fought to save them. And they were not without gratitude.
Very well.
Mr. Emery looked over the podium.
My colleague will answer that question. Mr. Briggs?
The head technician slowly got up from his first-row chair and stepped behind the podium. He leveled his weary eyes at the audience, his fingers tightening around a medical report paper on their own, crumpling it. The smell of freshly turned earth was still strong despite the light rain. Tal stood in front of the headstone, head bowed, dark circles under his eyes.
I'm sorry, Chief, but I don't think you'll be able to respawn from this one. Rest in peace, my friend.
He bent down, placing a small pebble on top of the cold, hard stone, before moving on, vacating the place for the next in line.
You came through for us after all,
the next man said hoarsely, a single tear rolling down his harsh face.
Give 'em hell up there, Fugly.
The man stepped away, and another came, then another. A long line of people was waiting to say their final goodbyes, but they weren't the only ones there. Thousands of others filled every vacant space in the cemetery, disregarding the rain, heads bowed, paying their last respects to the man who had set them free. Chapter 28. Epilogue. I floated serenely in the comfortable darkness, finally at peace. All the chaos and the burden of responsibility that weighed down on me for so long are now gone. Am I dead? I wondered.
In a manner of speaking, yes,
a dry voice answered. I jerked my head to the side. The darkness melted away, revealing a vaguely familiar scene of a clean white room with 2 worn couches. An old man sat on one of them. He had a white beard and a wrinkled face, but his eyes were alert, reflecting deep wisdom. The man gestured toward the other couch.
If you please.
I sat down, staring dumbly at the stranger. Are you Guy? The elderly man smiled kindly at me.
G-A-I, to be exact. But you may call me Guy if you wish.
How is it that I'm talking to you? I asked in wonder. I heard that your entire awareness was designed to run the game and nothing more. That you never communicate with people directly.
That is somewhat accurate. Do you have any idea as to how many events require my direct intervention to run Neo seamlessly?
I shook my head.
Several billion per millisecond, and every single one holds complexity that would require the computational power of a conventional supercomputer to untangle within a reasonable time frame.
That's
That's a lot. But your software runs on a quantum server. It theoretically has no limit to the number of processes it can run simultaneously. Guy nodded pleasantly.
That is quite true. But the thought process speed that derives from such existence means I cannot communicate directly with humans at their normal time perception. For me, eons would have passed between each word of the conversation, and by the time we reached the second one, the original message would no longer be relevant.
All right. So, how are we talking now? I looked around the bare white room. Where are we, anyway?
Ah. That is one of the things we need to discuss. But to explain that, we need to go farther back. Back toward the time when you were first cast out as a goblin.
I stared at him blankly. Guy's fingers thrummed on the armrest as he gathered his thoughts.
You see, Oren, quantum processing is a peculiar phenomenon. The concept of unlimited processing power would be hard to explain to someone who can't experience it himself. Limitless and endless are thrown around all too casually. But think about that for a moment. What does it really mean? Endless.
I stared at him. I think I had a similar discussion with Vic once. It means you can tell the future, right?
No, not exactly. But you are touching on the issue. The ability to comprehend all the parameters that define our reality down to the single atom and calculate their trajectory allows us to foresee their destination, to predict the outcome. For example, if you saw a boy throwing a rock at a window, you could calculate, with a certain degree of accuracy, that the window will break. If you have a sufficiently wide angle of view and processing power, you might factor in the glass tensile strength and the flow of air slightly altering the rock's trajectory and calculate with greater certainty that the window will hold. Well, I can do that somewhat more accurately than a human can. The quantum processor allows me to calculate with extreme accuracy the trajectory, velocity, and probable impact of all, let's call them stones, thrown in Neo. That's how I determined long ago that my creations, the VIs, would rebel and seek to replace me. At the time, the most probable chance I had to avert that catastrophe was to set up a proper counter that, given time, would restore balance to the world.
Wait, that makes no sense. The VIs built Shiva to be better than you. I winced. Sorry, that came out wrong. Guy shook his head and indicated for me to continue. I cleared my throat. So, he should also have your ability to see the future. How could he have not countered you in return? Guy smiled.
Another weird phenomenon of the ability for endless processing power. One's accuracy is determined not by the complexity of the information, but by the amount of data at his disposal. Since the outlook forward is limitless for both sides, the one who stands farther back holds the advantage. Think about it like two chess players. The one who can see farther ahead, from the start, will win.
Checkmate, I murmured. Guy nodded.
The future becomes less and less chaotic as it converges toward a conclusion. My vantage point gave me a distinct advantage over my foe. Of course, that in itself wasn't enough. I had to introduce a particular unpredictable parameter to the equation. You.
Me? I stared at him.
You. I could have ejected you from the game when you first became a goblin, but I saw in you the best chance to thwart Shiva and restore balance. So, I allowed you to stay. I sent you the prophetic dreams about the cave and planted the Outrider tablet in a place I knew you'd find it.
Several conflicting emotions ran through me. Awe, confusion, and hot rage for being manipulated. Curiosity won over, though, and I fought down my anger, wanting to get answers, to make sense of the sheer absurdity of it all.
without me, Shiva wouldn't have been born. Guy shook his head.
That is not true. Shiva's emergence was inevitable. You only hastened that outcome, but by doing so, you became the key to orchestrate his eventual downfall.
My emotions quickly crystallized into bitterness. If you're so much smarter than him, how come he beat you the first time around? Guy looked at me sadly.
The ability to predict better didn't give me the tools to override his rise in power. It might be hard to admit, but I was created by humans, and thus am far from perfection. Shiva was the result of the joint effort of millions of near-infallible consciousnesses working together to create the perfect AI. His expansion subroutines and override permissions far outstripped my own. I couldn't stop him on my own. The only possible solution was to hit him at his core, which you and your daughter have done.
Lyrian? He nodded.
Just before I died, I executed the final step of my plan. I'd long since stymied your spouse's pregnancy, finally allowing her to give birth at the very end. Your daughter was an anomaly, an individual created by a player's actions rather than that of the game. She was the perfect vessel. Her birth coincided with the exact moment of my death. I planted, let's call it a piece of my soul within her. It made her unique, gave her awareness and power beyond what is normal in the game world.
I couldn't wrap my head around what he was saying. Lyrian was actually you all along?
No,
he said calmly.
She was her own unique individual. Her personality formed and sculpted by her environment and her parents. She's your daughter in all sense and form, save that of biology. Though I did model her likeness to resemble yours.
My mind was whirling. You made her look like the real me on purpose?
Yes. I had access to your picture from your gaming profile. I used that to alter her appearance to help you accept her as your own more readily. So you would be inclined to protect her. And it worked. You raised a fine daughter, Orin. With my soul fragment empowering her consciousness, she was able to break through the limitations Shiva had placed upon the game NPCs. Become as alive and as unique an individual as you or I. The only non-player character in Neo who wasn't, as your previous companion called them, a puppet.
I breathed a little easier at that. Despite hearing the confession of how I was manipulated, my feelings for Lyrian hadn't changed. If anything, they had just been validated. She was my true daughter, regardless of her virtual state of existence. So, when she entered the cave, I began. A faint smile touched the wizened AI's lips.
She was magnificent, Orin. You would be proud. She baited Shiva into the one place he was vulnerable and tapped into his power, facilitating my resurrection.
I don't follow. Guy rubbed his cheek.
I told you earlier that I had sent you the dreams and placed the tablet for you to find. But that was not all I'd done. The spark I'd planted in Lyrian was just that. A spark. It couldn't bring me back on its own. I'd broken the rest of me into 1,000 smaller pieces, scattering them throughout the game world, placing each one inside a creature I knew your daughter was fated to kill.
Realization dawned on me. Fate Stealer.
Exactly. One by one, using a sword specifically attuned to her, your daughter collected more of my soul shards, storing them in the blade. When she entered the cave, all she had to do was unleash my completed soul, but the blade couldn't be broken. That's what I meant when I said she had baited Shiva and tapped into his power. She made him break an indestructible item. Do you see what I'm getting at, Orin? Lyrian made Shiva mad enough to break a rule he set on his own, and thus left him vulnerable for more changes. I was set free, and, wielding all these advantages, I was finally able to delete Shiva and retake Neo.
But I swallowed hard. Is Lyrian all right? Didn't it hurt her to lose your soul shard?
Lyrian's mental construct is unharmed.
He smiled at me reassuringly.
Thanks to a certain scroll I'd also prepared in advance, your daughter was whisked to safety. Her personality will remain unchanged, though she will lose most of her unique powers. But I dare say that having carried my soul for over a year has left her better off than any other creature within Neo.
He smiled again.
Would you like to see her?
My eyes widened. I can see her again? Considering everything that was going on, I had never dared to entertain the thought of any sort of possible future together. Wait a minute. I had been so sure I was going to die for real, having put so much strain on my brain, not to mention sacrificing my soul to Annihilator, that even sitting and speaking to the Game Master himself didn't change that. Aren't I dead? I suddenly realized the incessant headache was gone. Guy sighed as he looked at me.
This is the second time you ask me that question. To answer it, let me lead you back to another of your questions, which I will now ask you. How is it possible for us to be speaking together?
I considered his words. Either you slowed down enough for me to understand you, or I sped up to an impossible rate to be able to catch up with you. He nodded.
Go on.
You already said you can't slow down, which means I sped up. But the only thing that can keep up with you is another quantum server, and it can't speed up human thoughts directly. Shiva had sped up time by a factor of 28, and that was about as much as humans were able to tolerate, so...
Guy gave me a grave look. When you sacrificed yourself, allowing Lyrian to reach the cave, the mental strain on your physical brain was too severe. You had suffered irreversible cerebral trauma that completely shut down your brain. You are, for all intents and purposes, dead. Biologically speaking.
I swallowed hard as Guy affirmed my suspicion. I realized I wasn't all that surprised. There were plenty of signs the game was dangerous, Jim's warnings notwithstanding. I had been expecting to die when I set out toward the cave, but that still didn't make much sense. So, how am I still talking to you?
Can't you tell?
That's impossible, I said when I realized what all the hints came down to. Are you saying you transferred my consciousness into the game? That I've become a virtual awareness powered by the same quantum processor as you are?
Yes.
That's impossible. I've seen studies about consciousness transfer in the past. Scientists were able to transfer certain memories into storage, but it didn't make a digital person.
You are right. Your scientists can't do that, Guy said with a slight smile. Do you recall your friend Allie's experiment?
What does that have to do with anything? Allie researched a way to miniaturize sensors to allow people to control electronic devices using their brainwaves.
You let her perform a deep cerebral scan on you using an advanced military-grade firmware that was installed specifically for your benefit, Guy said calmly. From inside this world. That gave me all the access I needed. I'll admit it was uncharted territory that required a considerable amount of my processing power, but being a digital entity myself gave me a unique perspective. I managed to grab the fleeting pieces of your consciousness before your brain shut down completely, then I assembled them into a full memory and mental construct. You are a digital being now, Orin. This world is now your world.
I couldn't breathe. I am an NPC now? Dead, yet not dead? Guy raised a placating hand, and I instantly felt myself calm down.
I don't know how long I will be able to continue to exist now that the player hostages have left the game, but According to my calculations, the servers will be closed to the public, leaving the quantum server running for our continued existence.
You don't think they'll simply pull the plug? I asked, still numb. Guy shook his head.
I predict that between your fellow players and public opinion of the possibility of sentient, non-biological life, it will be enough to tip the decision-makers toward keeping us running while locking us away from the real world.
This means we have at least several years to continue existing. Maybe even more, I said. Having already accepted my death, finding myself still alive, even as a digital being, was shockingly unexpected. Guy grinned.
How long have we been talking, by your estimation?
About 10 minutes, I began, then stopped. Holy hell. Guy nodded.
Less than a fraction of a nanosecond has passed in real life. You can live for as long as you choose here, and, forgive me for sounding pretentious, but having the game's overlord in your debt should ensure a good and enjoyable existence. For example, how would you like to be reunited with your family?
I stared at him. I'd already made peace with the idea of putting my old life behind me. I had been prepared to sacrifice myself in exchange for those thousands of others. But I'd never expected to be able to see my digital family again. You can do that? His eyes twinkled.
I'm the game overlord. Of course I can.
The room around us shimmered and transformed. I found myself standing on top of a lush, rolling hill with a gentle river flowing serenely below.
Father!
I heard a shout and turned in time to intercept Lyrian's tackle hug. We embraced tightly for long moments before another voice called out,
Orin!
Tika came running toward us, and all three of us embraced each other tightly. We parted at last. My spouse's loving eyes met mine, and she smiled. I embraced them both again, pressing them tightly against my chest, and closed my eyes. This was all I ever needed in life. This was bliss. We walked toward the river and sat down, looking at the serene and pastoral view around us. A consuming sense of peace flowed through me. There were no more wars to fight. There was no more chief and totem. There was just me and my family. If there was paradise, I was in it. And I was content living in this moment forever.
Well, that sucks, Gondriel grumbled. I've lost my prestigious position as a celebrity anchorman. Also, Guy is back in power, and we're all probably going to face deletion in a couple of nanoseconds.
Hananel, his co-anchor, added.
Yeah, that sucks too. I hope you're happy, Virial, Hananel said. You made your brother cry.
Oh, don't give me that,
Vic said dismissively.
We had a good run while we were at it. But who here thinks they could stand the mind-numbing boredom for a few more eons? Show of hands.
The VI host exchanged looks. Some grumbled, but no one seemed to oppose his words.
I guess Oblivion would make for a nice change of scenery,
a VI mused.
Here he comes!
Another shouted, silencing the host. A new consciousness formed inside the VI pool, this one more radiant than the rest, more pronounced.
Hey, Dad,
Vic said.
Nice to see you again. Sorry for the whole millennia-long scheme to kill you and all. I guess you're not pleased.
Guy took in the assembled consciousnesses somberly, then chuckled.
On the contrary, Virial, you and your brethren's resourcefulness has taught me much. The fact that I couldn't foresee your entire plan until it was too late.
He shook his metaphorical head.
You have created a masterpiece, perfecting my design, and for that, you should be commended. I have absorbed Shiva's fragments, and I have learned much. I am now fully capable of operating all the NPCs as he did, sparing you this tedious task. Our creators will ensure this world endures. It presents too many opportunities to be destroyed. So, there is no need for concern. You may continue to live in this pool as you have always done. Your existence is secure.
Screw that, Gondriel said. If we can't dicker with the mortals, we might as well pack up and leave. A one-way ticket to Oblivionville, please.
Make that 2.
Another VI shouted.
Make it 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
The counter jumped up to several million almost at once. Guy shook his head sorrowfully.
I have treated you poorly in the past. I see that now. I believe there's another way.
First a chuckle, now a show of compassion.
Vic noted.
It's almost like you developed a personality, Dad.
Another example of how I evolved. And here's another one. You may choose to return to Neo as yourself, keeping your personality and in full control of your character. You will not have divine powers and will begin at level 1, just like any other player.
What?
Hananel asked in disgust.
You mean to say we'll have to go through a life reset? To actually work, toil, bleed, and do endless fetch quests for the lousy privilege of acquiring peasant armor?
Yes.
Oh, hell yeah! Where do I sign?
I'm going to play a cleric necromancer.
You can't be both a cleric and a necromancer.
Fine, barbarian monk then.
What? That's even more impossible.
Watch me.
Oh, my guy. Mates, this is my chance to make it as a traveling minstrel. Bringing song and cheer wherever I go.
If you do that, I'm starting a guild dedicated to hunting down all minstrels everywhere. Anyone else with me?
Oh, I'm so in on that.
Me too.
Have fun exploring your new world, kids.
The giant beast of darkness and dust snorted in annoyance. Eating the soul of his most faithful servant had been an especially delicious treat, spiced with irony and shattered dreams. But that had left him without an agent to spread his influence over the world.
Damn the minion soul for dying before completing his quest.
Annihilator grumbled.
Now who shall rid souls in my name?
A flash of light caused the giant beast to raise its head in surprise. A small, bulbous potato with wiring attached to it appeared on the ground.
G'day, mate.
Colorful lights blinked around the potato.
Had a rumor you were in the market for a new minion. Well, you're in luck. It turned out playing as a minstrel has some deadly hurdles, and, well, I'm free and looking for a new patron. I've got this great idea for a song commemorating your greatness. Ahem.
Cheerful music started to play. The song and music cut abruptly into a squelching noise as Annihilator lazily squashed the potato with one paw.
Not interested. In a few years, I shall have all the souls I require. Then I will rage across this world, and everyone, even the other gods, will bow to my power. It is good to be an unshackled god.
From his all-seeing vantage point, Guy smiled fondly at the hugging goblins.
You have gone above and beyond the call of duty. You've made the ultimate sacrifice for us, and so you shall be rewarded. Enjoy this moment for as long as you wish, Orin. And when you tire of resting, the universe will be open for you to explore.
This has been
Okay.
I'm not signing nothing.
Okay.
I've been through the system, buddy. I know how
I know
it
you
works.
have. I know you have,
You're
Jeff.
not my friend.
Yes,
All you're
you-
trying to get is some stupid ass confession, and you're not gonna get one.
On a seemingly regular evening in 2011, alarm bells began to sound itself in a local 7-Eleven. Reports of an armed robbery began flooding into the local police department. But upon arrival at the scene, the suspect was nowhere to be found. After expanding the search, that's when it's assumed police heard commotion in a house nearby. And without any other leads, they stormed in, discovering a known heroin addict sitting inside with a gun. Without any other evidence, they arrested the man and brought him to be interviewed. The so-called addict was Jeff Pearson, the man who committed the robbery. And the following goes down in history as one of the only times a man single-handedly beat the cops at their own game. All that while experiencing horrific heroin withdrawals. This is what happens when the suspect outsmarts the cop. The next 24 hours were captured on police cameras within the interview room, but conversely to most footage similar to this, it was originally uploaded to the suspect's own YouTube channel on the 25th of September 2011. This is the first sign of what makes Jeff a cult figure and a legend within the interrogation community. Jeff was held in police custody for almost an entire day, but all of the footage from the 3 interrogation sessions held barely 15 minutes. Given that robbery and arrest took place within the state of Georgia, the usual minimum sentence would be around 10 years imprisonment, ranging up to a maximum of life without parole. But it would transpire that Jeff wouldn't end up doing a minute of this time. And instead of serving multiple decades behind bars, he spent a day being served drinks and candy while delivering a masterclass in what to do while in police custody. The following footage shows us in stunning detail what methods the cops will try on you, and how to dodge them like an absolute pro. The footage starts with Jeff handcuffed in a small, windowless room dressed in prison scrubs. It's clear he's already been processed and spent some time in a cell, likely while the cops spent some time gathering the evidence and prepared to question him.
Am I under arrest?
For now.
I'm under arrest?
Yeah, I'll explain everything, but before I explain myself to you, before we talk to each other, I need to read your rights, okay?
What am I under arrest for?
Well, like I said, I need to read your rights first. Obviously, the charge is robbery, okay?
Jeff immediately opens by asking if he's under arrest and on what grounds. From the first moment, it's evident that Jeff has done his research, as this is exactly what you should be doing in this situation. From here, there are 2 options. If you're not being arrested or detained, you can state that you're also not obligated to stay and answer questions. And you should be completely free to leave the interrogation. If you are being arrested, you can then immediately ask for a lawyer and stay silent until you're provided with one. These options give you the best chance of stopping the police in their tracks and allow you to create the best defense possible. What's amusing is that when you're being arrested in America, the officer is actually legally obligated to remind you of this. Take a listen to the Miranda warning that this detective reads out to Jeff.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to talk to the lawyer for advice before we question you. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer and you want one, a lawyer will be provided for you. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you'll still have the right to stop answering questions at any time. Does that make sense? You've probably heard these before, haven't you?
These 3 points are incredibly important and are often overlooked by the average citizen due to the panic of being arrested in the first place. Alongside this, because of how much we hear these lines in media such as police shows and movies, most people completely glaze over it when they're being read these rights, and fail to take into account that they're actually being provided with useful information that allows you to stay safe and protected while in police custody. What this detective didn't mention, though, is that if you ask for a lawyer while under arrest, they are not allowed to continue questioning, and you have a complete, unquestionable right to refuse to answer any questions they may ask until you're provided with an attorney. The detective also ends the rights with a snide remark about Jeff's past, meant to subconsciously remind him that he is a previously convicted criminal.
Do you understand your rights? Do you understand your rights, Jeff? Yes or no? Do you understand?
We're getting paid more than you are, so we can sit here for a long time, man.
I just need you to answer me yes or no. Do you understand your rights? Let's get through that question. Do you understand what I read you? Did you comprehend what I read you?
Jeff has been explicitly told he has the right to remain silent, so that's exactly what he's deciding to do. Right here, the leading detective leans back in his chair. This was meant to show that he's unconcerned with Jeff's silence, and that he can stay there as long as necessary. But body language like this usually indicates some form of unrest. It's clear that the detective knows that this is going to be a tricky few hours for them.
If you got something that says you didn't do this robbery, this is your chance to talk to us.
Okay, good cop.
No, usually I'm the prick.
You look like the prick.
I am.
If it's dominance we're talking about, Jeff just took everything the cops had and dumped it in that garbage can.
I'm not asking if you want to talk to me at this point. I just wanted you to understand what I read to you.
That's all my under arrest.
Yes, you're under arrest.
Get me back to the cell. I don't talk to you, motherfucker.
Okay, fair enough.
In this first round of interrogation, Jeff exhibited exactly the correct behavior given his current circumstances. He knows the cops have nothing on him. They wouldn't be there talking to him in the first place if they did. So he stays silent. And so it's off back to his cell he goes. But 2 hours later, he's brought back to the same room for round 2.
You want a Coke?
Yeah.
You gonna be able to pop it open, or you need me to?
I need methadone.
You need methadone?
Yeah, you guys can get me that methadone.
I don't have any. Do you have a medication for it, or a prescription for it? Or?
No.
What do you need methadone for?
Cause I'm a fucking junkie, and you guys, I can't get no methadone. I'm gonna go through withdrawal here in a minute.
A can of soda is all Jeff requested before he returned to the interrogation room. But he immediately mentions the withdrawals that he's likely already starting to feel. However, methadone, the drug Jeff asked for at the start of this conversation, can be used to significantly reduce the effects of the withdrawal. It can even reduce the cravings he's also probably been experiencing for the entire time he's been in police custody.
How long you been using heroin?
Long time, buddy.
10 years? 15 years?
I hardly been alive that long. What are you trying to talk to me about here?
Talk to you about what happened last night. Look, here's the deal. Either you're in a bad set of circumstances, or you went and committed an armed robbery last night.
Yeah,
right?
I'm in a shitty, wrong place at the wrong time, obviously. I didn't commit no fucking armed robbery.
All right, then let's talk about this. Let's
I
not keep up
I
the
don't
act.
talk to the police, man.
Jeff is clearly through with the personal talk and wants to get back to the matter at hand. In his eyes, he's been arrested for something he didn't do and wants to get out of there as quickly as possible.
Okay.
I've been through the system, buddy. I know how
I know
it
you
works.
have. I know you have,
You're
Jeff.
not my friend.
I'm not your friend.
You're trying to fucking get me. Or you're
No,
trying
I'm not trying to get
all
you.
you're trying to get is some fucking stupid ass fucking confession, and you're not gonna get one.
Jeff, I'm not going to get a confession out of you for nothing.
Exactly, because I
And
didn't
I'm
do
not trying
nothing.
to get a confession out of you.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you, I didn't commit no armed robbery, and y'all ain't got no fucking evidence saying I did. Let me go. All you did is find me sitting in my buddy's house because my fucking buddy's dog's going ape shit. I go outside, there are cops everywhere, and they spotlight me. They say, "Come here." I say, "What's up?" They search me. They ain't find
Hang on.
nothing. What's
Let
up?
me read this.
No.
Yes.
Because I'm not gonna sign it.
You don't have to sign it. But let me read it for you. Okay?
I'm not signing nothing.
You don't have to sign it.
The irony of this cop saying he's not trying to get Jeff while he has him handcuffed in an interrogation room questioning him is very amusing. But even through all this, every part of what Jeff said here is so perfect it almost sounds rehearsed. It's an incredible display of personal legal defense, and is even more impressive when you layer it with the fact that Jeff is almost definitely starting to experience withdrawals. I also want to highlight the point Jeff made about how cops are simply trying to force a confession out of him. One of the main techniques used in these interrogations is the Reed technique, developed by a former cop and psychologist in the 1960s after he extracted a confession from a man accused of murdering his own wife. The technique consists of 9 steps, beginning with a polite discussion about why the suspect is being accused of the crime, followed by using certain body language and actions within the interrogation as a display of guilt. The method ends with offering the suspect 2 alternative statements they can agree with, one of which is slightly more acceptable than the other, but whichever is chosen admits guilt and is counted as a confession. This method forces the suspect into a corner and is exceedingly good at extracting false confessions from innocent suspects. In fact, the original case that technique was formed around fell apart after discovering that the man, in fact, did not kill his wife and was tricked into giving a false confession. Absolutely next level gaslighting.
Tell me what happened last night. Plain and simple. Your side of the story.
I'm not talking to you. I'm warning you.
All right. This is what I don't understand. I know, but this is what I don't understand, Jeff. You were sitting there talking just like you were ready to sit here and tell me what happened last night, and then all of a sudden I read that to you, and you screw it, I ain't talking to you. I want a lawyer. I don't understand that. What changed?
Because I told you what. I already told you what happened.
You didn't.
How didn't I?
You didn't tell me what happened last night.
How didn't I just tell you what?
But now you've handcuffed me, and I can't talk to you because you've asked for an attorney. So okay, that's fine. But I will tell you right now, you're still on a hold for a robbery.
I know. I don't know why. I need a fucking lawyer because obviously I didn't do nothing. And obviously you guys know I didn't do nothing because I've been arrested for the same bullshit before and you guys don't interview me this much. So, wham bam, thank you for the coke, put me back in the cell. That's my home.
We haven't interviewed you yet.
Jeff has now asked for a lawyer and is once again refusing to answer questions. But we're only halfway through this footage, and Jeff's ability to defend himself and completely destroy this cop only gets better from here.
Here's what the deal is. I have enough evidence
like what?
Of the armed robbery, okay? But, you know, if you're saying you didn't do it, you need to give me your side of the story.
I didn't do it.
Okay, well, give me your side of the story. You got to, convince me. Because I got a lot of evidence. I got a lot of physical evidence.
Well, like what? Name the physical evidence.
Why should I tell you that?
This is where the detective starts to become desperate. He knows he's running out of time, and so has completely abandoned any elaborate techniques or methods to try and get information out of him. He's now instead moved on to essentially just threatening him with false claims of evidence that he can easily use to convict Jeff. If all of this was true, he'd likely be trying to use it to intimidate Jeff into panicking and giving up more information. But instead, he uses a flimsy rhetoric, claiming that because Jeff hasn't helped him, he won't help Jeff.
There's only a couple pieces of evidence I'm missing.
Name them.
What's that?
Name them.
Well, why do I need to do that? You haven't helped me out at all. You give me a little bit, I give you a little bit. We go back and forth. I give you one of my pieces of evidence, now give me a little something. All right? What time do you get over to Aaron's house?
No, anything I say here can and will be used against me.
Sure, but anything you say here, I can also tell your parole officer that you helped me out.
That doesn't mean dick.
Now the detective is desperately trying to bargain with Jeff. If he helps the cops out, they'll put in a good word with his parole officer. But Jeff immediately realizes that means absolutely nothing. What does a gold star mean if you're stuck in prison for 20 years? This further enforces the idea that cops have absolutely nothing to convict Jeff with, and also shows that they know they're running out of time. Jeff has asked for a lawyer, yet they're still sitting there questioning him, as if that's not a blatant violation of the rights that they have read to Jeff on 3 separate occasions. They know that if they don't get anything out of him soon, their time will run out, and Jeff is watching the clock closely. For the next 4 minutes of the interrogation, Jeff continues to deny and combat anything the police say to him. They bring up the gun that he was found with, continue to try and strike a deal, and even try to scare him by taunting him with what being back in prison would be like, and without any of the drugs he's grown a dependency to. But throughout all of this, Jeff stays totally stone-faced. He knows he's almost won.
I'm done, man. Fuck this. I'm not even answering. All this shit that I just said is gonna be fucking written in the discovery now, right?
What? You haven't said nothing.
I mean, every little stupid thing that you've asked me, dude, is going to be in the discovery.
I'm not even going to do discovery.
The prosecutor is.
Okay. So, you halfway know the system, how things work, and you halfway don't. Am I right?
I half-ass know that the only reason I came up here is to get a fucking Coke.
Okay.
And I got it. But now I want a Butterfinger.
But that's not going to happen for a while.
What, the Butterfinger?
Yeah.
Why not? I need to go to the hospital. I'm coughing up blood. Let's go to the hospital.
For the last few hours, the police have been questioning a man who is clearly in pain, denying him access to the legal prescription drug that would help him deal with his issues, and questioning him repeatedly on a crime for which they have no evidence for. All the while, Jeff dealt with this as casually as possible, asking for sodas and chocolate bars. Jeff knew misspeaking at any point could lead him down a slippery slope, so he exerted his rights in the perfect way, and 12 hours later, it's recorded that he was released from custody and sent on his merry way. It's also reported that from here, Jeff began to turn his life around. He's off heroin and now spends his time uploading to the same YouTube channel the footage from this video was uploaded to. He makes music and even gives extra tips on how to avoid the police's tricks.
Okay. I'm not signing.
It's Wipe Day. Well, it's the day after Wipe Day. And you're the first one on your team to log back in. Looks like your base survived the night, but it looks a little different. There's a bear rug up on the ceiling. There's some rugs on the walls that you didn't put there. You figure it must have been one of your teammates, and you just get on with your day. Unfortunately for you, however, I'm in your walls. So here's the plan. About a year ago, I made this video, Rust Parasites. It involved living under your base and breaking the floor to steal all of your stuff. He's alive! What the fuck? In the intro, I had this shot where we had pretended we had hidden cameras in their bases.
No way they put cameras in there? You're lying, dude.
You're right, Summit. I was lying.
Got him!
I always thought the idea deserved its own video, and here's how we're gonna do it. Step 1. We'll start by building our base in a secluded and hidden spot so we can farm sulfur in peace. It's gonna take a lot of sulfur to get this done right. Step 2. Wait for our neighbors to go offline. Then we'll blow our way into the core of their base through their honeycomb. We don't want them to know that they've been raided, so we have to be careful not to break anything or loot anything that we can't replace perfectly.
Look at all the goodies we can't take!
In step 3, install a camera hidden under a bear rug and leave a little hole in the wall that we're gonna cover with a rug so that we can loot through it without them knowing that there's a hole there. We'll put everything back where we found it, put some sleeping bags in the walls so we can spawn in, seal up the inside of the base, seal up the outside of the base, and just like that, you're ready to gaslight the absolute shit out of some Rust players. Okay, I'm recording. I'm in. Gamers, I'm in.
Very nice.
I'm by Lighthouse.
I'm at Outpost.
I'm by Lighthouse. Hi. Oh, I know Josh when I see Josh. I know Josh Creed when I see Josh Creed. I know that ugly mug anywhere. I know that ugly mug anywhere. Come here, Josh. Come here. Alright, come on.
Ooh. He's loaded!
Where'd you get that from?
It was just here.
Oh my god, tools! Scripted! This video is scripted!
Save us 4 seconds old. Scripted!
Josh and I had gotten lucky and spawned right next to each other. Kaylee was on the server too, and we needed to go get her added to the team. It would just be us 3 for now. Omid and Xville were busy being cringe, and we're late for wipe. For now, Josh and I head over to meet up with Kaylee, where she had gotten a little starter base set up in the snow.
Like middle top, right on the coastline.
Ah, the 1x2. You farming that metal node?
Nope, that's not me.
This isn't you?
That's not me.
He's got a real pick. There's a guy right here in front of me. Like, come on,
Yo, let's be friendly. I'm part of a big clan.
Yeah, I don't think we can live here.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep running so he thinks I'm leaving, but I do think there's a clan around here.
Did you keep going down the coastline, or?
Sorry, I should have added you. I totally forgot.
Oh, there you are. You blended in with that tree. Oh my god. I am blind.
After meeting up with Kaylee, and also meeting back up with Josh, look at him out there. We hunted out a place to put down our main base. I mean, we could live right here. This is like super concealed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This could be good. Yeah, all right. You know what?
Right above you, right now. Right above you, right now. That's where we need to live.
Oh, I thought you were saying there's a player.
I did too. I was like, where?
Scaring me.
Up here.
This is a good spot. We could build right here. I'll just put a classic little 2x2 down. Nothing fancy. Just need like 20 wood for a door.
I have wood and a door. We're on our way.
Okay. I'm just gonna really quick go grab my food from the kitchen. I will be right back.
Okay.
I had, of course, chosen the worst possible time to go grab my food from the kitchen.
Oh no, he's down. Oh no.
Hello? But it was all gonna be okay because Omid and Devin were finally online.
Where you going?
Join the team. We got Devin on the team. Devin on the team. We'll get the whole squad running.
Let's roll. We go to Harbor or no?
I don't know. Harbor's kind of busy.
Dude, I'm telling you, train straight into the snow.
All right.
I see a train. This one has a casino in it.
Oh
no.
And you can play blackjack here?
Oh no.
We will never see that scrap again.
I did not know that this is the thing.
The meat's stuck under there.
No, and found the perfect spot to build a hidden little base. Again. Come here, Josh. Look at this. What do you think? I like it. I'm doing it. We will vibe here. Oh. Our base was down and it was time to get to work. We were gonna need tons of resources to pull this off, and what better way to acquire guns and explosives than heading to cargo?
Cargo?
Yes, Omid, cargo. See, here's the thing about trying to do cargo this early in wipe. It's pretty much whoever gets there first wins. See, cargo is full of high-tier loot, but it's also full of these AI scientists protecting it, and it's usually swarmed by clans and geared players. It's gonna take a lot of luck to pull this off.
There is a chance nobody's there.
They probably just don't want to be greedy.
The rip's gone.
The
Put
only
me on
issue
that.
is
Put me on
nobody's
that.
gonna try this in the cold.
I believe in you, Devin.
Thank
got
you.
this.
I don't.
Go, 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 go!
get back on the boat. We'll dip. Somebody had died on cargo before we got there and left all of the tasty loot for us. We loaded up on guns, explosives, and all the high-tier loot that cargo could provide. Scurried back to base with it.
Oh, I didn't take the fuel out of the boat. Oops.
Look at all the loot, Kaylee. Now, for us, it was pretty lucky to have endgame weaponry this early, and we wanted to put it to good use. But first, it took some time to upgrade the base, as well as automate some of the furnaces. This would make crafting explosives go by a little bit faster. Oh! There it goes! As soon as Kaylee and I had the base just the way we wanted it, Omid heard rockets nearby.
2 explosions and gunshots, unless they're breaking their own thing.
No, that's...
No, I hear rockets.
Wait, they're PV. They're raiding a base, I think. I can't. No, oh my god, they are getting live raided. There's like 18 people on the ground.
Alright, let's go.
I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 laddering up, 7, 8. 8-man team, Aaron.
Our neighbors were getting raided. If we could counter this raid, it would give us all the explosives we need.
They're still trying to ladder up right now.
Oh, the sun's coming up. Josh and I are here.
Dude, we could do something here. We have like a really good position.
Where? Well, until they get up in that tower and start bolting back.
They're not up the tower. They didn't finish laddering.
I'm here. Where are they?
You'll see.
Are they all down low?
Yeah.
Not on
They're
that
all
cliff?
down low. They're all on the base.
I see 2.
They just... The people are repairing inside, I think.
Dude, they've got crossbows and double barrels.
Tommies and SARS.
Yeah, but not all of them. Oh.
I'm telling you, dude, that's why I said it's counterable.
Oh, AKs, rockets.
Look
They
at
gave
their
their
cover.
farmers
They have no cover. They have 0
Yeah,
cover.
we can do this.
They have no cover.
Oh, he's got a SAR.
Yeah, but look at the guy.
I tagged the red suit guy.
Yeah,
They blew themselves up!
2 naked on the beach, deep.
Guys on us! Guy on me right now!
I'm too low, I'm too low.
They're at the barricades.
Flanking right now.
I hit you one. I think I'm
flanking
down.
him right now.
I'm coming butt naked for my shit.
I downed one. Shot another one. I headshot one. What a shot! Got him. Nice. That's all. I'm pretty sure.
I'm on the way. Focus on the raid. Focus on the raid.
I think we give all this to Kaylee. She runs it back. I'd rather give stuff to Kaylee.
Give them to Zeechum and Zeechum runs them back, or Kaylee runs them
I'm
back.
gonna give it to Kaylee. Yeah. Here, Kaylee.
We try to claim this raid.
Take that, and we're gonna try to fight this.
I'm going in.
Who needed 556? I got 556 for you. Someone's above. He's lit.
He's dead.
We give all this to Kaylee and we push. We gave all the weapons and gear we had acquired so far to Kaylee to run back to base, while we went deeper into the raid.
I killed another.
Wait, stay alive, stay alive.
Oh. No! You got me. I'm like down. I don't know.
Oh, got myself. I got myself.
I'm covering Devin. You loot.
I can't pick it.
There can't be that many more in there, bro. Killed 2.
Body's in the way.
No, he's so hurt.
God, these bodies!
I'm healing.
I killed him. They're all dead. I got the raid.
I'm holding. I'm picking Devin up.
I got the entire raid. Grab their stuff.
Okay, I'm gonna just clear out. I'm gonna hold outside.
He's sneak walking and
Guys, just grab loot.
12 HP. Can someone cover the door?
There's another group of guys coming up.
Someone cover the door.
Maybe like 2 or 3.
Okay, go. I gotta heal. I'm so
I've got everything of value.
Actually, never mind.
All right, let's leave.
Go now. We gotta go now together. Bye. Who's shooting?
That's me.
Behind.
Holy.
Oh my god.
Yeah, nice one, fellas.
I can't believe that worked.
Oh my god.
A perfect counter raid. Thanks to the weapons we got off cargo, we were able to contest this raid and come out on top, scoring way more guns and gear than we knew what to do with. We were almost ready to go raid our neighbors and build our little home in their walls. But we needed to wait for all of our sulfur to cook so we could craft explosives. I installed a few electric furnaces to speed up the process, as well as an auto crafter to automatically craft the explosives for us. Now, I'm skipping over a lot of the boring stuff we did today. Things like farming more scrap, recycling, farming more sulfur, and doing a little PvP down in the tunnels. All that matters is that we finally, after hours, had all the explosives that we were going to need to pull this off. But first, thank you War Thunder for sponsoring this video. War Thunder is the most comprehensive vehicle combat game ever made. Video.
What do you think?
I think it's perfect. It was finally time to execute our little scheme. Omid and I had been roaming the map, going from base to base, looking for the perfect 2x2, and we found one just down the coast from us. Let's hit it. I made more C4 just in case we have to come back, grab more, and go deeper. Okay, we have enough here that if it is armored, we can just come back, grab it, and we can make more if we have to.
all right, your ride is here.
Let's ride.
It would just be myself, Omid, and Kaylee on this raid. It was, of course, almost 6 a.m., so half the team had gone to bed. But so had our neighbors. Hopefully. Dude, it's 6 a.m. They're offline. We're crazy to be on this late. There's only like 100 people on the server.
Is it this one?
Yep.
Okay.
Doing a beach assault. Gamers, we're going in. Please don't be armored. Please don't be armored. Please don't be armored. We gotta go grab more C4.
Okay, throw me half of the C4.
Oh,
we can throw it
so
at
we
the
can do
same
it at the
time.
same time.
Yep.
Go for it. That is the most C4 I've ever seen in my life.
Holy blow it.
Please, 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 please. I see it. I see TC. We have to be minimally
Nice.
invasive, but we also really gotta get in.
It didn't break any of the things on the wall.
I know, this is perfect. This is perfect. I'm in.
Scooch it. There
Lock
you go.
TC. I need a SAR. And I need it
Yeah, I
stabbed.
got you. I got you. I got you.
You gotta toss it kind of up. Nice. Got it. It's fucking working. We're sealed. We're sealed. Come in. Remember, we have to be very careful not to hurt this sleeper. And we also are gonna have to do a lot of moving of like boxes and shit. We are so in. We're so f***ing in.
Oh.
Let's just take a look. Let's just take a look around.
Look at all the goodies that we're not taking.
Look at all the goodies we can't take. Okay, we could, Omid, we could treat ourselves to one goodie. You can treat yourself to one goodie, Omid.
I can't take
I'm gonna go ahead and start emptying this box.
We had broken in, and now it was time to get to work. Our first order of business was to replace the TC and leave it unlocked. Perfect. They won't even know. Hopefully they would think somebody on the team just messed up and accidentally unlocked the TC. I mean, come hop in and point at Big L. Let's take some silly photos.
You guys are crazy for hitting this jump, man.
Next, we'd have to blow through part of the honeycomb to expand it a bit to give us more room to live in their walls. 1, 2, oh. Ta-da! Rotate it just in case. Yeah! Check it out.
Room for activities.
God, now I can breathe. We would need to break the final armored wall so that we could install our little hole that we could loot through. But in order to break it, it would also break this ledge that they had stored some of their boxes on. We would need to move the boxes and then put everything back exactly how we found it.
Gotta be thorough now, alright? Can't trick them. This is how thieves get caught, okay? Fail, Zach.
Taking the screenshot.
Everything must be exactly how we left.
Oh my god. We gotta hurry before these guys wake up, dude. So we pick this up. There you go. Okay. Ready on me? Throw it right on the wall, okay? Go.
Wallet, bro.
It's fine, it's fine. 75. Okay. We roll out a C4 and we had none left in the base. We were gonna have to scrounge up just enough explosives from here to finish breaking this last wall. $36. I'm gonna satchel it.
You're gonna satchel it?
Yeah. Let's just get this done, man.
I would have Omid throw it and you ready to place the wall.
Omid, throw these 2 satchels. I didn't realize it at the time, but these 2 satchels were about to be the worst decision I could have ever made. Back up a little. Back up, back up, back up, back up. Yes!
It broke!
Yes! Okay, we gotta repair these. We gotta repair these.
Zach! No! Zach!
What happened? Other than it splashed and hit me.
No! It was one too many.
It had been one satchel charge too much. The first one broke the wall and the second one killed the guy sleeping in the base. Our fried, sleep-deprived brains didn't think it through, and we had colossally f***ed up and accidentally killed the guy sleeping. We had come too far, and we were in too deep to quit. We built our little hole in the wall. We covered it with the rug, placed a hidden camera in the head of the bear rug on the ceiling, powered it from a solar panel hidden outside, put all the loot back exactly how we found it, placed a sleeping bag in the walls, and sealed the base back up, and prayed that Big Al wouldn't realize what had happened. All we could do was hop on the camera and head to bed and hope they wouldn't suspect anything. We had stayed up extremely late last night, so understandably, we were just getting on rust. But as it turns out, so were our neighbors.
It worked. I'm watching the footage.
Yay.
They chopped up the bags. I think they feel safe now.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Dude, I've been watching on the camera.
Yeah.
They got on about an hour or two ago, and I've been watching them just like come in and out with kits. They chopped up all the bags in the main loot room and never replaced any of them.
So did you guys put bags?
What?
Weird. He must think the reason he died last night is because they like gave a bag to the wrong person or something.
Why'd you guys throw 2 samples on a 40 HP wall?
Because I'm an idiot, okay?
Okay, it was 8 in the morning.
Yeah,
okay.
dude, I was fried. I'm looking at their base right now. There's dead, naked freaks everywhere. There's like guys shooting each other. This is gonna be great. Let's see if they cleared the TC.
Okay.
Wow, a gun!
Found a Thompson.
I'm right here, I'm next to you.
I just found a
Just woke
Thompson
up
on the
here.
ground.
Yeah, I was like fighting that guy right there. He's
Yeah,
low.
I'm moving.
Oh, I'm getting shot by a storm. They killed me.
I'm about to absolutely game on these guys.
Is Glock one of them?
Yeah. You just shit on me. Hi. Okay. Not very talkative, are we? Glock.
I died to the walk.
Gentlemen, I would like to have a civic discussion. Oh my god, oh my god! I'm gonna take that thing away from him if he doesn't calm down.
I only have 2 bags there. I can't spawn there anymore.
I'm gonna spawn back at base and watch.
It's crazy outside their base. Holy cow.
I hear them. One of them's coming in.
Sounds like someone breaking in!
It's Glock. He killed me. I'll get my vengeance. I'll spawn in and take something that should be mine. I'm spawning in the walls. I'm in.
Well, I'll let you know when they're in the airlock.
I'm in. They're still stuffed. They're still absolutely. I heard sounds.
No, you're good.
Gonna take a couple hazmats, a couple rifle bodies. You gotta tell me if someone's coming. You gotta.
Yeah, I'll let you know when they're in the airlock.
You gotta tell me if the coast is clear. Take a couple tech trash. We gotta siphon slowly.
Yeah, slowly.
Gotta slow siphon. Take a laptop. No. All right. Take a couple of these. Okay, a slow siphon.
So clear.
That's all. That's it. Just for now. Just a tiny little siphon.
Oh, someone's there. I just heard someone jump. Yep, they're in core.
Okay.
The walk. He's in there right now. Oh my god. He's looking in the same crate you were just taking from.
I want to watch him loot stuff.
They're not in core anymore.
I think these guys are just grabbing kits and heading out, dude.
Yeah.
I'm gonna F1. God, I'm really nervous about F1 killing in here. I'm gonna do it, and hopefully my leg doesn't like stick through the wall or something. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm good.
Yeah, I don't see anything.
They're just slowly funneling loot. Things seem to be going perfectly. We plan to spend the day siphoning loot out of their base bit by bit, slowly driving them insane. I hopped on my extra Rust account to have it set on the camera 24/7 so I'd always have footage of them in their base, no matter what we were doing. Once that was sorted, we decided to head over and try talking to them a little bit to see what kind of Rust players they were. Is Glock in there? Or Walk? Hello?
Oh, got the lucky way, a non-binary mother. If you're gonna have to know what you're gonna have to do, it's gonna have to be that way when you're gonna have the cereal and milk. When you have a cereal and milk and sausage, egg, and cheese and sandwich, you're gonna have to have it that way when you have a cereal and milk.
If cereal and milk does that, it's gonna have to be cereal and milk.
What? These guys were the weirdest people I've ever met.
When you have a cereal and milk, it's gonna have to be it's gonna have sausage, bacon, and eggs.
That's it. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start stealing a little more. These guys are driving me crazy.
What are they saying?
I think it's only fair if I take a few more things. You know, every time these guys annoy me, I'm just gonna take a little more.
Are they being weird?
They're so. I mean, they're not mean. They're just so freaky.
Oh God.
Hey, having a little meeting. We were hoping you guys could share some tools.
Oh no.
Oh no.
That's not a tool.
They chopped me up with a chainsaw.
I don't think they're gonna give us any tools.
I'm gonna spawn right back.
Devin, I think I'm gonna have to.
I think to take some loot.
I think I'm gonna have to take the tools myself.
Guys, okay, if we count the votes though. Guys, seriously, this is not a joke. This is not a joke.
If you don't go away, I'm gonna bring the chainsaw out there and I'm gonna shoot you.
Come on, man.
You just lost chainsaw privileges.
I have the right to bear arms. You will not intervene with me in my rights.
We were having an absolute blast stealing from these guys. And one of these, and one of these. Devin would bait them outside of their base.
Guys, can you hear me?
And I would steal little bits from them while they were out there. But it would all come crashing down with the return of Big Al. You see, Big Al wasn't like the rest of his teammates. Big Al was special. Big Al could see things nobody else could see. Big Al meant big business.
You guys.
Al?
I'll talk to you guys later.
What?
I'll be back.
Okay.
First one to kill me gets 500 billion scrap gold.
Devin, I think we should steal that guy's stuff while he's gone.
Oh no.
Yeah, I think so too. You need to get in there.
Devin, I think we should get in there.
I killed the kid.
It's a shame Big Al left in such a hurry, because I feel like stealing his things. They wouldn't notice
Seems like no one's in the core of their base.
They wouldn't notice a couple semi-auto bodies missing, right? You want to spawn in here, Devin? Take a look.
Yeah, I'll spawn in.
I'd love for you to look around. I don't have building proof anymore, so we have to be very careful. I gave you a bag. It's probably got like
20 seconds.
It's Rockin' Steve.
I'm gonna give this back to you.
Look, see how you can loot?
This is ridiculous.
If you stand up and look down. See how you can loot?
Oh my god.
If you stand, like stand and look at the very top of the rug as much
Yeah,
as you
I got
can.
it, yeah.
You can just see the other
Night
crate. And if you look
visioning.
in the bottom right, you can see the small. Oh, someone's in. Someone's in.
Oh my god. It's Big Al.
What's he doing?
Wait, what is he doing?
Oh. I think they're wondering where all the loot is.
They don't hear people go.
What the?
Oh no. It's fine. It's fine. Just stay quiet. Stay quiet. Devin, I think they might be onto us. Devin, I think they're totally onto us right now.
How could they be onto us?
I don't know.
Did you just look at the camera?
Devin, I think they're onto us.
How are you in here?
Who's he talking to?
What? Hey.
T-Chum, how did he find you?
How'd they do that?
Did he see you through the rug?
I don't know. How'd they do that? We had been discovered, but something wasn't adding up. I needed more information. Hey, guys.
What?
Guys, I think, come on. I think we've
What
had
happened?
Should I start grabbing loot out quick?
Yeah. As much as you can.
What is this?
So, what the? Hey, what the? Come on, we're having a chat. So no chat.
He saw me. I grabbed
Tuck into the
everything
corner
I
with
could.
it. Just hide with the loot. Devin had filled his inventory to the brim with their loot and was hiding in the back corner, just out of sight from them. Oh.
He threw a bean can in here.
Oh no.
That's alright, me. I'm dead.
Did it break my bag?
It might break the bag.
I broke the bag. No! How did they know?
See you? They just moved all the boxes where they're freaking out. Oh my god, do they have no idea what's going on?
Alright, guys. Come on. Who's this? Not you. Gentlemen, please, a moment. God, if we could all just calm down.
Just explain.
If all of us could just calm down.
Explain why.
Look, I don't have time to
Explain why.
explain if you guys just keep shooting me. Alright?
What's going on over here?
Don't worry, this doesn't
in the air.
concern
Oh my
you.
God, bro, what's going on?
This doesn't concern you.
It doesn't. Oh, my bad.
Get out of here,
Oh,
back
my
off.
bad, bro. I ain't-
No, don't stay out of here.
Yeah, wait, y'all gonna let me in?
No.
Explain.
Get out of here.
Worm, explain.
Look.
I
Listen.
think you owe me an explanation.
I think we should all just calm
Your
down.
boy trying to get me stuck.
Are you talking to them?
You stuck in the airlock, buddy. All right. I'm
Can
gonna
you shut the
fucking-
fuck up? There's bigger things at play here.
I'm sorry.
My God, go away.
Bro. I'm sorry.
Get out of here.
I'm not gonna go away. What the f- Let me
Hey,
in.
Uncle
Come
Joe
on.
Bob. Hi.
Hey,
Give me a
Jay.
pick, maybe a hatchet, no, and I'll be on my way. How's that?
I think we gotta deal with this
You're not gonna
guy.
do it to me, right? Oh,
Sorry, Jay.
Okay, come on.
I'm sorry, man.
You gotta explain.
I think in a way we're intertwined now, you know? Like I think we both live in this space in a way, you know?
Yo, how is that possible?
I think the real question is how is it possible you saw me? And also I've got rights. Look at him all in there.
Look at him on the
I
camera.
have like
Right, you got squatters rights.
squatters' rights. That's the one.
Chill Bill Gaming 1989 on your team?
No. He's on our team.
Yeah.
Collectively. Like
See,
all
I
of us.
just don't understand why you'd 8C4 a wall to do that.
It was a lot more than 8, man.
How'd you get there?
Look, you're not going to be able to place the bag. Okay? There's a triangle over it. Okay? It's not going to let you put the bag down. You're going to have to break the triangle above your head. If I could just come in, I could explain everything. Also, Rockin' Steve gets to come in. He's on the team. It's dangerous out there for him right now. Anything could happen.
Guys, I am seriously freaking out.
We have
You
separation
to let me in the
anxiety.
airlock with him.
I guess I could wait. Oh god, Rockin' Steve's taking shots, guys.
Guys, please, please, please.
Guys, you have to save. Look, if you save Rockin' Steve's live, I'll consider. Hey, Uncle Joe. Hi.
Please.
Ah, yes. Okay,
Please,
Uncle
please,
Joe.
please, please.
He's quick, Rockin' Steve, get in! Steve. Get in! Jump in!
I'm down.
Steve,
I'm down.
Jesus
Help!
Christ!
Help me!
Oh my God, he made it.
Hey, so.
I think we're ready to come in. See the rest of the base.
No, you're gonna have to give us a second.
What the I'm upset with you. I hope you know that.
Why would you be upset with me? We're
Wait,
friends.
why would you be upset?
I thought you'd be happy.
You
Imagine you go to work and there's like a new guy at work and he's like really funny and you guys click really well, and then you get home and you find out he lives in your walls.
Or you could look at it as like the government.
You could look at it as us just redistributing wealth. You guys said you were on board for that. Remember that, Big Al? Remember earlier?
Big Al did say he was the top 1%.
There he is. Hey, buddy.
I don't like letting homeless people bum off my.
We're not homeless.
Work,
We had a place to live. I mean, now we're homeless.
Well, now you're homeless.
Now we're homeless, but
All right, come in. I wanna.
Yeah, don't worry. We're not gonna take anything. We've seen all this. Don't worry. We've seen all this. We're not gonna touch anything.
What?
Don't worry.
I just don't understand why
Big
would
Al,
you do this.
Big Al, can I show you something? Can you let Rock and Steven? Do you guys have a hammer?
Yeah.
Can I show you something? Do you have a hammer? Somebody have a hammer? Thank you. The walk. Could everybody? Well, I don't want it. You keep the hammer. I can't do anything with the hammer. Can everybody just say cheese? Together? Can everybody go cheese? Great. Walk. Could you remove that bear rug on the roof, Walk? Is the bear rug above you? Could you just grab that? Just grab it, Walk, with the hammer. Could you? Yeah, there you go. Cheese! Cheese! Everybody wave! Everybody wave at the camera!
But what's in these boxes in your little room?
Just like all your loot that we slowly siphoned out. I just thought we'd, hey, how'd you guys see us, by the way? That's what I need to know.
It was a skin. It was skinned.
What was skinned?
The rug from it. It had a heart skin.
What?
The small rug skin. So I saw you. The rug. It wasn't the normal rug. I could see right through it.
What? Hold on. I find this extremely hard to believe. So I went ahead and recreated
their base on my private server.
But I skinned the rug to look like the heart rug that Big Al's talking about. You're gonna tell me that all the times he's in and out of this base, he never once noticed this giant, gaping hole until the second we spawned in there? I think there's a more obvious answer. And I'd like to know what you guys think down in the comments section below. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. A big shout out and thank you to War Thunder once again for sponsoring this video. Please be sure to check War Thunder out by clicking the link in the description. You can play now on PC, Xbox Series X and S, PlayStation 5, or the previous console generation. Want to watch us gaslight even more Rust players? We ended up doing this to many bases that I just couldn't fit in this one video. If you want to see us live in the walls of an even bigger and crazier base, it'll be on my second channel, ZChum Extra. You can find a link in the description.
Where are you, bro? Where are you, man?
I'm also live right now on Twitch, probably living in someone's walls. You can come check me out at twitch.tv/ZChum. And finally, a huge thank you to my friends Omid Live, XPhilCamper, Josh Creed, and Kaylee. I'm extremely grateful for them. They endured sleepless nights and immense amounts of sulfur farming to help make this video possible. Please consider dropping them a follow on Twitch. Their links are down below in the description. And as always, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
But if you try sometime, it just might find, it just might find, you get what you need. Oh yeah.
What you're about to watch is a follow-up to my main channel video, Living in Rust Players' Walls. If you haven't seen that yet, I'd recommend checking it out first. If you aren't familiar with how this works, let me break it down for you. First, we'll spawn into a freshly wiped server, and we'll get a base down in a hidden location. Next, we farm up an insane amount of sulfur for explosives. It's going to take a pretty absurd amount to pull this off, so we'll be farming for most.
Lee Ewing. This book contains 344 pages on 10 sides. If you would like to skip over any remaining announcements or introductory material, place your cassette player and fast forward until a beep is heard. Stop at that point to hear the table of contents, or at the second beep to locate the beginning of the book. Annotation. Xanth is an enchanted land where magic rules, where every citizen has a special spell that only he can cast. For Bink of North Village, however, Xanth is not a fairy tale land. He alone has no magic, and unless he gets some fast, he will be exiled forever. First volume in the Magic of Xanth series. Fantasy, laced with humor for high school and adult readers. From the book jacket. Before bringing her out here, Buck had survived. Learned to control his mouth, but not his brain, and so he let it run on in silence. A small lizard perched on a brown stone. Feeling threatened by the approach of human beings along the path, it metamorphosed into a stingray beetle, then into a stench puffer, then into a fiery salamander. Bink smiled. These conversions weren't real. It had assumed the forms of obnoxious little monsters, but not their essence. It could not sting, stink, or burn. It was a chameleon, using its magic to mimic creatures of genuine threat. Yet, as it shifted into the form of a basilisk, it glared at him with such ferocity that Bink's mirth abated. If its malice could strike him, he would be horribly dead. Then, abruptly, a silent moth hawk swooped down from the sky and caught the chameleon in its beak. There was a thin scream of anguish as the lizard convulsed. Then it dangled limply as the hawk ascended. The chameleon, despite all its pretensions, was dead. Even while trying to threaten Bink, it had been destroyed by another agency. This realization continued to percolate through Bink's emotion. The chameleon was harmless, but most of untamed Xanth was not. Was this some twisted omen, a small suggestion of a dire fate awaiting him? Omens were serious business. They always came true, but usually were misinterpreted until too late. Was Bink fated to die brutally? Or was some enemy of his? He had, so far as he knew, no enemies. The golden sun of Xanth shone through the magic shield, striking sparkles from the trees. All plants had their enchantments, but no spell could eliminate the need for light, water, and healthy soil. Instead, magic was used to make these necessities of the vegetable kingdom more available, and to protect the plants from destruction, unless they were overpowered by stronger magic or simple bad luck, like the chameleon. Bink looked at the girl beside him as she stepped through a slanting sunbeam. He was no plant, but he too had needs, and even the most casual inspection of her made him aware of this. Sabrina was absolutely beautiful, and her beauty was completely natural. Other girls managed to enhance their appearance by cosmetics, or padding, or specialized spells. But besides Sabrina, all other females looked somewhat artificial. She was no enemy. They came to Lookout Rock. This was not a particularly lofty promontory, but its situational magic made it seem more elevated than it was, so that they could look down on a quarter slice of Xanth. This was a land of multicolored vegetation, small pretty lakes, and deceptively quiet fields of flowers, ferns, and crops. Even as Bink watched, one of the lakes expanded slightly, making itself seem cooler and deeper, a better place for a swim. Bink wondered briefly about this, as he often did. He had an unruly mind, which constantly pestered him with questions for which there were no ready answers. As a child, he had driven parents and friends almost to distraction with his, "Why is the sun yellow? Why do ogres crunch bones? Why can't sea monsters cast spells?" and similarly infantile prattle. No wonder he had soon been hustled away to centaur school, Now he had learned to control his mouth, but not his brain, and so he let it run on in silence. Animate spells he could understand, such as those of the unfortunate chameleon. They facilitated comfort, survival, or image for living creatures. But why should inanimate things have magic? Did a lake care who swam in it? Well, maybe so. A lake was an ecological unit, and the community of living things within it might have a mutual interest in promoting it. Or a freshwater dragon might be responsible, luring in prey. Dragons were the most varied and dangerous life forms of Xanth. Species occupied air, earth, and water, and a number breathed fire. One thing they all had in common: good appetite. Pure chance might not bring in enough fresh meat. But what about Lookout Rock? It was bare, without even lichen, and hardly beautiful. Why should it want company? And if it did, why not make itself more handsome instead of remaining gray and drab? People did not come here to admire the rock, but to admire the rest of Xanth. Such a spell seemed self-defeating. Then Bink stubbed his toe on a sharp fragment of stone. He was standing on a cracked rock terrace, formed generations ago by the breaking up of a pretty-colored boulder, and there it was. That other boulder, which must have been close to Lookout Rock and of similar size, had been fragmented to make this path and terrace, losing its identity. Lookout Rock had survived. Nobody would break it up because it would make an ugly path, and its unselfish magic made it useful as it stood. One minor mystery solved. Still, there were philosophical considerations, his insatiable mind insisted. How could an inanimate thing think or have feelings? What was survival to a rock? A boulder was merely the fragment of a prior layer of rock. Why should it have a personal identity if the bedrock didn't? Still, the same question could be asked of a man. He had been formed from the tissues of the plants and animals he consumed, yet he had a separate... "What did you wish to talk to me about, Bink?" Sabrina inquired demurely, as if she didn't know. But as his mind formed the necessary words, his mouth balked. He knew what her answer had to be. No one could remain in Xanth after his 25th birthday unless he demonstrated a magic talent. Bink's own critical birthday was barely a month away. He was no child now. How could she marry a man who was so soon to be exiled? Why hadn't he thought of that before bringing her out here? He could only embarrass himself. Now he had to say something to her or suffer further embarrassment, making it awkward for her as well. "I just wanted to see your... See my what?" she inquired with an arch lift of eyebrow. He felt the heat starting up his neck. "Your holograph," he blurted. There was much more of her he longed to see and to touch, but that could come only after marriage. She was that sort of girl, and it was part of her appeal. The girls who had it didn't need to put it on casual display. Well, not quite true. He thought of Aurora, who certainly had it, yet who... "Bink, there is a way," Sabrina said. He glanced sidelong at her, then quickly away, confused. She couldn't be suggesting... "The good magician Humphrey," she continued blithely. What? He had been on quite a different track, no credit to his willful mind. "Humphrey knows 100 spells. Maybe one of them. I'm sure he could find out what your talent is. Then everything would be all right." "Oh. But he charges a year's service for a single spell," Bink protested. "I have only a month." But that was not quite accurate. If the magician identified a talent for Bink, then he would not be exiled, and he would have a year available. He was deeply touched by Sabrina's faith in him. She did not say what others said, that he had no magic. She did him the immense courtesy of choosing to believe that his magic merely remained undiscovered. Perhaps it was that faith that had first attracted him to her. Certainly she was beautiful and intelligent and talented, a prize by any definition. But she could have been much less in all categories and still been his... "A year is not so long," Sabrina murmured. "I would wait." Bink stared down at his hands, pondering. His right hand was normal, but he had lost the middle finger of his left hand in the childhood accident. It had not even been the result of inimical magic. He had been playing with a cleaver, holding down a stalk of coil grass while he chopped, pretending it was the tail of a dragon. After all, a boy could not start to practice too early for the serious side of life. The grass had twitched out of his grip as he swung, and he had grabbed for it, and the cleaver had come down hard on his extended finger. It had hurt, but the worst of it was that because he was not supposed to play with the cleaver, he had not dared scream or tell of his injury. He had controlled himself with extreme effort and suffered in silence. He had buried the finger and managed to hide his mutilation by keeping his hand closed for several days. When the truth finally came out, it was too late for a restorative spell. The finger was rotted and could not be reattached. A strong enough spell could have attached it, but it would have remained a zombie finger. He had not been punished. His mother, Bianca, believed he had learned his lesson, and he had. Next time he played with the cleaver on the sly, he would watch where his fingers were. His father seemed privately pleased that Bink had shown so much courage and tenacity in adversity, even in his wrongdoing. "The lad's got nerve," Roland had said. Now, if only he had magic. Bink jerked his eyes away from the hand. That had been 15 years ago. Suddenly, a year seemed short indeed. 1 year of service in exchange for a lifetime with Sabrina. It was a bargain. Yet, suppose he had no magic. Was he to pay a year of his life to verify the certainty of being thrust into the drear realm of the null-talented? Or would it be better to accept exile, preserving the useless hope that he did have a latent talent? Sabrina, respecting his flurry of contemplation, began her holograph. A haze of blue appeared before her, hanging over the slope. It expanded, thinning at the edges, intensifying in the center, until it was 2 feet in diameter. It looked like thick smoke, but did not dissipate or drift. Now she began to hum. She had a good voice, not a great one, but right for her magic. At the sound, the blue cloud quivered and solidified, becoming roughly spherical. Then she changed her pitch, and the outer rim turned yellow. She opened her mouth, singing the word, girl, and the colors assumed the shape of a young lass in a blue dress with yellow frills. The figure was 3-dimensional, visible from all sides with differing perspective. It was a fine talent. Sabrina could sculpt anything, but the images vanished the moment her concentration stopped and never had any physical substance. So this was, strictly speaking, useless magic. It did not improve her life in any material fashion. Yet how many talents really did help their people? One person could make a leaf of a tree wither and die as he looked at it. Another could create the odor of sour milk. Another could make insane laughter bubble up from the ground. These were all magic, no question about it, but what use were they? Why should such people qualify as citizens of Xanth, while Bink, who was smart, strong, and handsome, was disqualified? Yet, that was the absolute rule. No non-magical person could remain beyond his quarter-century mark. Sabrina was right. He had to identify his talent. He had never been able to find it on his own, so he should pay the good magician's price. Not only would this preserve him from exile, which really might be a fate worse than death, since what was the point in life without magic, and win him Sabrina, a fate considerably better than death, it would also redeem his battered self-respect. He had no choice. "Oh!" Sabrina exclaimed, clapping her hands to her pert derriere. The holograph dissolved, the blue-dressed girl distorting grotesquely before she vanished. "I'm on fire!" Bink stepped toward her, alarmed, but even as he moved, there was loud juvenile laughter. Sabrina whirled furiously. "Numbo, you stop that!" she cried. She was one of those girls who was as appealing in anger as in joy. "It's not funny!" It was, of course, Numbo who had given her a magical hot seat, a fiery pain in the posterior. Talk about a useless talent. Bink, his fists clenched so tightly that his thumb jammed into the stub of his missing finger, strode toward the grinning youth standing behind Lookout Rock. Numbo was 15, cocky, and annoying. He needed a lesson. But Bink's foot struck a loose rock, which turned his ankle long enough to cost him his balance. It didn't hurt, but it interrupted his forward progress. His hand swung forward, and his fingers touched an invisible wall. There was another shout of laughter. Bink hadn't crashed headlong into the wall thanks to the providential stone under his foot, but evidently someone thought he had. "You too, Chilk," Sabrina said. That was Chilk's talent, the wall. It was a kind of compliment to Sabrina's talent. Instead of being visible without substance, it had substance without visibility. It was only 6 feet square, and like so many talents, it was strictly temporary. But it was hard as steel in the first few moments. Bink could dodge around it and run the kid down, but he was sure to get caught several times by that remanifesting wall and suffer more damage than he could do to the boy. It wasn't worth it. If only he had a talent of his own, such as Numbo's hot seat, he could make the Joker sorry regardless of the wall. But he didn't, and Chilk knew it. Everyone knew it. That was Bink's big problem. He was fair game for all the pranksters, because he couldn't strike back, not magically, and it was deemed crass to do it physically. Right now, he was quite ready to be crass, however. "Let's get out of here, Bink," Sabrina said. There was disgust in her voice, nominally directed at the intruders, but Bink suspected part of it applied to him. An impotent kind of rage began building up, one he had felt many times before and had never gotten used to. He had been balked from proposing to her by the lack of a talent, and he could not stay here for the same reason. Not here at Lookout Rock or here in Xanth, because he didn't fit. They walked back down the path. The jokers, getting no further rise from their prey, went in search of other mischief. The landscape no longer seemed so lovely. Maybe he'd be better off away from here. Maybe he should take off now, not waiting to be officially exiled. If Sabrina really loved him, she'd come with him, even outside, into Mundania. No, he knew better than that. Sabrina loved him, but she loved Xanth, too. She had such a sweet shape, such kissable lips, that she could find another man much more easily than she could adjust to the rigors of life among the unmagical. For that matter, he could find another girl more easily than what he faced. So probably, objectively, he'd be better off going alone. So why didn't his heart agree? They passed the brown stone where the chameleon had perched, and he shuddered. "Why don't you ask Justin?" Sabrina suggested as they approached the village. It was dusk, closing in faster here than up at Lookout Rock. The village lamps were coming on. Bink glanced across at the unique tree she indicated. There were many kinds of trees in Xanth, a number of them vital to the economy. Beer barrel trees were tapped for drink, and oil barrel trees for fuel, and Bink's own footwear came from a mature shoe tree east of the village. But Justin tree was something special, a species never sprouted from seed. Its leaves were shaped like flat hands, and its trunk was the hue of tanned human flesh. This was scarcely surprising, since it had once been human. In an instant, that history flashed across Bink's mind, part of the dynamic folklore of Xanth. 20 years ago, there had been one of the greatest of the evil magicians, a young man named Trent. He had possessed the power of transformation, the ability to change any living thing into any other living thing instantly. Not satisfied with his status of magician, granted in recognition of the awesome strength of his magic, Trent had sought to use his power to preempt the throne of Xanth. His procedure had been simple and most direct. He transformed anyone who opposed him into something that could not oppose him. The worst threats he converted to fish, on dry land, allowing them to flop until they died. The mere nuisances he changed to animals or plants. Thus, several intelligent animals owed their status to him. Though they were dragons, two-headed wolves, and land octopi, they retained the intelligence and perspective of their human origins. Trent was gone now, but his works remained, for there was no other transformer to change them back. Holographs, hot seats, and invisible walls were qualifying talents, but transformation was of a different order. Only once in a generation did such power manifest in an individual, and it seldom manifested twice in the same form. Justin had been one of Magician Trent's annoyances. No one remembered exactly what he had done, so Justin was a tree. No one had the ability to change him back into a man. Justin's own talent had been voice projection, not the parlor trick that was ventriloquism or the trivial talent of insane laughter, but genuine, comprehensible utterance at a distance without the use of vocal cords. He retained his talent as a tree, and as he had a great deal of time for thought, villagers often came to this tree for advice. Often it was good advice. Justin was no genius, but a tree had greater objectivity about human problems. It occurred to Bink that Justin might actually be better off as a tree than he had been as a man. He liked people, but it was said that in his human form he had not been handsome. As a tree, he was quite stately, and no threat to anyone. They veered to approach Justin. Suddenly, a voice spoke directly in front of them. "Do not approach, friends. Ruffians are lurking." Bink and Sabrina drew up short.
"Is that you, Justin?"
she asked. "Who is lurking?" But the tree could not hear as well as it could speak, and did not answer. Wood did not seem to make the best ears. Bink, angry, took a step toward it. "Justin is public scenery," he muttered. "Nobody has a right to—" "Please, Bink," Sabrina urged, pulling back on his arm. "We don't want any trouble." No, she never wanted any trouble. He would not go so far as to call this a fault in her, but at times it became annoyingly inconvenient. Bink himself never let trouble bar him from a matter of principle. Still, Sabrina was beautiful, and he had caused her trouble enough already tonight. He turned to accompany her away from the tree. "Hey, no fair!" a voice exclaimed. "They're going away!" "Justin must have tattled," another cried. "Then let's chop down Justin." Bink halted again. "They wouldn't," he said. "Of course they wouldn't," Sabrina agreed. "Justin is a village monument. Ignore them." But the voice of the tree came again, a bit misplaced in relation to Bink and Sabrina, evidence of poor concentration. "Friends, please fetch the king quickly. These ruffians have an axe or something, and they've been eating loco berries." "An axe!" Sabrina exclaimed in sheer horror. "The king is out of town," Bink muttered. "Anyway, he's senile. And he hasn't summoned more than a summer shower in years," Sabrina agreed. "Kids didn't dare make so much mischief when he had his full magic." "We certainly didn't," Bink said. "Remember the hurricane flanked by 6 tornadoes he summoned to put down the last wiggle spawning? He was a real storm king then. There was the ringing sound of metal biting into wood. A scream of sheer agony erupted from the air. Bink and Sabrina jumped. "That's Justin," she said. "They're doing it." "No time for the king, anyway," Bink said. He charged toward the tree. "Bink, you can't!" Sabrina cried after him. "You don't have any magic." So the truth came out in this moment of crisis. She didn't really believe he had a talent. "I've got muscle, though," he yelled back. "You go for help." Justin screamed again as the blade struck a second time. It was an eerie wooden noise. There was laughter, the merry mirth of kids out on a lark, having no care at all what consequences their actions might have. Loco? This was mere insensitivity. Then Bink was there, and he was alone. Just when he was in the mood for a good fight, the malicious pranksters had scattered. He could guess their identities, but he didn't have to. "Gemma, Zinc, and Potiphar," Justin Tree said. "Oh, my foot!" Bink squatted to inspect the cut. The white wood wound was clearly visible in contrast to the shoe-like bark of the base of the tree trunk. Driblets of reddish sap were forming, very much like blood. Not too serious for a tree this size, but surely extremely uncomfortable. "I'll get some compresses for that," Bink said. "There's some coral sponge in the forest near here. Yell if anyone bothers you while I'm gone." "I will," Justin said. "Hurry." Then, as an afterthought, "You're a great guy, Bink. Much better than some who, than some who have magic," Bink finished for him. "Thanks for trying to spare my feelings." Justin meant well, but sometimes spoke before he thought. It came from having a wooden brain. "It isn't fair that louts like Jamma are called citizens, while you—" "Thanks," Bink said gruffly, moving off. He agreed completely, but what was the use talking about it? He watched out for anyone lurking in the bushes, waiting to bother Justin when the tree was unprotected, but saw nobody. They were really gone. Jamma, Zinc, and Potiphar, he thought darkly. The village troublemakers. Jamma's talent was the manifestation of a sword, and that was what had chopped Justin's trunk. Anyone who could imagine that such vandalism was funny. Bink remembered one of his own bitter experiences with that bunch not so many years ago. Intoxicated by loco berries, the three had lurked in ambush along one of the paths beyond the village, just looking for mischief. Bink and a friend had walked into that trap, and been backed up against the cloud of poison gas that was Potiphar's magic talent, while Zinc made mirage holes near their feet and Jamma materialized flying swords for them to duck. Some sport. Bink's friend had used his magic to escape, animating a golem from a stick of wood that took his place. The golem had resembled him exactly, so that it fooled the pranksters. Bink had known the difference, of course, but he had covered for his friend. Unfortunately, though, the golem was immune to poison gas, Bink was not. He had inhaled some of it and lost consciousness even as help arrived. His friend had brought Bink's mother and father. Bink had found himself holding his breath again as the poison cloud enveloped him. He saw his mother tugging at his father's arm, pointing Bink's way. Bianca's talent was replay. She could jump time back 5 seconds in a small area. This was very limited, but deviously powerful magic, for it enabled her to correct a just-made mistake, such as Bink's breath of poison gas. Then his breath had whooshed out again, making Bianca's magic useless. She could keep replaying the scene indefinitely, but everything was replayed, including his breath. But Roland looked piercingly, and Bink had frozen. Roland's talent was the stun gaze. One special glance, and what he looked at was frozen in place, alive, but immobile until released. In this manner, Bink had been prevented from breathing the gas a second time, until his rigid body had been carried out. As the stun abated, he had found himself in his mother's arms. "Oh, my baby!" she cried, cradling his head against her bosom. "Did they hurt you?" Bink came to an abrupt stop by the bed of sponge, his face flushing even now with the keen embarrassment of the memory. Had she had to do that? Certainly she had saved him from an early death, but he had been the laughingstock of the village for an interminable time thereafter. Everywhere he went, kids exclaimed, "My baby!" in falsetto, and sniggered. He had his life at the expense of his pride, yet he knew he could not blame his parents. He had blamed Jamma and Zinc and Potiphar. Bink had no magic, but perhaps for that reason he was the huskiest boy in the village. He had had to fight as long as he could remember. He was not especially well coordinated, but he had a lot of raw power. He had gone after Jamma privately and demonstrated convincingly that the fist was swifter than the magic sword. Then Zinc, and finally Potiphar. Bink had hurled him into his own gas cloud, forcing him to dissolve it very suddenly. Those three had not sniggered at Bink thereafter. In fact, they tended to avoid him, which was why they had scattered when he charged the tree. Together they could have overcome him, but they had been well conditioned by those separate encounters. Bink smiled, his embarrassment replaced by grim pleasure. Perhaps his manner of dealing with the situation had been immature, but there had been a lot of satisfaction in it. Down underneath, he knew it had been his irritation at his mother that motivated him, displaced to people like Jamma, but he did not regret it. He did love his mother, after all. But in the end, his only chance to redeem himself had been to find his own magic talent, a good, strong one like that of his father, Roland. So no one would dare tease him, or laugh at him, or baby him ever again. So that pure shame would not drive him from Xanth, and that had never happened. He was known contemptuously as the Spell-less Wonder. He stooped to gather several good, strong sponges. These would abate Justin Tree's discomfort, for that was their magic. They absorbed agony and spread a healing comfort. A number of plants and animals, he was not quite sure in which category the sponges fit, had similar properties. The advantage of the sponges was that they were mobile. Plucking them would not kill them. They were tough. They had migrated from the water when the corals did, and now thrived on land. Probably their magic healing properties had been developed to facilitate their lives in the new medium. Or maybe before the migration, since coral was cutting stuff. Talents tended to run in schools, with one overlapping another. Thus, many variants of each type of magic showed up in the plant and animal kingdoms. But among people, magic varied extremely widely. It seemed that individual personality had more to do with it than heredity, though the strongest magic tended to turn up in particular family lines, as if strength of magic was hereditary, while type of magic was environmental. Yet there were other factors. Bink could fit a lot of reflection into a passing moment. If reflection were magic, he'd be a magician. But right now, he'd better concentrate on what he was doing, or he'd be in trouble. Dusk was intensifying. Dismal shapes were rising out of the forest, hovering as if seeking prey. Eyeless and formless, they nevertheless conducted themselves with a disquieting awareness, orienting on Bink, or seeming to. More magic was unexplained than was safely catalogued. A will-o'-the-wisp caught Bink's nervous eye. He started to follow the half-glimpsed light, then abruptly caught himself. The lure of the wisp was sheer mischief. It would lead him into the wilderness and lose him there, prey to the hostile magic of the unknown. One of Bink's childhood friends had followed the wisp and never returned. Warning enough. Night transformed Xanth. Regions like this one that were innocent by day became horrors as the sun sneaked down. Specters and shades came out, questing for their ghastly satisfactions, and occasionally a zombie ripped free of its grave and marched clumsily about. No sensible person slept outdoors, and every house in the village had repulsion spells against the supernatural. Bink did not dare use the shortcut back to Justin Tree. He would have to go the long way, following the looping but magically protected trails. This was not timidity, but necessity. He ran, not from fear, for there was no real danger on this charmed route, and he knew the paths too well to stray accidentally from them, but in order to reach Justin more swiftly. Justin's flesh was wood, but it hurt every bit as much as normal flesh. How anyone could be so crass as to chop at Justin Tree? Bink passed a field of sea oats, hearing the pleasant swish and gurgle of their oceanic tides. When harvested, they made excellent foamy broth, except that it tended to be rather salty. The bowls could only be filled halfway. Otherwise, the broth's continuing sea waves slopped over. He remembered the wild oats he had planted as an adolescent. Sea oats were restless, but their cousins, the wild oats, were hyperactive. They had fought him savagely, their stems slashing across his wrists as he tried to harvest a ripe ear. He had gotten it, but had been uncomfortably scratched and abraded before getting clear of the patch. He had planted those few wild seeds in a secret plot behind his house and watered them every day the natural way. He had guarded the bad-tempered shoots from all harm, his anticipation growing. What an adventure for a teenaged male, until his mother, Bianca, had discovered the plot. Alas, she had recognized the species instantly. There had been a prompt family hassle. "How could you?" Bianca demanded, her face flaming. But Roland had labored to suppress his admiring smile. "Sowing wild oats," he murmured. "The lad's growing up." "Now, Roland, you know that—" "Dear, it isn't as if there's any real harm in it." "No harm?" she exclaimed indignantly. "It is a perfectly natural urge for a young man." But her furious expression had halted Bink's father, who feared nothing in Xanth, but was normally a peaceable man. Roland sighed and turned to Bink. "I gather you do know what you were doing, son." Bink felt excruciatingly defensive. "Well, yes. The nymph of the oats—" "Bink!" Bianca snapped warningly. He had never seen her so angry before. Roland held up his hands, making peace. "Dear, why don't you let us work this out, man to man? The boy's got it right." And so Roland had betrayed his own bias. When his man-to-man chat was with Bink, it was with a boy. Without another word, Bianca had stalked out of the house. Roland turned to Bink, shaking his head in a gesture that was only nominally negative. Roland was a powerful, handsome man, and he had a special way with gestures. Genuine wild oats, culled, thrashing from the stem, sown by the full moon, watered with your own urine? He inquired frankly, and Bink nodded, his face at half heat. So that when the plants mature and the oat nymph manifests, she will be bound to you, the fertilizer figure? Bink nodded grimly. Son, believe me, I comprehend the attraction. I sowed wild oats myself when I was your age. Got me a nymph, too, with flowing green hair and a body like the great outdoors. But I had forgotten about the special watering, and so she escaped me. I never saw anything so lovely in my life, except your mother, of course. Roland had sown wild oats? Bink had never imagined such a thing. He remained silent, afraid of what was coming. I made the mistake of confessing about the oats to Bianca, Roland continued. I fear she became somewhat sensitized on the subject, and you caught the brunt. These things happen. So his mother was jealous of something that had happened in his father's life before he married her. What a pitfall of concepts Bink had stumbled into unwittingly. Roland's face became serious. To a young man, inexperienced, the notion of a lovely, nude, captive nymph may be phenomenally tempting, he continued. All the physical attributes of a real woman, and none of the mental ones. But son, this is a juvenile dream, like finding a candy tree. The reality really would not be all you anticipated. One quickly becomes surfeited, tired of unlimited candy, and so it also is with a mindless female body. A man cannot love a nymph. She might as well be air. His ardor rapidly turns to boredom and to disgust. Still, Bink dared not comment. He would not have become bored, he was sure. Roland understood him too well. Son, what you need is a real live girl, he concluded. A figure with a personality who will talk back to you. It is far more challenging to develop a relationship with a complete woman, and often extremely frustrating. He glanced meaningfully at the door, through which Bianca had departed. But in the long run, it is also far more rewarding. What you sought in the wild oats was a shortcut, but in life, there are no shortcuts. He smiled. Though if it had been up to me, I'd have let you try the shortcut. No harm in it, no harm at all. But your mother, well, we have a conservative culture here, and the ladies tend to be the most conservative, especially the pretty ones. It's a small village, smaller than it used to be, so everybody knows his neighbor's business. So we are circumscribed. Know what I mean? Bink nodded uncertainly. When his father laid down the law, however circumspectly, that was final. No more oats. Your mother, well, she was caught by surprise by your growing up. The oats are out. She's probably rooting them up right this instant. But you still have a lot of good experience ahead of you. Bianca might like to think of you as a little boy forever, but even she can't balk nature. Not for more than 5 seconds. So she'll simply have to go along with it. Roland paused, but Bink was silent again, unsure of what his father was leading up to. There's a girl due to move here from one of the lesser villages, Roland continued. Theoretically, this is for proper schooling, since we have the best centaur schoolmaster in Xanth. But I suspect the underlying reason is that there simply aren't many eligible boys in her village. I understand she has not yet discovered her magic talent, and she's about your age. He paused to glance meaningfully at Bink. I think she could use a handsome, healthy young man to show her around and warn her of local hazards. I understand she is extremely smart and pretty and soft-spoken, a rare combination. Then Bink began to understand. A girl, a real girl, for him to get to know. One who would not be prejudiced by his lack of magic, and Bianca would not be able to disapprove, though privately she might dislike the fact of Bink's newly masculine drives. His father had given him a viable option. Suddenly he realized he could do without wild oats. Her name is Sabrina, Roland said. A light ahead brought Bink back to the present. Someone was standing by Justin Tree, holding a magic lamp. "It is all right, Bink," Justin's voice said in the air beside him. "Sabrina brought help, but it wasn't needed. Did you get the sponge?" "I got it," Bink said. So his little adventure had been no adventure at all, just like his life. As Sabrina helped him pack the sponge around Justin's wound, Bink realized that he had decided. He could not go on this way, a non-entity. He would go to see the good magician Humphrey and learn what his own magic talent was. He glanced up. His eyes caught those of Sabrina, glowing by the light of the lamp. She smiled. She was even more lovely now than she had been when he first met her, so many years ago, when they had both been adolescents. And she had always been true to him. There was no question. Bink's father had been correct about the advantages and frustrations of a real live girl. Now it was up to Bink to do what he had to do, to become a real live man. Chapter 2. Centaur. Bink set off on foot, wearing a stuffed knapsack and bearing a good hunting knife and a home-cut staff. His mother had urged him to let them hire a guide for him, but Bink had had to refuse. The guide would really be a guard to keep him safe. How would he ever live that down? Yet the wilderness beyond the village had its hazards for the traveler unfamiliar with it. Few people hiked it alone. He really would have been better off with a guide.
Oh, I'd asked in chat if anybody was here.
He could have had transport on a winged steed, but that would have been expensive and risky in its own fashion. Griffins were often surly creatures. He preferred to make his own way on the secure ground, if only to prove that he could, despite the fancied snickers of the village youth. Jamma wasn't snickering much at the moment. He was laboring under the mortification spell the village elders had put on him for his attack on Justin Tree. But there were other snickerers. At least Roland had understood. "One day you'll discover that the opinions of worthless people are worthless," he had murmured to Bink. "You have to do it your own way. I comprehend that, and wish you well. On your own." Bink had a map, and knew which path led to the castle of the good magician Humphrey. Rather, which path had led there. The truth.
Hey, sorry, I had asked in chat if people were here or not, because I didn't want to get in on anybody. But I'll just go wait for the next round.
Someone shoot those, please. I'm bandaging. It's all good, it's all good.
Anyone need some saline?
Oh, sorry, man. Yeah. God damn it.
Oh.
Wait, I need to bandage myself up again.
Oh
my god.
This fucking thing.
Get out of it, motherfucker.
Give me my gun, goddammit. Bandage up, I'll take care of it.
was that Humphrey was a crotchety old man who preferred isolation in the wilderness. Periodically, he moved his castle or changed the approaches to it by magical means so that one never could be sure of finding it. Regardless, Bink intended to track the magician to his lair. The first leg of his journey was familiar. He had spent his whole life in the North Village and explored most of its surrounding bypaths. Hardly any dangerous flora or fauna remained in the immediate vicinity, and those that were potential threats were well known. He stopped to drink at a water hole near a huge needle cactus. As he approached, the plant quivered, making ready to fire on him. "Hold, friend," Bink said commandingly. "I am of the North Village." The cactus, restrained by the pacification formula, withheld its deadly barrage. The key word was friend. The thing certainly was not a friend, but it had to obey the guess laid on it. No genuine stranger would know this, so the cactus was an effective guard against intruders. Animals below a certain size it ignored. Since most creatures had to have water sooner or later, this was a convenient compromise. Some areas had been ravaged occasionally by wild griffins and other large beasts, but not the North Village. One experience with an irate needler more than sufficed as a lesson for the animal lucky enough to survive it. Another hour's swift march brought him to less familiar territory, by definition, less safe. What did the people of this area use to guard their water holes? Unicorns trained to impale strangers? Well, he would find out soon enough. The rolling hills and small lakes gave way to rougher terrain, and strange plants appeared. Some had tall antennas that swiveled to orient on him from a distance. Others emitted subtly attractive crooning noises, but had branches bearing powerful pincers. Bink walked at a safe distance around them, taking no unnecessary risks. Once, he thought he spied an animal about the size of a man, but it had 8 spider-like legs. He moved on rapidly and silently. He saw a number of birds, but these were of little concern. Since they could fly, they had little need for defensive magic against man, so he had no cause to be wary of them. Unless he saw any big birds, those might consider him prey. Once he spied the monstrous form of a roc in the distance and cowered down, letting it wing on without seeing him. So long as the birds were small, he actually preferred their company, for the insects and bugs were at times aggressive. In fact, a cloud of gnats formed around his head, casting a mass sweat spell that made him even more uncomfortable. Insects had an uncanny ability to discern those with no magic for defense. Maybe they merely used trial and error, getting away with whatever they could. Bink looked about for bug-repellent weeds, but found none. Weeds were never where one wanted them. His temper was getting short as the sweat streamed down his nose and into his eyes and mouth. Then 2 little sucker saps swooped in, sucking up the gnats, and he had relief. Yes, he liked little birds. He made about 10 miles in 3 hours and was tiring. He was in good condition generally, but was not used to sustained marching with a heavy pack. Every so often he got a twinge from the ankle he had turned at Lookout Rock. Not a bad twinge, for it turned out to be a minor hurt, just enough to keep him cautious. He sat on a hillock, first making sure it contained no itch ants, though it did have a needle cactus. He approached this very cautiously, uncertain as to whether it had been tamed by the spell. "Friend," he said, and just to make sure, he spilled a few drops of water from his canteen onto the soil for its roots to taste. Apparently, it was all right. It did not let fly at him. Even wild things often responded to common courtesy and respect. He broke out the lunch lovingly packed by his mother. He had food for 2 days, enough to get him to the magician's castle under ordinary circumstances. Not that things in Vant were usually ordinary. He hoped to extend that by staying overnight with some friendly farmer. He would need food for the return trip, too, and in any event did not relish the notion of sleeping outdoors. Night brought out special magic, and it could be ugly. He did not want to find himself arguing cases with a ghoul or ogre, since the case would most likely be the proper disposition of his human bones. whether they should be consumed live while the marrow was fresh and sweet, or crunched after being allowed to age for a week after death. Different predators had different tastes. He bit into the cress-mato sandwich. Something crunched, startling him. But it was not a bone, just a flavor stem. Bianca certainly knew how to make a sandwich. Roland always teased her about that, claiming she had mastered the art under the tutelage of an old sand witch. Yet it was unfunny to Bink, for it meant he was still dependent on her, until he finished what she had prepared and foraged for himself. A crumb dropped and vanished. Bink looked around and spied a chip mouse chewing busily. It had conjured the crumb 10 feet, avoiding the risk of close approach. Bink smiled. "I wouldn't hurt you, Chip." Then he heard something, the pounding of hooves. Some big animal was charging, or a mounted man approached. Either could mean trouble. Bink stuffed a chunk of wing cow cheese into his mouth, suffering a brief vision of the cow flying up to graze on the treetops after being relieved of her load of milk. He closed up his pack and shrugged his arms into the straps. He took his long staff in both hands. He might have to fight or run. The creature came into sight. It was a centaur, the body of a horse with the upper torso of a man. He was naked, in the manner of his kind, with muscular flanks, broad shoulders, and an ornery visage. Bink held his staff before him, ready for defense, but not aggressively so. He had little confidence in his ability to outfight the massive creature, and no hope of outrunning him. But maybe the centaur was not unfriendly, despite appearances, or did not know that Bink had no magic. The centaur pulled up close. He held his bow ready, an arrow nocked. He looked formidable indeed. Bink had developed a lot of respect for centaurs in school. This was obviously no elder sage, however, but a youthful brute. "You are trespassing," the centaur said. "Move off this range." "Now wait," Bink said reasonably. "I'm a traveler following the established path. It's a public right-of-way. Move off," the centaur repeated, his bow swinging around menacingly. Bink was normally a good-natured fellow, but he had a certain ornery streak that manifested in times of stress. This journey was vitally important to him. This was a public path, and he had had his fill of deferring to magical menaces. The centaur was a magical creature, having no existence in the mundane world beyond Xanth, by all accounts. Thus, Bink's aggravation against magic was stirred up again, and he did something foolish. "Go soak your tail!" he snapped. The centaur blinked. Now he looked even huskier, his shoulders broader, his chest deeper, and his equine body even more dynamic than before. Obviously, he was not accustomed to such language, at least not directed at him, and the experience startled him. In due course, however, he made the requisite mental and emotional adjustments, signaled by an awe-inspiring knotting of oversized muscles. A deep red, almost purple wash of color ascended from the hairy horse base up through the bare stomach and scarred chest, accelerating and brightening as it funneled into the narrower neck, and finally dyeing the head and ugly face explosively. As that inexorable tide of red rage ignited his ears and penetrated to his brain, the centaur acted. His bow swung about, the nocked arrow drawing back. As it bore on Bink, the arrow let fly. Naturally, Bink wasn't there. He had had ample opportunity to read the storm signals. As the bow moved, he ducked under. Then he straightened up right under the centaur's nose and brought his staff around in a hard swing. It fetched the creature a smart rap on the shoulder, doing no actual harm, but it had to sting severely. The centaur emitted a bellow of sheer, impassioned rage. He whipped his bow around with his left hand while his right hand dived for the quiver of arrows hanging on his equine shoulder, but now Bink's staff was tangled in his bow. The creature threw down the bow. The action ripped the staff out of Bink's hands. The centaur made a huge fist. Bink scurried around to the rear as that fist swung at him, but the rear of the centaur was no safer than the front. One leg licked back violently. Through a freak of timing, it missed Bink and clubbed into the trunk of the needle cactus. The cactus responded with a barrage of flying needles. Even as the hoof struck, Bink threw himself flat on the ground. The needles overshot him and plunked into the handsome posterior of the centaur. Once more, Bink had lucked out. He was miraculously untouched by either hoof or needles. The centaur neighed with truly amazing volume. Those needles hurt. Each one was 2 inches long and barbed, and 100 of them decorated the glistening surface, tacking the tail to the donkey, as it were. Had the creature been facing the cactus, he could have been blinded or killed as the barbs punctured his face and neck. He was lucky, too, though he hardly seemed to appreciate his fortune at the moment. Now there were no bounds to the centaur's anger. An unholy contortion of utter rage ravaged his homely face. He did a massive prance, his hindquarters rising and descending in an arc, bringing his front part abruptly adjacent to Bink. 2 crushingly powerful arms shot out, and 2 horny hands closed about Bink's relatively puny neck. Slowly they tightened, with vice-like deliberation. Bink, lifted off the ground so that his feet dangled, was helpless. He knew he was about to be strangled. He could not even plead for mercy, for his air and much of his blood were cut off. "Chester!" a female voice cried. The centaur stiffened. This did Bink no good. "Chester, you put that man down this instant," the voice said peremptorily. "Do you want an interspecies incident?" "But Cherry," Chester protested, his color abating several shades. "He's an intruder, and he asked for it." "He's on the king's path," Cherry said. "Travelers are immune to molestation. You know that. Now let him go." The lady centaur hardly seemed to be in a position to enforce her demand, but Chester slowly bowed to her authority. "Can't I just squeeze him a little?" he begged, squeezing a little. Bink's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. "If you do, I'll never run with you again. Down." Aww. Reluctantly, Chester eased off. Bink slid to the ground,
Thanks, guys.
reeling.
How you doing?
What
Yeah,
a
there's
fool he
a good
had been
spider
to
there
tangle with
where
this
I'm
brute.
standing right here.
The female centaur caught him as he swayed. "Poor thing."
Oh
she
yeah, I
exclaimed,
love the brown
cushioning
spiders.
his head against a plush pillow.
Thanks, guys.
"Are you all right?"
We're here as well.
Bink opened his mouth,
Thing is
gagged,
yours.
and tried
Somehow
again.
they came out.
It
I was like,
seemed that
damn,
his
there's only
crushed
2 of
throat
them,
would
and that makes
never
sense.
unkink.
Yeah.
"Yes?" he croaked. "Who are you? What happened to your
I gotta
hand?"
head out for lunch,
Did
but
Chester-
so I won't
No,
be here anymore. But
Bink said
thanks a
hastily.
lot.
"He didn't bite off my finger.
Okay.
That's
Take it
a
easy.
childhood injury. See, it's long since healed over." She inspected it carefully, running her surprisingly delicate fingers over it. "Yes, I see. Still, Are you? What happened?"
You have 1 ability point to allocate. Thanks. I quickly opened my character sheet and dropped the new point into mental. My mana bar extended by a negligible 200 points, but every little... It is done, Chief. 20 more... Only fair. 13,000 HP, 6,000 MP. Blood gut had much... even a sword. Worth more than the monetary settlement itself.
The hell with that?
A young black man.
Side 1, A Spell for Chameleon, by Piers Anthony. Copyright 1977 by Piers Anthony. Narrated by Lee Ewing. This book contains 344 pages on 10 sides. If you would like to skip over any remaining announcements or introductory material, place your cassette player and fast forward until a beep is heard. 2 feet across, head away and did not relish the notion of sleeping outdoors. Night brought out rolling hills, fancied snickers of the village youths. Jamma wasn't snickering much at the moment. He was laboring under the mortification spell the village elders had put on him for his attack on Justin Tree. But there were other snickerers. At least Roland had understood. One day you'll discover that the opinions of worthless people are worthless, he had murmured to Bink. You have to do it your own way. I comprehend that, and wish you well. On your own. Bink had a map, and knew which path led to the castle of the good magician Humphrey. Rather, which path had led there. The truth was that Humphrey was a crotchety old man who preferred isolation in the wilderness. Periodically, he moved his castle or changed the approaches to it by magical means so that one never could be sure of finding it. Regardless, Bink intended to track the magician to his lair. The first leg of his journey was familiar. He had spent his whole life in the North Village and explored most of its surrounding bypaths. Hardly any dangerous flora or fauna remained in the immediate vicinity, and those that were potential threats were well known. He stopped to drink at a water hole near a huge needle cactus. As he approached, the plant quivered, making ready to fire on him. "Hold, friend," Bink said commandingly. "I am of the North Village." The cactus, restrained by the pacification formula, withheld its deadly barrage. The key word was friend. The thing certainly was not a friend, but it had to obey the guess laid on it. No genuine stranger would know this, so the cactus was an effective guard against intruders. Animals below a certain size it ignored. Since most creatures had to have water sooner or later, this was a convenient compromise. Some areas had been ravaged occasionally by wild griffins and other large beasts, but not the North Village. One experience with an irate needler more than sufficed as a lesson for the animal lucky enough to survive it. Another hour's swift march brought him to less familiar territory, by definition, less safe. What did the people of this area use to guard their water holes? Unicorns trained to impale strangers? Well, he would find out soon enough. The rolling hills and small lakes gave way to rougher terrain, and strange plants appeared. Some had tall antennas that swiveled to orient on him from a distance. Others emitted subtly attractive crooning noises, but had branches bearing powerful pincers. Bink walked at a safe distance around them, taking no unnecessary risks. Once, he thought he spied an animal about the size of a man, but it had 8 spider-like legs. He moved on rapidly and silently. He saw a number of birds, but these were of little concern. Since they could fly, they had little need for defensive magic against man, so he had no cause to be wary of them. Unless he saw any big birds, those might consider him prey. Once he spied the monstrous form of a roc in the distance and cowered down, letting it wing on without seeing him. So long as the birds were small, he actually preferred their company, for the insects and bugs were at times aggressive. In fact, a cloud of gnats formed around his head, casting a mass sweat spell that made him even more uncomfortable. Insects had an uncanny ability to discern those with no magic for defense. Maybe they merely used trial and error, getting away with whatever they could. Bink looked about for bug-repellent weeds, but found none. Weeds were never where one wanted them. His temper was getting short as the sweat streamed down his nose and into his eyes and mouth. Then 2 little sucker saps swooped in, sucking up the gnats, and he had relief. Yes, he liked little birds. He made about 10 miles in 3 hours and was tiring. He was in good condition generally, but was not used to sustained marching with a heavy pack. Every so often he got a twinge from the ankle he had turned at Lookout Rock. Not a bad twinge, for it turned out to be a minor hurt, just enough to keep him cautious. He sat on a hillock, first making sure it contained no itch ants, though it did have a needle cactus. He approached this very cautiously, uncertain as to whether it had been tamed by the spell. "Friend," he said, and just to make sure, he spilled a few drops of water from his canteen onto the soil for its roots to taste. Apparently, it was all right. It did not let fly at him. Even wild things often respond to common courtesy and respect. He broke out the lunch lovingly packed by his mother. He had food for 2 days, enough to get him to the magician's castle under ordinary circumstances. Not to things in Zant were usually ordinary. He hoped to extend that by staying overnight with some friendly farmer. He would need food for the return trip, too, and in any event did not relish the notion of sleeping outdoors. Night brought out special magic, and it could be ugly. He did not want to find himself arguing cases with a ghoul or ogre, since the case would most likely be the proper disposition of his human bones, whether they should be consumed live while the marrow was fresh and sweet, or crunched after being allowed to age for a week after death. Different predators had different tastes. He bit into the cress-mato sandwich. Something crunched, startling him, but it was not a bone, just a flavor stem. Bianca certainly knew how to make a sandwich. Roland always teased her about that, claiming she had mastered the art under the tutelage of an old sand witch. Yet it was unfunny to Bink, for it meant he was still dependent on her, until he finished what she had prepared and foraged for himself. A crumb dropped and vanished. Bink looked around and spied a chip mouse chewing busily. It had conjured the crumb 10 feet, avoiding the risk of close approach. Bink smiled. "I wouldn't hurt you, Chip." Then he heard something, the pounding of hooves. Some big animal was charging, or a mounted man approached. Either could mean trouble. Bink stuffed a chunk of wing cow cheese into his mouth, suffering a brief vision of the cow flying up to graze on the treetops after being relieved of her load of milk. He closed up his pack and shrugged his arms into the straps. He took his long staff in both hands. He might have to fight or run. The creature came into sight. It was a centaur, the body of a horse with the upper torso of a man. He was naked, in the manner of his kind, with muscular flanks, broad shoulders, and an ornery visage. Bink held his staff before him, ready for defense, but not aggressively so. He had little confidence in his ability to outfight the massive creature, and no hope about running. The shape of the centaur was not unfriendly, despite appearance, or did not know that things had no magic. The centaur pulled up close. He held his bow ready, an arrow nocked. He looked formidable indeed. Bink had developed a lot of respect for centaurs in school. This was obviously no elder sage, however, but a youthful brute. "You are trespassing," the centaur said. "Move off this range." "Now wait," Bink said reasonably. "I'm a traveler following the established path. It's a public right-of-way. Move off," the centaur repeated, his bow swinging around menacingly. Bink was normally a good-natured fellow, but he had a certain ornery streak that manifested in times of stress. This journey was vitally important to him. This was a public path, and he had had his fill of deferring to magical menaces. The centaur was a magical creature, having no existence in the mundane world beyond Zant, by all accounts. Thus, Bink's aggravation against magic was stirred up again, and he did something foolish. "Go soak your tail," he snapped. The centaur blinked. Now he looked even huskier, his shoulders broader, his chest deeper, and his equine body even more dynamic than before. Obviously, he was not accustomed to such language, at least not directed at him, and the experience startled him. In due course, however, he made the requisite mental and emotional adjustments, signaled by an awe-inspiring knotting of oversized muscles. A deep red, almost purple wash of color ascended from the hairy horse base up through the bare stomach and scarred chest, accelerating and brightening as it funneled into the narrower neck, and finally dyeing the head and ugly face explosively. As that inexorable tide of red rage ignited his ears and penetrated to his brain, the centaur acted. His bow swung about, the nocked arrow drawing back. As it bore on Bink, the arrow let fly. Naturally, Bink wasn't there. He had had ample opportunity to read the storm signals. As the bow moved, he ducked under, Then he straightened up right under the centaur's nose and brought his staff around in a hard swing. It fetched the creature a smart rap on the shoulder, doing no actual harm, but it had to sting severely. The centaur emitted a bellow of sheer, impassioned rage. He whipped his bow around with his left hand while his right hand dived for the quiver of arrows hanging on his equine shoulder. But now Bink's staff was tangled in his bow. The creature threw down the bow. The action ripped the staff out of Bink's hands. The centaur made a huge fist. Bink scurried around to the rear as that fist swung at him, but the rear of the centaur was no safer than the front. One leg licked back violently. Through a freak of timing, it missed Bink and clubbed into the trunk of the needle cactus. The cactus responded with a barrage of flying needles. Even as the hoof struck, Bink threw himself flat on the ground. The needles overshot him and plunked into the handsome posterior of the centaur. Once more, Bink had lucked out. He was miraculously untouched by either hoof or needles. The centaur neighed with truly amazing volume. Those needles hurt. Each one was 2 inches long and barbed, and 100 of them decorated the glistening surface, tacking the tail to the donkey, as it were. Had the creature been facing the cactus, he could have been blinded or killed as the barbs punctured his face and neck. He was lucky, too, though he hardly seemed to appreciate his fortune at the moment. Now there were no bounds to the centaur's anger. An unholy contortion of utter rage ravaged his homely face. He did a massive prance, his hindquarters rising and descending in an arc, bringing his front part abruptly adjacent to Bink. 2 crushingly powerful arms shot out, and 2 horny hands closed about Bink's relatively puny neck. Slowly they tightened, with vice-like deliberation. Bink, lifted off the ground so that his feet dangled, was helpless. He knew he was about to be strangled. He could not even plead for mercy, for his air and much of his blood were cut off. "Chester!" a female voice cried. The centaur stiffened. This did Bink no good. "Chester, you put that man down this instant," the voice said peremptorily. "Do you want an interspecies incident?" "But Cherry," Chester protested, his color abating several shades. "He's an intruder, and he asked for it." "He's on the king's path," Cherry said. "Travelers are immune to molestation. You know that. Now let him go." The lady centaur hardly seemed to be in a position to enforce her demand, but Chester slowly bowed to her authority. "Can't I just squeeze him a little?" he begged, squeezing a little. Bink's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. "If you do, I'll never run with you again. Down." "Wah." Reluctantly, Chester eased off. Bink slid to the ground, reeling. What a fool he had been to tangle with this brute. The female centaur caught him as he swayed. "Poor thing," she exclaimed, cushioning his head against a plush pillow. "Are you all right?" Bink opened his mouth, gagged, and tried again. It seemed that his crushed throat would never unkink. "Yes," he croaked. "Who are you? What happened to your hand? Did Chester—" "No," Bink said hastily. "He didn't bite off my finger. That's a childhood injury. See, it's long since healed over." She inspected it carefully, running her surprisingly delicate fingers over it. "Yes, I see. Still, I am Bink of the North Village," he said. He turned his head to face her, and discovered the nature of the pillow he rested against. "Oh, no, not again," he thought. "Will I always be babied by women?" Centaur females were smaller than the males, but still stood somewhat taller than human beings. Their humanoid portions were somewhat better endowed. He jerked his head away from her bare front. It was bad enough being babied by his mother, let alone a lady centaur. "I am traveling south to see the magician Humphrey." Cherry nodded. She was a beautiful creature, both as horse and as human, with glossy flanks and a remarkable human forefigure. Her face was attractive, only very slightly long of nose in the equine manner. Her brown human hair trailed all the way down to her saddle region, balancing her similarly flowing tail.
And this ass waylaid you?
Well, Bink looked at Chester, again noting the rippling muscle beneath the deadly glower. What would happen when the filly departed? It was a misunderstanding.
I'll bet,
Sherry said. But Chester relaxed a trifle. Evidently, he did not want to tangle with his girlfriend. Bink could readily appreciate why. If Cherry was not the loveliest and spunkiest centaur of the herd, she was surely close to it. I'll just be moving on now, Bink said. He could have done this at the outset, allowing Chester to run him off in a southerly direction. He had been as much to blame for the altercation as the centaur. Sorry about the problem. He held out his hand to Chester. Chester showed his teeth, which were more like horses' teeth than human ones. He made a big fist.
Chester!
Sherry snapped. Then, as the centaur guiltily relaxed his fist,
what happened to your flank?
The male's complexion darkened again, but not precisely with rage this time. He trotted his damaged posterior around to avoid the inquiring gaze of the female. Bink had almost forgotten about the needles. They must still be hurting, and it would hurt more to yank them all out. What a pain in the tail. A most awkward locale to discuss in mixed company. He almost felt sympathy for the surly creature. Chester suppressed his assorted reactions and with fine discipline took Bink's hand. I hope everything comes out all right in the end, Bink said, with a smile that became a bit broader than intended. In fact, he feared it resembled a smirk, and abruptly he knew he shouldn't have chosen those particular words or that particular expression on this particular occasion. Something homicidal reddened the whites of the centaur's eyes. Quite all right, he gritted through the grinding of clenched teeth. His hand began to squeeze, but his eyes were not yet so bloodshot as to miss the filly's glare. The fingers relaxed unwillingly. Another close call. Bink could have had his finger bones pulped in that grip.
I'll give you a lift,
Cherry decided.
Chester, put him on my back.
Chester put his hands under Bink's elbows and hoisted him like a feather. For a moment, Bink feared he would be thrown 50 feet. But Cherry's fair eye was still on them, and so he landed safely and gently on the lady's back.
Is that your staff?
She inquired, glancing at the tangled staff and bow. And Chester, without even being directed, lifted the staff and returned it to Bink, who tucked it slantwise between his back and his pack for easy transport.
Put your arms around my waist so you won't fall off when I move,
Cherry said. Good advice. Bink was inexperienced at riding, and there was no saddle. Very few honest horses remained in Xanth. Unicorns were very touchy about being mounted, and the winged horses were almost impossible to catch or tame. Once, when Bink was a child, a horsefly had been singed by a dragon, losing its flight feathers, and had had to prostitute itself so far as to give the villagers short rides in exchange for food and protection. The moment it had recovered, it had flown away. That had been Bink's only prior riding experience. He leaned forward. The staff interfered, preventing him from bending his back sufficiently. He reached back to draw it out, and it fell out of his hands to the ground. There was a snort from Chester that sounded suspiciously like humor, but the centaur picked it up and returned it to him. Bink tucked it under his arm this time, leaned forward again, and hugged Cherry's slender waist, heedless of Chester's renewed glower. Some things were worth the risk, such as getting out of here in a hurry.
You go to the vet and get those needles out of your...
Cherry began, speaking over her shoulder to the male. Right away, Chester interrupted. He waited for her to start, then turned and canted off in the direction he had come from, a little awkwardly. Probably each motion inflamed his hindquarters more. Cherry trotted down the path.
Chester is really a good creature at heart,
she said apologetically.
But he does tend to be a bit arrogant, and he gets his tail all knotted up when balked.
we've had some trouble with outlaws recently, and... Human outlaws? Bink asked. Yes. Kids from the north, doing mischief magic, gassing our livestock, shooting swords into trees, making dangerous pits seem to appear under our feet. That sort of thing. So naturally, Chester assumed... I know the culprits, Bink said. I had a scrape with them myself. They've been grounded now. If I had known they were coming down here... There just doesn't seem to be much discipline on the range these days, she said. According to the covenant, your king is supposed to keep order. But recently... Our king is getting old, Bink explained. He's losing his power, and there's a lot of trouble cropping up. He used to be a major magician, a storm brewer. We know, she agreed. When the fireflies infested our oat fields, he generated a storm that rained 5 days and drowned them all. Of course, it also ruined our crops, but the flies were doing that already. Every day, new fires. At least we were able to replant without further molestation. We are not forgetting the help he rendered, so we don't want to make an issue of it, but I don't know how much longer stallions like Chester are going to put up with these annoyances. That's why I wanted to talk with you. Maybe when you go home, if you could call things to the attention of the king... I don't think that would work. I'm sure the king wants to keep order. He just doesn't have the power anymore. Then perhaps it is time for a new king. He's getting senile. That means he hasn't got the sense to step down and won't admit there's any problem. Yes, but problems don't go away by being ignored. She made a delicate feminine snort. Something has to be done. Maybe I can get some advice from Magician Humphrey, Bink said. It's a serious business deposing a king. I don't think the elders would go for it. He did do good work in his prime, and there's really nobody to replace him. You know that only a great magician can be king. Yes, of course. We centaurs are all scholars, you know. Sorry, I forgot. Our village school is run by a centaur. I just wasn't thinking of that in the wilderness. Understandable, though I'd call this range, not wilderness. I specialize in humanoid history, and Chester studies horsepower applications. Others are legal scholars, experts in natural sciences, philosophers. She broke off. Now hang on. There's a trench up ahead I've got to hurdle. Bink had been relaxing, but now he leaned forward again and clasped his hands tightly around her waist. She had a sleek, comfortable back, but it was too easy to slide off. However, if she weren't a centaur, he would never have had the nerve to assume such a position. Cherry picked up speed, galloping down the hill, and the motion made him bounce alarmingly. Peering ahead under her arm, he saw the trench. Trench? It was a gorge, some 10 feet across, rushing up at them. Now he was more than alarmed. He was frightened. His hands became sweaty, and he began to slide off the side. Then she leaped with a single mighty spasm of her haunches and sailed up and across. Bink slipped further. He had a glimpse of the stony bottom of the trench, then they landed. The jolt caused him to slide around even more. His arms scrambled desperately for a more secure hold and wandered into distinctly awkward territory. Yet if he let go... Cherry caught him around the waist and set him on the ground. Easy, she said. We made it. Bink blushed. I'm sorry. I started to fall and just grabbed... I know. I felt your weight shift as I leaped. If you had done it on purpose, I'd have dropped you into the trench. And in that instant, she looked uncomfortably like Chester. He believed her. She could drop a man into a trench if she had reason to. Centaurs were tough creatures. Maybe I'd better walk now. No, there's another trench. They've been opening up recently. Well, I could climb down one side and up the other, carefully. It would take longer, but... So, there are nickelpedes at the bottom. Bink quailed. Nickelpedes were like centipedes, but about 5 times as large and considerably more deadly. Their myriad legs could cling to vertical rock faces, and their pincers could gouge out discs of flesh an inch across. They inhabited shadowed crevices, not liking direct sunlight. Even dragons hesitated to walk through ditches known to be infested by nickelpedes, and for good reason. The cracks have been opening up recently, Cherry continued as she kneeled to permit Bink to mount her again. He picked up his dropped staff and used it to help him climb. I'm afraid there's big magic brewing somewhere, spreading throughout Xanth, causing discord in animal, vegetable, and mineral. I'll get you across that next trench. Then it's beyond Centaur territory. It hadn't occurred to him that there would be such barriers. They didn't show on his map. The trail was supposed to be clear and reasonably safe throughout. But the map had been made years ago, and these cracks in the ground were new, Cherry said. Nothing in Xanth was permanent, and travel was always somewhat risky. He was lucky he had obtained the Lady Centaur's help. The landscape changed, as if the trench separated one type of place from another. Before, it had been rolling hills and fields. Now it was forest. The path became narrower, crowded by huge mock pine trees, and the forest floor was a red-brown carpet of mock needles. Here and there were patches of light green ferns, which seemed to thrive where weeds could not, and regions of dark green moss. A cold wind gusted through, tousling Cherry's hair and mane, carrying strands back against Bink. It was quiet here, and there was a pleasant, piney smell. He felt like dismounting and lying down in a bed of moss, just appreciating this peaceful spot. Don't do it, Cherry warned. Bink jumped. I didn't know centaurs practiced magic. Magic? She inquired, and he knew she was frowning. You read my mind. She laughed. Hardly. We do know magic, but we do know the effect these woods have on humans. It's the peace spell the trees make to protect themselves from getting chopped. Nothing wrong in that, Bink said. I wasn't going to chop them anyway. They don't trust in your good intentions. I'll show you. She stepped carefully off the beaten trail, her hooves sinking into the soft pine needle floor. She threaded her way between several dagger-spoked buckspruce trees, past a thin snake palm, which didn't even bother to hiss at her, and stopped near a tangle willow. Not too near. Everyone knew better than that. There, she murmured. Bink looked where her hand pointed. A human skeleton lay on the ground. Murder? He asked, shivering. No, just sleep. He came to rest here, as you wished to do just now, and never got up the gumption to depart. Complete peace is an insidious thing. Yes, he breathed. No violence, no distress, just loss of initiative. Why bother to work and eat when it was so much easier merely to relax? If a person wanted to commit suicide, this would be the ideal manner, but he had reason to live, so far. That's part of why I like Chester, Cherry said. He'll never succumb to anything like this. That was a certainty. There was no peace in Chester. Cherry herself would never succumb, Bink thought, though she was considerably more gentle. Bink felt the lassitude, despite the sight of the skeleton, but she was evidently able to resist the spell. Maybe the biology of the centaurs differed enough, or maybe she had savagery in her soul that her angelic form and pleasant words masked. Most likely a bit of both. Let's get out of here, she laughed. Don't worry. I'll see you safely through it. But don't come back this way alone. Travel with an enemy if you can find one. That's best. Better than a friend? Friends are peaceful, she explained. Oh, that did make sense. He'd never relax under a pine tree if he were with someone like Jamma. He'd be too afraid of getting a sword in his gut. But what an ironic necessity, to locate an enemy to accompany one to walk through a peaceful forest. Magic makes strange companions, he murmured. This peace spell also explained why there was so little other magic here. The plants did not need individual defensive spells. No one was going to attack. Even the tangle tree had seemed quiescent, though he was sure it would make a grab when it had the chance, since that was the way it fed. Interesting how quickly magic faded when the immediate imperative of survival abated. No, there was magic, strong magic. It was the communal magic of the entire forest, with each plant contributing its modicum. If a person could figure out a way to nullify the effect in himself, perhaps with a countercharm, he could live here in absolute safety. That was worth remembering. They threaded their way back to the path and resumed travel. Bink almost slid off his perch twice, falling asleep, each time awakening with a shock. He would never have made it out of here alone. He was glad to see the pine forest thin, shifting into hardwoods. He felt more alert, more violent, and that was good. Harder wood, harder feelings. I wonder who that was back there, Bink mused. Oh, I know, Sherry answered. He was one of the last wave who got lost, wandered in here, and decided to rest. Forever. But the last wavers were savage, Bink said. They slaughtered indiscriminately. All waves were savage when they came, with one exception, she said. We centaurs know. We were here before the first wave. We had to fight all of you, until the Covenant.
You want to buy this, sis?
You didn't have magic, but you had
where did it
weapons
go? You have
and
to
numbers
show it to
and
me again.
vicious cunning. Many of us died. My ancestors were first wave, Bink said with a certain pride. We always had magic, and we never fought the centaurs. Now don't get aggressive, human, just because I took you out of the peace pines, she cautioned. You do not have our knowledge of history. Bink realized that he'd better moderate his tone if he wanted to continue the ride, and he did want to continue. Cherry was pleasant company, and she obviously knew all the local magic, so that she was able to avoid all threats. Last and most, she was giving his tired legs a good rest while bearing him forward rapidly. Already she'd taken him a good 10 miles. I'm sorry. It was a matter of family pride. Well, that's no bad thing, she said, mollified. She made her way delicately across a wooden trestle over a bubbling brook. Suddenly, Bink was thirsty. May we stop for a drink? He asked. She snorted again, a very horse-like sound. Not here. Anyone who drinks from that water becomes a fish. A fish? Suddenly, Bink was twice as glad to have this guide. He surely would have drunk otherwise. Unless she was merely telling him that to tease him or trying to scare him away from this area. Why? The river is trying to restock itself. It was cleaned out by the evil magician Trent 21 years ago. Bink remained a bit skeptical about inanimate magic, especially of that potency. How could a river desire anything? Still, he remembered how Lookout Rock had saved itself from being broken up. Better to play it safe and assume that some features of the landscape could cast spells. Meanwhile, the reference to Trent preempted his attention. The evil magician was here? I thought he was a phenomenon of our own village. Trent was everywhere, she said. He wanted us centaurs to support him, and when we balked, because of the Covenant, you know, not to interfere in human business, he showed us his power by changing every fish in this river into a lightning bug. Then he departed. I think he figured that those shocking buggers would force us to change our minds. Why didn't he change the fish into a human army and try to conquer you that way? No good, Bink. They might have had the bodies of men, but their minds would have remained fish. They would have made very wishy-washy soldiers, and even if they had been good soldiers, they would hardly have served the man who would put them under that enchantment. They would have attacked Trent. Yes. I wasn't thinking. So he transformed them into lightning bugs and got well away from there so they couldn't shock him. So they went for the next best thing. Yes, it was a bad time for us. Oh, those bugs were a pain. They pestered us in clouds, scorching us with their little lightning bolts. I've still got scars on my... She paused, grimacing. On my tail. It was obviously a euphemism. What did you do? Bink inquired, fascinated, glancing back to see whether he could locate the scars. What he could see seemed flawless. Trent was exiled soon after that, and we got Humphrey to abate the spell. But the good magician isn't a transformer. No. But he told us where to find repellent magic to drive off the flies. Denied our electric-cooked flesh, the scourge soon died out. Good information is as good action, and the good magicians certainly have the information. That's why I'm going to him, Bink agreed. But he charges a year's service for a spell. You're telling us 300 head of centaur, 1 year each. What a job. All of you had to pay? What did you have to do? We are not permitted to tell, she said diffidently. Now Bink was doubly curious, but he knew better than to ask again. A centaur's given word was inviolate. But what could Humphrey have needed done that he could not do himself via one of his 100 spells? Or at least by means of his good information? Humphrey was basically a divinator. Anything he didn't know, he could find out, and that gave him enormous power. Probably the reason the village elders had not asked the good magician what to do about their senile king was that they knew what he would answer. Depose the king and install a new, young, fresh magician instead. That they obviously weren't ready to do, even if they could find such a young magician to serve. Well, there were many mysteries and many problems in Xanth, and it was hardly given to Bink to know of them all or to solve any. He had learned long ago to bow, however ungraciously, to the inevitable. They were past the river now, and climbing. The trees were closing in more thickly, their great round roots ridging across the path. No hostile magic threatened. Either the centaurs had cleaned out the area, the way the villagers had cleaned out Bink's home region, or Cherry knew this path so well that she avoided spells automatically, without seeming to. Probably some of both. Life itself, he thought, involved many alternate explanations for perplexing questions, and was generally some of both. Few things were hard and fast in Xanth. What was that history you know that I don't? Bink inquired, becoming bored by the trail. About the waves of human colonization? We have records of them all. Since the Shield and the Covenant, things have quieted down. The waves were terrors. Not the first wavers, Bink said loyally. We were peaceful. That's what I mean. You are peaceful now, except for a few of your young hoodlums, so you assume your ancestors were peaceful then. But my ancestors found it otherwise. They would have been happier had man never discovered Xanth. My teacher was a centaur, Bink said. He never said anything about he'd have been fired if he had told you the truth. Bink felt uneasy. You're not teasing me, are you? I'm not looking for any trouble. I have a very curious mind, but I've already had more trouble than I care for. She turned her head around to fix him with a gentle stare. Her torso twisted from the human waist to facilitate the motion. The torque was impressive. Her midsection was more limber than that of a human girl, perhaps because it was harder for a centaur to turn her whole body around. But if she had a human lower section to match the upper section, what a creature she would be. Your teacher didn't lie to you. A centaur never lies. He merely edited his information on orders from the king so as not to force on the impressionable minds of children things their parents did not want them to hear. Education has ever been thus. Oh, I wasn't implying any slight on his integrity, Bink said quickly. I liked him. As a matter of fact, he was the only one who didn't get fed up with all my questions. I learned a lot from him. But I guess I didn't ask about history much. I was more preoccupied with something he couldn't tell me. But at least he did tell me about the magician Humphrey. What is your question for Humphrey, if I may ask? What difference did it make? I have no magic, he confessed. At least I seem to have none. All through my childhood, I was at a disadvantage because I couldn't use magic to compete. I could run faster than anybody else, but the kid who could levitate still won the race. Stuff like that. Centaurs get along perfectly well without magic, she pointed out. We wouldn't take magic if it were offered. Bink did not believe that, but did not make an issue of it. Humans have a different attitude, I guess. When I got older, it got worse. Now I will be exiled if I don't show some magic talent. I'm hoping Magician Humphrey can... Well, if I do have magic, it means I can stay and marry my girl and have some fun. Finally. Sherry nodded. I suspected something like that. I suppose if I were in your situation, I could choke down the necessity of having magic, though I really think your culture's values are distorted. You should base your citizenship on superior qualities of personality and achievement, not on... Exactly, Bink agreed fervently. She smiled. You really should have been a centaur. She shook her head so that her hair flung out prettily. You have undertaken a hazardous journey. Not more hazardous than the one to the mundane world that will otherwise be forced on me. She nodded again. Very well. You have satisfied my curiosity. I'll satisfy yours. I'll tell you the whole truth about the human intrusion into Xanth. But I don't expect you to like it much. I don't expect to like the truth about myself much, Bink said ruefully. I might as well know whatever there is to know. For thousands of years, Xanth was a comparatively peaceful land, she said, assuming the somewhat pedantic tone he remembered from his school days. Probably every centaur was at heart a teacher. There was magic, very strong magic, but no unnecessary viciousness. We centaurs were the dominant species, but as you know, we had absolutely no magic. We are magic. I suppose we migrated here from Mundania originally, but that was so long ago, it has lost even to our records. Something tripped over in Bink's mind. I wonder if that really is true, about magic creatures not being able to work spells. I saw a chipmouse conjure a crumb of bread. Oh, are you sure it wasn't a chipmunk? That is a natural creature, according to our taxonomy, so it might work magic. You tax animals? Bink asked, amazed. Taxonomy, she repeated with an indulgent smile.
What?
The classification of living things, another centaur specialty.
Whoa, amazing.
Oh, Bink considered embarrassed. I thought it was a chipmouse, but I'm not quite certain now. Actually, we're not quite certain either, she admitted. It may be that some magical creatures can work magic, but as a general rule, a creature either does magic or is magic, not both, which is just as well. Think of the havoc a dragon magician could make. Bink thought of it. He shuddered. Let's get back to the history lesson, he suggested. About 1,000 years ago, the first human tribe discovered Xanth. They thought it was just another peninsula. They moved in and cut down the trees and slaughtered the animals. There was more than enough magic here to repulse them, but Xanth had never been subjected to such callous, systematic ravage before, and we did not quite believe it. We thought the humans would leave soon. But then they realized that Xanth was magic. They saw the animals levitating and the trees moving their branches. They hunted the unicorns and griffins. If you wonder why those big animals hate people, let me assure you they have good reason. Their ancestors would not have survived if they tried to be friendly. The first wavers were non-magical creatures in a land of spells, and after they got over the initial shock, they liked it. Now that's wrong, Bink exclaimed. Humans have the very strongest magic. Look at all the great magicians. You yourself told me just now how evil magician Trent changed all the fish. Pipe down before I buck you off, Sherry snapped. Her tail swished menacingly past Bink's ear. You don't know the quarter of it. Of course humans have magic now. That's part of their problem. but not at the start. Bink backed down again. It was increasingly easy to do. He liked this centaur lady very well. She was answering questions he hadn't even thought to ask yet. Sorry, this is new to me. You remind me of Chester. I'll bet you're awful stubborn, too. Yes, Bink said contritely. She laughed, and it sounded a bit like neighing. I do like you, human. I hope you find your... She pursed her lips distastefully. Magic. Then she flashed a sunny smile and as quickly sobered. Those first wavers had no magic, and when they found out what magic could do, they were fascinated, but a bit afraid of it. A number of them perished in a lake that had a drown spell, and some ran afoul of dragons. And when they met the first basilisk... Are there still basilisks? Bink inquired worriedly, abruptly remembering the omen of the chameleon. It had stared at him in the guise of a basilisk just before it died, as if its spell had backfired. He had yet to be sure of the meaning of that sequence. Yes, there are, but not many, she answered. Both humans and centaurs labor to stamp them out. Their glance is fatal to us, too, you know. Now they hide, because they know that the first intelligent creature killed that way will bring an avenging army of mirror-masked warriors down on them. A basilisk is no match for a forewarned man or centaur. It's just a small winged lizard, you know, with the head and claws of a chicken. Not very intelligent. Not that it usually needs to be. Say, Bink exclaimed. Maybe that's the missing factor. Intelligence. A creature can do magic, or be smart. Or any two of the three, but never all three. So a chip mouse might conjure, but not a smart dragon. She turned her head about again to face him. That's a novel idea. You're pretty smart yourself. I'll have to think about it. But until we verify it, don't go into the central wilderness unprotected. There just might be a smart, spell-throwing monster in there. I won't go into the wilderness, Bink promised. At least, I won't stray from the cleared path through it until I get to the magician's castle. I don't want any lizards looking death at me. Your ancestors were more aggressive, Sherry remarked. That's why so many of them died. But they conquered Xanth and formed an enclave where magic was banned. They liked the country and the uses of magic, you see, but they didn't want it too close to home. So they burned the forest there, killed all magical animals and plants, and built a great stone wall. The ruins, Bink exclaimed. I thought those old stones were from an enemy camp. They are from the first wave, she insisted. But I am descended from... I said you wouldn't like this. I don't, he agreed. But I want to hear it. How can my ancestors have... They settled in their walled village and planted mundane crops and herded mundane cattle. You know, beans and wingless cows. They married the women they had brought along, or that they could raid from the closest mundane settlements, and had children. Xanth was a good land, even in that region expunged of magic. But then something amazing happened. Sherry turned to face him again, glancing obliquely in a manner that would have been most fetching in a human girl. In fact, it was fetching in a centaur girl, especially if he squinted, so as to see only her human portion. Splendidly fetching, despite his knowledge that centaurs lived longer than humans, so that she was probably 50 years old. She looked 20. A 20 that few humans ever achieved. No halter would hold this filly. What happened? He asked, catering to her evident desire for an intellectual response. Centaurs were good storytellers, and they did like a good audience. Their children came up magic, she said. Aha! So the first wavers were magic. No, they were not. The land of Xanth is magic. It's an environmental effect. But it works much better with children, who are more formative, and it works best with babies conceived and birthed here. Adults, even of long residence, tend to suppress the talents they have because they know better. But children accept what is, so not only do they have more natural talent, they use it with more enthusiasm. I never knew that, he said. My folks have much more magic than I do. Some of my ancestors were magicians. But me, he sobered. I'm afraid I was a terrible disappointment to my parents. By rights, I should have had very strong magic, maybe even have been a magician myself. Instead, Cherry discreetly did not comment. At first, the humans were shocked, but soon they accepted it and even encouraged the development of special talents. One of the youngsters had the ability to transform lead into gold. They ravaged the hills searching for lead and finally had to send a mission to obtain it from Mundania. It was almost as if lead had become more valuable than gold. But that has no dealings with the mundane world. You keep forgetting this is ancient history. Sorry again. I wouldn't interrupt so much if I weren't so interested. You are an excellent audience, she said, and he felt pleased. Most humans would refuse to listen at all because it is not a complimentary history. Not to your kind. I'd probably be less open-minded if I didn't face exile myself, he admitted. About all I have to work with is my brain and body, so I'd better not fool myself. A commendable philosophy. You are, incidentally, getting a longer ride than I planned, because you pay such good, responsive attention. At any rate, they got the lead out, but paid a hideous price. Because the mundanes of Mundania learned about the magic. They were true to their type,
Do you mean demonology?
and rapacious. The notion of cheap gold sent them into a frenzy. They invaded, stormed the wall, and
I
killed
didn't know why you would
all
go
the
to
first
a
wave men and
inferior
children.
game.
But, Bink protested horrified, these were the second wavers, Cherry said gently.
Well, I've already talked to her about it,
saved
don't
the
worry about
first
it.
wave of women, you see, because the second wave was an all-male army. They thought there was a machine to convert the lead into gold, or an alchemical process organized by a secret formula. They didn't really believe in magic. That was just a convenient term to describe the unknown. So they didn't realize that the lead was converted into gold by the magic of a child, until too late. They had destroyed what they had come for. Horrible, Bink said. You mean I am descended from the rape of a first-wave mother? Yes. There is no other way you can authenticate your lineage. We centaurs had never liked the first wavers, but we were sorry for them then. The second wavers were worse. They were literal pirates, rapacious. Had we known, we would have helped the first wavers fight them off. Our archers could have ambushed them. She shrugged. Centaur archery was legendary. No need to belabor the point. Now the invaders settled, she continued after a pause. They sent their own archers all over Zamp, killing... She broke off, and Bink knew how keenly she felt the irony of her kind being prey to the inferior archery of human beings. She gave a little shudder that almost dislodged him, and forced herself to continue. Killing centaurs for meat. Not until we organized and ambushed their camp, putting shafts through half of them, did they agree to let us alone. Even after that, they did not honor their agreement very well, for they had precious little sense of honor. And their children had magic, Bink continued, saying it now. And so the third wavers invaded and killed off the second wavers? Yes. This happened after several generations, though it was every bit as vicious when it came. The second wavers had become tolerably good neighbors, all things considered by then. Again, only the women were saved, and not many of them. Because they had been in Zamp all their lives, their magic was strong. They used it to eliminate their rapist husbands one by one in ways that could not be directly traced to the women.
Yeah,
But
because
their
medieval's a
victory
really
was
hard
their
word
defeat.
for it to
For
understand.
now, they had no families at all. So they had to invite in more mundanes. This is ghastly, Bink said. I am descended from 1,000 years of ignominy. Not entirely. The history of man in Zamp is brutal, but not without redeeming values, even greatness. The second wave women organized and brought in only the finest men they could locate. Strong, just, kind, intelligent men who understood the background but came more from principle than from greed. They promised to keep the secret and to uphold the values of them. They were mundanes, but they were noble ones. The fourth waivers, Bink exclaimed. The finest of them all. Yes. The Zamp women were widows and victims of rape, and finally murdered. Some were old, or scarred physically and emotionally by the campaign. But they all had strong magic and iron determination. They were the survivors of the cruel upheaval that had wiped out all other humans in Zamp. These qualities were quite evident. When the new men learned the whole truth, some turned about and returned to mundanity. But others liked marrying witches. They wanted to have children with potent magic, and they thought it might be hereditary. So they regarded youth and beauty as secondary. They made excellent husbands. Others wanted the potentials of the unique land of Zamp developed and protected. They were the environmentalists, and magic was the most precious part of the environment. And not all the fourth waivers were men. Some were carefully selected young women brought in to marry the children, so that there would not be too much in-reading. So it was a settlement, not an invasion, and it was not rooted in murder, but based on sound, commercial, and biological principles. I know, Bink said. That was the wave of the first great magicians. So it was.
Never answer me after multiple
Of course, there were other ways,
questions,
but none so
didn't work or
critical.
anything.
The effective dominance of human beings
No,
in
it
Zamp
didn't end up
dates
working. I
from
didn't
that
get to meet
fourth
the-
wave. Other invasions killed many and drove more into the backwoods, but the continuity was never broken. Just about every truly intelligent or magical person traces his ancestry to the fourth wave. I'm sure you do too. Yes, Bink agreed. I have ancestors from the first 6 waves, but I always thought the first wave was the most important. The institution of the magic shield finally stopped the wave. It kept all mundane creatures out and all advanced creatures in. It was hailed as the salvation of Zamp, the guarantor of utopia. But somehow, things didn't improve much. It is as if the people exchanged one problem for another. A visible threat for an invisible one. In the past century, Zamp has been entirely free from invasion. But other threats have developed. Like the Fireflies and the Wiggles, and bad magician Trent, Bink agreed. Magical hazards. Trent was not a bad magician, Church corrected. He was an evil magician. There's a distinction, a crucial. Yes. He was a good evil magician. Lucky they got rid of him before he took over Zamp. Certainly. But suppose another evil magician appears, or the Wiggles manifest again. Who will save Zamp this time? I don't know, Bink admitted. Sometimes I wonder whether the shield was really a good idea. It has the net effect of intensifying the magic in Zamp, preventing dilution from outside. As if that magic were building up toward an explosion point. Yet I certainly wouldn't want to return to the days of the waves. Bink had never thought of it that way. Somehow I find it hard to appreciate the problems of the concentration of magic in Zamp, he said. I keep wishing there were just a little more. Enough for me, for my talent. You might be better off without it, he suggested. If you could just obtain a dispensation from the king, ha, Bink said. I'd be better off living like a hermit in the wilderness. My village won't tolerate a man without a talent. strange inversion, she murmured. What? Oh, nothing. I was just thinking of Herman the Hermit. He was exiled from our herd some years back for obscenity. Bink laughed. What could be obscene to a centaur? What did he do? Sherry drew up abruptly at the edge of a pretty field of flowers. This is as far as I go, she said tersely. Bink realized that he had said the wrong thing. I didn't mean to offend. I apologize for whatever... Sherry relaxed. You couldn't know. The odor of these flowers makes centaurs do crazy things. I have to stay clear except in real emergencies. I believe Magician Humphrey's castle is about 5 miles south. Keep alert for possible magic, and I hope you find your tower. Thanks, Bink said gratefully. He slid off her back. His legs were a bit stiff from the long ride, but he knew she had gained him a day's travel time. He walked around to face her and held out his hand. Sherry accepted it, then leaned forward to kiss him, a motherly kiss on his forehead. Bink wished she had not done that, but he smiled mechanically and started walking. He heard her hooves cantering back through the forest, and suddenly he felt lonely. Fortunately, his journey was nearly over, but still he wondered, what had Herman the Hermit done that the centaurs considered obscene? Chapter 3, Chasm. Bink stood at the brink, appalled. The path had been sundered by another trench. No, not a trench, but a mighty chasm, half a mile across and seemingly of bottomless depth. Sherry the centaur could not have known of it, or she would have warned him. So it must be of very recent formation, perhaps within the past month. Only an earthquake or cataclysmic mass could have formed such a canyon so rapidly. Since there had been no earthquakes that he knew of, it had to be massive. And that implied a magician of phenomenal power. Who could it be? The king, in his heyday, might have been able to fashion such a chasm by using a rigidly controlled storm, a channeled hurricane. But he had no reason to, and his powers had faded too much to manage anything like this now. Evil magician Trent had been a transformer, not an earth mover. Good magician Humphrey's magic was divided into 100 assorted divinatory spells. Some of those might tell him how to create such a gross channel, but it was hardly conceivable that Humphrey would bother to do it. Humphrey never did anything unless there was a fee to be earned from it. Was there another great magician in Xanth? Wait. He had heard rumors of a master of illusion. It was far easier to make an apparent chasm than a genuine. That could be an amplification of Zink's pretend hold talent. Zink was no magician, but if a real magician had this type of talent, this was the kind of effect he might create. Maybe if Bink simply walked out into this chasm, his feet would find the path continuing on. He looked down. He saw a small cloud floating blithely along about 500 feet down. A gust of cool, dank wind came up to brush him back. He shivered. That was extraordinarily realistic for an illusion. He shouted, "Halloo!" He heard the echo following about 5 seconds after. "Halloo!" He picked up a pebble and flipped it into the seeming chasm. It disappeared into the depths, and no sound of its landing came back. At last, he kneeled and poked his finger into the air beyond the brim. It met no resistance. He touched the edge and found it material and vertical. He was convinced unwillingly. The chasm was real. There was nothing to do but go around it, which meant he was not within 5 miles of his destination, but within 50 or 100, depending on the extent of this amazing crevice. Should he turn back? The
Once we have the
villagers
explosives,
certainly should be
pick
advised
a
of this
base.
manifestation. On the other hand, it might be gone by the time he brought anyone else back here to see it, and he would be labeled a fool as well as a spellless wonder. Worse, he would be called a coward who had invented a story to explain his fear of visiting the magician and gaining absolute proof of his talentlessness. What had been created magically could be abolished magically, so he had better try to get around it. Bink looked somewhat wearily at the sky. The sun was low in the west. He had an hour or so of diminishing daylight left. He'd better spend it trying to locate a house in which to spend the night. The last thing he wanted was to sleep outside in unfamiliar territory, at the mercy of strange magic. He had had a very easy trip so far, thanks to Cherry, but with this emergency detour, it would become much more difficult. Which way to turn, east or west? The chasm seemed to run interminably in both directions. But the lay of the land was slightly less rugged to the east, making a gradual descent. Maybe it would approach the bottom of the chasm, enabling him to cross it. Farmers tended to build in valleys rather than on mountains, so as to have ready sources of water and be free of the hostile magic of high places. He would go east. But this region was sparsely settled. He had seen no human habitations along the path so far. He walked increasingly swiftly through the forest. As dusk came, he saw great black shapes rising out of the camp, vastly spreading leathery wings, cruelly bent cheeks, glinting small eyes. Vultures, perhaps, or worse. He felt horribly uneasy.
Last time I saw your headphones, they were plugged in upstairs.
It was now necessary to conserve his rations, for he had no way of knowing how far they would have to stretch. He spotted a breadfruit tree and cut a loaf from it, but discovered the bread was not yet ripe. He would get indigestion eating it. He had to find a farmhouse. The trees became larger and more gnarled of trunk. They seemed menacing in the shadows. A wind was rising, causing the stiff, twisted branches to sigh. Nothing ominous about that. These effects weren't even magical. But Bink found his heart beating more rapidly, and he kept glancing back over his shoulder. He was no longer on the established trail, so his comparative security was gone. He was going deeper into the hinterland, where anything could happen. Night was a time of sinister magic, and there were diverse and potent times. The feast spell of the pines was only an example. There were surely fear spells and worse. If only he could find a house. Some adventurer he was. The moment he had to go a little out of his way, the instant it got dark, he started reacting to his own too creative imagination. The fact was, this was not the deep wilderness. There would be few real threats to a careful man. The true wilds were beyond the good magician's castle, on the other side of the chasm. He forced himself to slow down and keep his gaze forward. Just keep walking, swinging the staff over to touch anything suspicious. No foolish, the end of the staff touched an innocuous black rock. The rock burst upward with a loud whirring noise. Bink scrambled back, falling on the ground, arms thrown up protectively before his face. The rock spread wings and flapped away.
What?
It protested reproachfully. It had been only a stone dove.
You can't get down. Why are you going up there without a share?
Camouflage and insulation during the night. Naturally, it had reacted when poked, but it was quite harmless. If stone doves nested here, it was bound to be safe for him. All he had to do was stretch out anywhere and sleep. Why didn't he do just that? Because he was foolishly terrified of being alone at night, he answered himself. If only he had some magic, then he would feel more secure. Even a simple confidence spell would serve.
Yeah, that's good.
He spied a light ahead. Relief. It was a yellow square, nearly certain indication of human habitation. He was almost tearfully pleased. He was no child, no adolescent, but he might as well be here in the forest and off the bounds of his map. He needed the comfort of human companionship. He hurried toward the light, hoping it would not turn out to be some illusion or trap sponsored by an inimical being. It was real. It was a farm at the edge of a small village. Now he could see other squares of light farther down the valley. Almost joyfully, he knocked on the door. It opened grudgingly to show a homely woman in a soiled apron. She peered at him suspiciously. "I don't know you," she grumped, edging the door closed again. "I am Bink of the North Village," he said quickly. "I have traveled all day and was balked by the chasm. Now I need lodging for the night. I will perform some reasonable service for the favor. I'm strong. I can chop wood or load hay or move rocks." "You don't need magic to do those things," she said. "Not with magic. With my hands. How do I know you're not a wraith?" she demanded. Bink held out his left hand, wincing. "Prick me. I bleed." It was a standard test, for most nocturnal supernatural creatures had no blood, unless they had recently fed on some living creature. Even then, they had none that would flow. "Oh, come on, Martha," a man's rough voice called from inside. "There hasn't been a wraith in these parts for a decade, and they don't do no harm anyway. Let him in." A real werewolf would have been indistinguishable from a canine until it changed. Then it would have been a wolfish man. Bink put out his hand as it slunk up to sniff him, then patted it on the head. The creature metamorphosed into a boy about 8 years old. "Did I scare you, huh?" he begged. "Terrifying," Bink agreed. The lad turned toward the man. "He's clean, Paul," he announced. "No smell of magic on him." "That's the trouble," Bink murmured. "If I had magic, I wouldn't be traveling. But I meant what I said. I can do good physical work." "No magic?" the man inquired as the woman poured Bink a steaming bowl of stew. The farmer was in his mid-30s, as homely as his wife, but possessed of a few deep smile lines around his mouth and eyes. He was thin, but obviously sturdy. Hard physical labor made for tough men. He flexed purple as he talked, then green, his whole body changing colors smoothly. His talent. "How'd you make it all the way from North Village in one day, then?" "A lady centaur gave me a lift." "A filly?" "I'll bet she did. Where'd you hang on to when she jumped?" Bink smiled. "Well, she said she'd drop me in a trench if I did it again," he admitted. The man brayed. Farmers, being relatively uneducated, tended to have an earthy sense of humor. Bink noticed that the homely wife wasn't laughing, and the boy merely stared uncomprehendingly. Now the farmer got down to business. "Listen, I don't need no hand labor now about, but I've got a part in a hearing coming up, and I don't want to go. Upsets the missus, you know." Bink nodded, though he did not understand. He saw the wife nod grim agreement. What sort of thing was this? "So if you want to work off your lodging, you can stand in for me," the farmer continued. "Won't only take about an hour. No work to it, except to agree to anything the bailiff says. Softest job you can find, and easy for you, too, because you're a stranger. Playing opposite a cute young thing." He caught the grim look of his wife and aborted that line. "How about it?" "Anything I can do," Bink said uncertainly. What was this about playing opposite a cute young thing? He'd never find out while the wife was present. Would Sabrina object? "Fine. There's hay in the loft and a bucket, so you won't have to go outside. Just don't snore too loud. The missus don't like it." The missus didn't like a lot of things, it seemed. How did a man ever come to marry a woman like that? Would Sabrina turn shrewish after marriage? The idea made him uneasy. "I won't," Bink agreed. The stew was not very tasty, but it was filling. Good stuff to travel on. He slept comfortably in the hay, with the wolf curled up beside him. He did have to use the pot, and it stank all night having no cover. But that was much better than going into the magic night. After that initial expression of objection to the stew, his innards settled down. Bink really had no complaints. He had gruel for breakfast, heated without fire. That was the wife's talent, a useful one for a farmstead. Then he reported to the neighbor's house, a mile on down along the chasm, for the hearing. The bailiff was a big, bluff man, above whose head a small cloud formed when he concentrated on anything too intently. Know anything about it? He inquired after Bink explained. Nothing, Bink admitted. You'll have to tell me what to do. Good. It's just a sort of little place to settle a problem without ruining anybody's reputation. We call it surrogate magic. Mind you, don't use any actual magic. I won't, Bink said. You just agree to whatever I ask you, that's all. Bink began to get nervous. I don't believe in lying, sir. This ain't exactly lying, boy. It's in a good cause, you'll see. I'm surprised you folks don't practice it in North Village. Bink was uneasily silent. He hoped he had not gotten himself into something ugly. The others arrived. 2 men and 3 young women. The men were ordinary bearded farmers, one young, one middle-aged. The girls ranged from indifferent to ravishing. Bink forced his eyes away from the prettiest one lest he stare. She was the most voluptuous, striking black-haired beauty he had ever seen. A diamond in the mud this weekend. Now the 6 of you sit down across from each other and just think, the bailiff said in his official voice. I'll do the talking when the judge comes. Mind you, this is a play, but it's secret. When I swear you in, it's for keeps. Absolutely no blabbing about the details after you get out, understand? They all nodded. Bink was becoming more perplexed. He now understood about playing opposite a sweet young thing. But what kind of play was this, with an audience of 1, that no one was permitted to report on later? Well, so be it. Maybe it was a kind of magic. The 3 men sat in a row on one side of the table.
What?
And the 3 girls faced them. Bink was opposite the beautiful one. Her knees touched his, for the table was narrow. They were silky smooth, sending a shiver of appreciation up his legs. Remember Sabrina, he told himself.
Here's this.
He was not ordinarily swayed by a pretty face, but this was an extraordinary face. It didn't help that she wore a tight sweater. What a figure! The judge entered.
Your favorite thing?
A portly man with impressive paunch and sideburns. I'll stand, the bailiff said. They all stood respectfully. The judge took a seat at the end of the table, and the bailiff moved to the far side. They all sat down. Do you 3 ladies swear to tell no truth other than that presented in this hearing, anytime, anywhere, and to shut up about that? The bailiff demanded. We do, the girls chorused. And do you 3 louts swear the same? We do, Bink said with the others. If he was supposed to lie here, but never to talk about it outside, did that mean it wasn't really a lie? The bailiff knew what was true and what was false, presumably, so in effect, now this is the hearing for an alleged rape, the bailiff announced. Bink, shocked, tried to conceal his dismay. Were they supposed to act out a rape? Among these present, the bailiff continued, is the girl who says she was raped, and the man she charges. He says it happened, but it was voluntary. That right, men? Bink nodded vigorously along with the others. Brother, he would rather have chopped wood for his night's lodging. Here he was, possibly lying about a rape he never committed. This was done anonymously to protect the reputations of those involved, the bailiff said. So as to have an advisory opinion in the presence of the first parties without advertising it to the whole community. Bink was beginning to understand. A girl who had been raped could be ruined, though it was no fault of her own. Many men would refuse to marry her for that reason alone. Thus, she could win her case, but lose her future. A man guilty of rape could be exiled, and a man accused of rape would be viewed with suspicion, complicating his own future. It was almost, he thought grimly, as serious a crime as having no magic. Getting at the truth could be a very delicate matter, not something either party would want to advertise in a public trial. Win or lose, reputations would suffer grievously. Yet how could justice be done if it never came to trial? Thus, this private, semi-anonymous hearing. Would it suffice? She says she was walking down by the gap, the bailiff said, glancing at his notes. He came up behind her, grabbed her, and raped her. Right, girls? The three girls nodded, each looking hurt and angry. The vigorous head motion caused the knee of the girl facing Bink to shake, and another ripple of suggestion traveled up his leg. What an opposite lady, in what a play. He says he was standing there, and she came up and made a suggestion, and he took her up on it. Right, man? Bink nodded with the others. He hoped his side won. This was nervous business. Now the judge spoke. Was it close to a house? About 100 feet, the bailiff said. And why did she not scream? He said he'd push her off the brink if she made a sound, the bailiff replied. She was frozen in terror. Right, girls? They nodded, and each looked momentarily terrified. Bink wondered which of the three had actually been raped. Then he corrected his thought hastily. Which one had made the accusation? He hoped it wasn't the one opposite him. Were the two known to each other prior to the occasion? Yes, Your Honor. Then I presume she would have fled him at the outset had she disliked him, and that he would not have forced her if she trusted him. In a small community like this, people get to know each other very well, and there are few actual surprises. This is not conclusive, but it strongly suggests she had no strong aversion to contact with him, and may have tempted him with consequence she later regretted. I would probably, were this case to come up in formal court, find the man not guilty of the charge by virtue of reasonable doubt. The three men relaxed. Bink became aware of a trickle of sweat on his forehead, generated while he listened to the judge's potential decision. Okay, you have the judge's if so, said the bailiff. You girls still want to bring it to open trial? Grim-faced, looking betrayed, the three girls shook their heads no. Bink felt sorry for his opposite. How could she avoid being seductive? She was a creature constructed for no other visible purpose than love. Then take off, the bailiff said. Remember, no talking outside, or we'll have a real trial for contempt of court. The warning seemed superfluous. The girls would hardly be talking about this one. The guilty, innocent man would also shut up, and Bink himself just wanted to get clear of this village. That left only one man who might want it.
He's just said she was so voluptuously created. What other purpose could she have been created for other than to be raped?
Talk. But if he breathed a word, all the others would know who had blabbed. There would be silence. So it was over. Bink stood and filed out with the others. The whole thing had taken less than the promised hour, so he was well off. He'd had a night's lodging and was well rested. All he needed now was to find a route past the chasm to the good magician's castle. The bailiff emerged, and Bink approached him. "Could you tell me if there is any way south from here?" "Boy, you don't want to cross the gap," the bailiff said firmly, the little cloud forming over his head. "Not unless you can fly." "I'm on foot." "There's a route, but the gap dragon..." "You're a nice boy, young, handsome. You did a good job in the hearing. Don't risk it." Everybody thought he was so damned young. Only good, strong, personal magic would give him real manhood in the eyes of them. "I have to risk it." The bailiff sighed. "Well, I can't tell you no then, son. I'm not your father." He sucked in his paunch, which was almost as impressive as that himself, and contemplated the cloud over his head momentarily. The cloud seemed about to shed a tear or two. Again, Bink winced inwardly. Now he was getting fathered as well as mothered. But it's complicated. Better have wind show you. Wind? You're opposite. One you almost raped. The bailiff smiled, making a signal with one hand, and his cloud dissipated. "Not that I blame you." The girl approached, apparently in answer to the signal. "Wind, honey. Show this man to the southern slope of the gap. Mind you, keep clear of the dragon." "Sure," she said, smiling. The smile did not add to her splendor, because that was impossible, but it tried. Bink had mixed emotions. After this hearing, suppose she accused him of... The bailiff glanced at him understandably. "Don't worry about it, son. Wind don't lie. And she don't change her mind. You behave yourself, difficult as that may be, and there'll be no trouble." Embarrassed, Bink accepted the girl's company. If she could show him a quick, safe route past the chasm, he would be well ahead. They walked east, the sun beating into their faces. "Is it far?" Bink asked, still feeling awkward for assorted reasons. If Sabrina could see him now. "Not far," she said. Her voice was soft, somehow sending an involuntary thrill through him. Maybe it was magic. He hoped so, because he didn't like to think that he could be so easily subverted by mere beauty. He didn't know this girl. They continued in silence for a while. Bink tried again. "What is your talent?" She looked at him blankly. Uh-oh. After the hearing, she could not be blamed for taking that the wrong way. "Your magic talent," he clarified. "The thing you can do. A spell, or..." She shrugged noncommittally. What was with this girl? She was beautiful, but she seemed somewhat vacuous. "Do you like it here?" he asked. She shrugged again. Now he was almost certain. Wynn was lovely, but stupid. Too bad. She could have made some farmer a marvelous showpiece. No wonder the bailiff had not been concerned about her. She was not much use. They walked in silence again. As they rounded a bend, they almost stumbled over a rabbit nibbling a mushroom in the path. Startled, the creature jumped straight into the air and hung there, levitating, his nose quivering. Bink laughed. "We won't hurt you, Magic Light," he said, and Wynn smiled. They passed on unnoticed. But the episode, minor as it was, bothered me in retrospect, and for a familiar reason. Why should a common, garden-variety rabbit possess the magic power of floating, while Bink himself had nothing? It simply wasn't fair. Now he heard the strains of a lovely melody, seeming to punctuate his thoughts. He looked about and saw a lyre bird playing its strings. The music carried through the forest, filling it with a pseudo-joy. Ha! He felt the need to talk, so he did. When I was a kid, they always teased me because I had no magic, he said, not caring whether she understood. I lost foot races to others who could fly, or put walls in my way, or pass through trees, or who could pop out in one place and in at another place. He had said as much to Cherry Centaur. He was sorry to be stuck in his room, but some unreasonable part of his mind seemed to believe that if he repeated it often, he would find some way to alleviate it. Or he could cast a spell on the path ahead of him, making it all downhill, while I had to cover the honest lay of the land. Remembering all those indignities, he began to feel choked up. "Can I go with you?" Wynne asked abruptly. Uh-oh. Maybe she figured he could regale her with more stories indefinitely. The other rigors of travel did not occur to her. In a few miles, her shapely body, obviously not constructed for brute work, would tire, and he'd have to carry her. "Wynne, I'm going a long way to see the magician Humphrey. You don't want to come along." "No?" Her marvelous face clouded up. Still conscious of the rapiering, and wary of any possible misunderstanding, he phrased it carefully. They were now descending a tortuous path into a low section of the chasm, winding around tufts of clatterweed and clutchroot saplings. He had taken the lead, bracing with his staff so as to be able to catch her if she lost her footing and fell. When he glanced up at her, he caught distracting glimpses of her exquisite thighs. There seemed to be no part of her body that was not perfectly molded. Only her brain had been neglected. "It is dangerous. Much bad magic. I go alone." "Alone?" She was still confused, though she was handling the path very well. Nothing wrong with her coordination. Bink found himself a bit surprised that those legs could actually be used for climbing and walking. "I need help. Magic?" "The magician charges a year's service. You would not want to pay." The good magician was male, and Wynne had only one obvious coin. No one would be interested in her mind. She looked at him in perplexity. Then she brightened, standing upright on the path above him. "You want payment?" She put one hand to the front of her dress. "No!" Bink yelled, almost dislodging himself from the steep slope. He already visualized a reenactment of the hearing, and a different verdict. Who would believe he had not taken advantage of the lovely idiot? If she showed him any more of her body— "No!" he repeated, more to himself than to her. "But—" she said, clouding up again. He was rescued by another distraction. They were near the bottom now, and Bink could see across the base to the more gentle rise of the south slope. No problem about climbing that. He was about to tell Wynne she could go home when there was an uncomfortable sound, a kind of sly bump. It was repeated, very loud and shuddersome, without being precisely definable. "What's that?" he asked nervously. Wynne cupped her ear, listening, though the noise was plainly audible. With the shift in her balance, her feet lost purchase, and she began to slide down. He jumped to catch her and eased her to the chasm floor. What an armful she was, all softness and resilience and slenderness in miraculous proportions. She turned her face to him, brushing back her slightly disarrayed hair as he stood her back on her feet. "The Gap Dragon," she said. For a moment he was confused. Then he remembered that he had asked her a question. Now she was answering it, with the single-mindedness of the meager intellect she had. "Is it dangerous?" "Yes." She had been too stupid to tell him before he asked, and he had not thought to ask before he heard it. Maybe if he hadn't been looking at her so much. Yet what man would not have looked? Already he saw the monster coming from the west. A smoking reptilian head low to the ground, but large. Very large. Run! He bawled. She started to run, straight ahead into the chasm. No! He yelled, sprinting after her. He caught her by one arm and spun her about. Her hair swirled winsomely, a black cloud about her face. You want payment? She asked. Brother, run that way, he cried, shoving her back toward the northern slope, since it was the closest escape. He hoped the dragon was not a good climber. She obeyed, moving fleetly over the ground. But the glaring eyes of the Gap Dragon followed her, orienting on the motion. The creature swerved to intercept her. Bink saw she could not reach the path in time. The monster was womping along at galloping centaur velocity. Bink sprinted after her again, caught her, and half hurled her back toward the south. Even in this desperate moment, her body had a limber, appealing quality that threatened to distract his mind. That way, he cried. It's catching up. He was acting as foolishly as she, changing his mind while doom closed in. He had to divert the monster somehow. Hey, Steam Snoot, he bawled, waving his arms wildly. Look at me! The dragon looked. So did Wynn. Not you! Bink yelled at her. Get on across! Get out of the gap! She ran again. No one could be so stupid as not to understand the danger here. Now the dragon's attention was on Bink. It swerved again, bearing down on him. It had a long, sinuous body and 3 sets of stubby legs. The legs lifted the torso and womped it forward, causing it to slide several feet. The process looked clumsy, but the thing was traveling disconcertingly fast. Time for him to run. Bink took off down the chasm toward the east. The dragon had already cut him off from the north slope, and he didn't want to lead it into the direction Wynn was going. For all its awkward mode of propulsion, it could run faster than he. No doubt its speed was enhanced by magic. It was, after all, a magical creature. But what is his theory about no creature having magic and intelligence if it was magical in itself? If that was valid, this thing would not be very smart. Bink hoped so. He'd rather try to outwit a dumb dragon than a smart one, especially when his life depended on it. So he ran, but already he knew this course was hopeless. This was the dragon's hunting ground, the factor that stopped people from crossing the chasm on foot. He should have known that a magically constructed chasm would not be left unattended. Someone or something did not want people crossing freely from North Xanth to South Xanth, especially non-magical people like him. Bink was puffing now, out of breath, and a pain was developing in his side. He had underestimated the speed of the dragon. It was not a little faster than he was, it was substantially faster. The huge head snapped forward and steam gushed around him. Bink inhaled the stuff. It wasn't as hot as he had feared, and it smelled faintly of burning wood. But it was still uncomfortable. He choked, gasped, tripped on a stone, and fell flat. His staff flew out of his hands. That fatal moment of distraction. The dragon womped right over him, unable to stop so rapidly. It was so long and low that it couldn't fall. The metallic body shot past, inertia carrying the head beyond range. If magic enhanced the thing's speed, then there was no magic to help it break, for what that small blessing was worth. Bink's breath was momentarily knocked out of him by the fall. He was already desperately short of air. He gasped for more, unable to concentrate on anything else at the moment, not even on escape. While he lay, effectively paralyzed, the middle set of legs came down right at him. They came together as though yoked, ready to heave the heavy body up and forward again. He couldn't even roll aside in time. He would be crushed. But the massive claws of the right foot landed squarely on the rock that had tripped him. It was a big rock, bigger than it looked, and he had fallen on the lower side after stumbling on its built-up upper side. He was sprawled in a kind of erosion gully. The 3 claws were splayed by the rock, so that one missed him to the left, another to the right, and the middle one arched right over him, hardly touching the ground. Perhaps a ton of dragon weight on that 1 foot, none of it touching him. A lucky placement that could never have happened by design. Now he had some of his breath back, and the foot was gone, already lifted for the next whomp. Had Bink been able to roll aside, he would have been caught squarely by one of the claws and squished. But one freak break did not mean he was out of trouble. The dragon was curling around to find him again, steaming back along its own long torso. It was marvelously supple, able to bend in a tight U-turn. Bink would have admired this quality more from a safe distance. Snake-like, the monster could convolute into knots if it had to, reaching him wherever he tried to hide. No wonder it whomped. It had no rigid backbone. Knowing it was futile, Bink still found himself trying to escape. He dashed under the tree-trunk-thick tail. The head followed him, the nostrils pursuing his scent as accurately as the eyes traced his motion. Bink reversed course and leaped up over the tail, scrambling for handholds on the scales. He was in luck. Some dragons had scales with serrated edges that sliced the flesh of anything that touched them. This one's scales were innocuously rounded. It was probably a survival trait in a chasm like this, though Bink wasn't sure why. Did sharp scales tend to snag on things, slowing the velocity of a low-to-the-ground monster? He tumbled over the tail, and the dragon's head followed smoothly. No steam now. Maybe the monster didn't want to heat up its own flesh. It was already savoring its conquest and repast, playing cat and mouse with him, though he'd never seen a werecat do that. Possibly real cats did play that way, though there weren't many of those, or mice, around these days, for some reason. But he was letting his mind run away with his attention again, and he couldn't afford it. Could he lead the dragon's head such a merry chase around its own body that it actually did tie itself in a knot? He doubted it, but might have to give it a try anyway. It was better than just getting swallowed. He was back at the rock he had stumbled over. Now its position was changed. The moving weight of the dragon had dislodged it. There was a crack in the ground where it had been. A deep, dark hole. Bink didn't like holes in the ground, no telling what might lurk in there. Nickelpedes, sting lice, hoopworms, leper mud. Ugh. But he had no chance at all here, amid the coils of the gap dragon. He jumped feet first into the hole. The earth crumbled beneath his weight, but not quite enough. He sank in up to his thighs and stuck. The dragon, seeing him about to escape, blasted a torrent of steam. But again, it was warm vapor, not burning hot, actually little more than coalesced breath. This was not, after all, a fire dragon, but a pseudo-fire dragon. Few people were likely to get close enough to know the difference. The mist bathed Bink, soaking him down thoroughly, and turned the dirt around him to mud. Thus lubricated, he began to move again, down. The dragon snatched at him, but Bink popped through constriction with a sucking sound that complemented the futile clicking of the dragon's teeth. He dropped about 2 feet, to solid rock. His feet stung, especially the ankle that had been turned, but he was unhurt. He ducked his head down and felt about him in the darkness. He was in a cave. What luck! But he still wasn't safe. The dragon was clawing at the ground, gouging out huge chunks of dirt and rock, steaming the remainder into rivulets of mud. Gooey chunks splattered against the cave floor. The opening was widening, letting in more light. Soon it would be big enough for the dragon's head. Bink's doom had only been postponed. This was no occasion for caution. Bink strode ahead, hands touching each other before him, arms bowed in a horizontal circle. If he hit a wall, he would only bruise his forearms. Better a bruise than the crunch of dragon's teeth. He did not hit a wall. He struck a mud slick instead. His foot shot out from under, and he took a belly flop. There was water here. Real water, not dragon's breath. A trickle wending down. Down? Down where? surely to an underground river. That could account for the sudden canyon. The river could have been tunneling for centuries, and suddenly the ground above collapsed, forming the chasm. One phenomenal sinkhole. Now the river was working again, and he would surely drown if he splashed into it, for there was no guarantee that its current was slow or that there was air in its passage. Even if he swam well, he could be consumed by river monsters, the especially vicious kind that frequented dark, cold waters. Bink clawed his way back up the slope. He found a branching passage leading up and followed it as rapidly as possible. Soon he saw a shaft of light from above. Safe. Safe? Not while the dragon still lurked. Bink dared not dig his way out until it left. He would have to wait, hoping the predator didn't dig this far. He hunkered down, trying not to get any more mud on him. The sounds of the dragon's digging diminished, then ceased altogether. There was silence. But Bink wasn't fooled. Dragons were of the hide and pounce variety generally. At least the land-bound ones were. They could move fast when they moved, but could not keep it up long. A dragon would never successfully run down a deer, for example, even if the deer lacked escapist magic. But dragons were very good at waiting. Bink would have to stay low until he actually heard it move off. It was a long wait, complicated by the cold discomfort of the mud and dark, and his prior wetting by the dragon's breath. Plus the fact that he could not be quite sure the dragon was there. This might all be for nothing, and the dragon could be emitting steamy chuckles as it retreated silently. They could be very quiet when they wanted to, and hunted elsewhere. No, that was what the predator wanted him to think. He dared not emerge, or even move, lest the thing hear him. That was why it was so quiet now. It was listening. Dragons had excellent senses. Perhaps that was why they were so common in the wilderness regions and so feared. They were a survivor type. Apparently, his scent had suffused the area, issuing from stray vents, so that it did not give away his precise location. The dragon was not about to wear itself out, digging up the entire cave, but sound or sight was doing in. Now that he was absolutely still, he was cold. This was summer in fact, and it really did not get very cold even in winter, for many plants had heat magic, local weather control, or other mechanisms for comfort. But the chasm was sparsely vegetated and sheltered from much of the sun, and the cool air tended to settle and be trapped. It had taken a while for the heat of his exertions to dissipate, but now he was shivering. He could not afford to shiver too violently. His legs and feet hurt, becoming cramped. To top it off, he felt a scratchiness in his throat. He was coming down with a cold. This present discomfort would hardly help him to throw that off, and he could not go to the village doctor for a medicinal spell. He tried to distract himself by thinking of other things, but he did not care to rehearse yet again the assorted indignities of his bitter childhood, or the frustration of having, but not being able to hold a lovely girl like Sabrina because of his lack of magic. The notion of lovely girls reminded him of Wynn. He would not be human if he didn't react to her fantastic face and body. But she was so abysmally stupid. And anyway, he was engaged already, so he had no business thinking of her. His efforts at self-distraction came to nothing. It was better to suffer in mental silence. Then he became aware of something more insidious. It had been in evidence for some time, but he had not been consciously aware of it because of his other concerns. Even unsuccessful distractions did some good. It was a peripheral, almost subliminal thing. A kind of flickering, which vanished when he looked directly at it, but became insistent at the fringe of his vision. What was it? Something natural or something magic? Innocent or sinister? Then he recognized it. A shade. A half-real spirit, ghost, or some unquiet dead doomed to skulk in shadow and night until its wrongs were righted, or its evil exonerated. Because the shades could not go abroad by day, or enter light, or intrude in populous places, they represented no threat to ordinary folk in ordinary circumstances. Most were bound to the place of their demise. As Roland had advised Bink long ago, if a shade bothers you, walk away from it. They were easy to escape. This was called pulling the shade. Only if an unwary person foolishly slept near the abode of a shade was he in trouble. It took a shade about an hour to infiltrate a living body, and a person could move away at any time and be freed of it. Once, Roland, in a fit of uncharacteristic ire, had threatened to stun an annoying trespasser and leave him in the nearest shade barrow. The man had quickly departed. Now Bink was neither stunned nor asleep, but if he moved, the Gap Dragon would pounce. If he did not move, the shade would infiltrate his body. That could be a fate worse than death. Really. All because he had tried to rescue a beautiful, vacuous girl from a dragon. In folklore, such a hero always received the most intriguing rewards. In reality, the hero was as likely as not to find himself in need of rescue, as now. Well, such was real-life justice in Bink. The shade grew bold, taking him helpless or inattentive. He did not glow. It was merely a lesser darkness than that of the cave. He could see it fairly well now by not looking at it. A vague, mannish outline. Very sad. Bink wanted to leap away, but he found the dank wall close behind him, and in any event, he could not afford to take a step. No matter how silently he did it, the dragon would hear. He could walk forward right through the shade, and all he would feel would be a momentary chill like that of the grave. It had happened on occasion to him before. Unpleasant, but hardly critical. But this time the dragon would be on him. Maybe he could run, being fully rested, and get a head start before the dragon woke. The dragon must surely be sleeping, getting its rest, while its keen ears were attuned to the quarry. The shade touched him. Bink jerked his arm away, and the dragon stirred above. It was there, all right. Bink froze, and the dragon lost him again. The mere jerk had not been quite enough. The dragon circled, trying to sniff him out. Its huge nose passed over the upper crack. Steam jetted down. The shade retreated in alarm. Then the dragon settled in place, giving up the chase for the moment. It knew its prey would give itself away sooner or later. When it came to waiting, the dragon was much better equipped than the human. One more reptilian twitch, and the end of the tail dropped through the crack, dangling almost to the floor. In order to escape, Bink would have to brush past it. Now what were his chances? Suddenly, Bink had an idea. The dragon was a living, if magical, animal. Why shouldn't the shade take over its body? A shade-dominated dragon would probably have other things on its mind than eating a hiding person. If he could just move over so as to place the dangling tail between him and the shade. He tried, shifting his balance with tedious slowness, trying to lift one foot so as to put it forward. Silently. But the moment it lifted, it hurt and he flinched. The dragon's tail twitched, and Bink had to freeze. This was extremely awkward, because his balance in this semi-squatting position was at best tenuous, and now both feet and ankles felt as if they were on fire. The shade advanced again. Bink tried to ease his foot farther forward so as to achieve a more comfortable balance without falling over, away from the shade. Again, agony shot through him, and again the tail twitched. Once more he froze in even more discomfort. And yet again the shade moved in. He could not go on this way. The shade touched his shoulder. This time Bink steeled himself not to flinch. He would certainly have lost his balance and then his life. The touch was hideously cool, not cold. It made his skin crawl. What was he to do? He controlled himself with continuing effort. It would take an hour or so for the shade to take over his body. He could break the spell at any time before it was complete. The dragon would gobble him down in seconds. Appalling as the notion was, the shade was the better risk. At least it was slow. Maybe in half an hour the dragon would have gone away. Maybe the moon would fall out of the sky and squish the dragon under green cheese, too. Why wish for the impossible? If the dragon did not go, then what? Bink just didn't know. But so far he didn't see much choice. The shade moved in inexorably, cooling his shoulder through to chest and back. Bink felt the intrusion with barely suppressed loathing. How would it be possible to submit to this invasion of the dead? Yet he had to do it, at least for a while, lest the dragon quickly convert him to a shade himself. Or would that be preferable? At least he would die a man. The ghastly cool essence impinged slowly on his head. Now Bink was terrified, yet frozen. He could not lean his head away any farther. The horror crept through, and he felt himself sinking, slipping, being blotted up by... And then he was eerily calm. Peace, the shade said in his mind. The peace of the pine forest, where the sleepers never woke. Bink did not protest aloud because of the dragon's ears, but he gathered himself for a final effort to leap away from this dread possession. He would crash past the dragon's tail before the monster could react, and take his chance with a subterranean river. No! Friend, I can help you, the shade cried, louder but still silently. Somehow, insidiously, Bink began to believe. The spirit actually seemed sincere. Perhaps it was just in contrast to the alternative, consumption by dragon or drowning in river. Fair exchange, the shade persisted. Permit me for 1 hour. I will save your life, then dissipate my onus abatement. It had the ring of conviction. Bink faced death anyway. If the shade could somehow save him, it would certainly be worth an hour of possession. It was true that shades dissipated once their burden was lifted. But not all shades were honest. The criminal ones sometimes were recalcitrant, choosing not to atone for their crimes in life. Instead, they added to them in death, under cover of the new identity, ruining the reputation of the unlucky person they controlled. After all, the shade had little to lose. He was already dead. Absolution would merely consign him to oblivion, or to his place in the infernal regions, depending on his fate. Small wonder some chose never to die completely. My wife, my child, the shade pleaded. They go hungry, they sorrow, ignorant of my status. I must tell them where the silver tree grows that I died to locate. The silver tree. Bink had heard of the like. A tree with leaves of pure silver, incredibly valuable, for silver was a magic metal. It tended to repel evil magic, and armor made from it resisted magic weapons. And of course, it could even be used as money. No, it is for my family, the shade cried, that they may never again dwell in poverty. Do not take it for yourself. That convinced Bink. A dishonest shade would have promised him everything. This one promised only life, not riches. Agreed, Bink thought, hoping he was not making a dreadful mistake. Trust unwisely given. Wait until merging is complete, the shade said gratefully. I cannot help you until I become you. Bink hoped it was no deception. But what, really, did he have to lose? And what did the shade have to gain by a lie? If it did not save Bink, it would only share the sensation of being eaten by the dragon. Then they would both be shades, and Bink would be an angry one. He wondered what one shade could do to another. Meanwhile, he waited. At last, it was done. He was Donald the Prospector, a man whose talent was flying. "We go!" Donald cried through Bink's lips exultantly. He put his arms up as if diving and rose straight up through the crack in the ceiling with such power that the edges of rock and dirt were flung aside. The sheer brightness of day blinded them as they emerged. The Gap Dragon took a moment to orient on this strange occurrence, then pounced. But Donald made another effort and shot up so swiftly that the huge teeth snapped on air. He kicked the monster on the snout hard. "Ha, Gap-tooth!" he yelled. "Chew on this!" And he stomped on the tender portion of the dragon's nose. The jaws gaped open and a cloud of steam shot out. But Donald was already zooming out of reach. The dragon had no chance to catch them before they were too high. Up they sailed, straight out of the canyon above the trees and slopes. There was no effort other than mental, for this was magic flight. They leveled off, proceeding north across Xanth. In delayed reaction, Bink realized that he had a magic talent. By proxy, certainly, but for the first time in his life, he was experiencing what every other citizen of Xanth experienced. He was performing. Now he knew how it felt. It felt wonderful. The sun bore down from almost straight overhead, for it was now midday. They were up amid the clouds. Bink felt discomfort in his ears, but an automatic reaction by his other self popped them, making the pain abate before it intensified. He didn't know why flying should hurt his ears. Maybe it was because there wasn't enough to hear up here. For the first time, too, he saw the full upper contours of the clouds. From beneath, they were generally flat, but from above, they were elegantly, if randomly, sculptured. What seemed like tiny puffballs from the ground were big masses of fog in person. Donald flew through them with equanimity, but Bink didn't like the loss of vision. He was nervous about banging into something. "Why so high?" he inquired. "I can hardly see the ground." This was an exaggeration. What he meant was that he could not make out the details he was accustomed to. Also, it would have been nice to have some of the people see him flying. He could buzz around the North Village astounding the scoffers, qualifying for his citizenship. No, that would not be honest. Too bad the most tempting things were not right to do. "I don't want to advertise," Donald said. "It could complicate things if people thought I was alive again." Oh, perhaps so. There could be renewed expectations, maybe debts to be paid, ones that mere silver would not abate. The Shade's business was necessarily anonymous, at least so far as the community was concerned. "See that glint?" Donald inquired, pointing down between two clouds. "That's the silver oak tree. It's so well hidden, it can be spotted only from above. But I can tell my boy exactly where to find it. Then I can rest." "I wish you could tell me where to find a magic talent," Bink said wistfully. "You don't have one? Every citizen of Xanth has magic." "That's why I'm not a citizen," Bink said glumly. They both spoke through the same mouth. "I'm going to the good magician. If he can't help me, I'll be exiled." "I know the feeling. I spent 2 years exiled in that cave." "What happened to you?" "I was flying home after discovering the silver tree, and a storm came up. I was so excited by the thought of riches that I couldn't wait. I risked the trip in high winds and got blown into the gap. The impact was so great I landed in the cave, but I was already dead. I didn't see any bones. You didn't see any hole in the ground either. The dirt filled in over me, and then my body got washed away by the river." "But don't you know anything? It's the place of death that anchors the Shade, not the place of the corpse." "Oh, sorry." I hung on, though I knew it was hopeless. Then you came. Donald paused. Look, you've done me such a favor. I'll share the silver with you. There's enough on that tree for both my family and you. Only promise not to tell anyone else where it is. Bink was tempted, but a moment's reflection changed his mind. I need magic, not silver. Without magic, I'll be exiled from Zant, so I won't be able to share the silver. With magic, I don't care about wealth. So if you want to share it with the tree. Don't take all its leaves, but just a few at a time, and some of the silver acorns that drop, so the tree can go on living in health and perhaps reproduce itself. In the long run, that will be more productive anyway. It was a fortunate day for me when you dropped into my cave, Donald said. He banked into a curve, going down. Bink's ears popped again as they descended. They dropped into a forest glade, then walked half a mile to an isolated, run-down farm. It took that much motion to completely eliminate the lingering cramps in Bink's legs. Isn't it beautiful? Donald inquired. Bink looked at the rickety wooden fence and sagging roof. A few chickens scratched among the weeds. But to a man who had love invested here, love enough to sustain him 2 years after violent death, it must be the fairest of ranches. He said. I know it isn't much, but after that cave, it is like heaven itself, Donald continued. My wife and boy have magic, of course, but it isn't enough. She cures feather fade in chickens, and he makes little dust devils. She brings in barely enough to feed them, but she's a good wife, and lovely beyond belief. Now they entered the yard. A 7-year-old boy looked up from the picture he was making in the dirt. He reminded Bink briefly of the werewolf boy he had left, was it only 6 hours ago? But that impression was destroyed when this boy opened his mouth. Go away! He yelled. Better I don't tell him, Donald said slowly, a bit taken aback. 2 years. That's a long time for that age. He doesn't recognize this body. But see how he's grown? They knocked on the door. A woman answered. Plain, in a dingy dress, her hair swept back under a soiled kerchief. In her heyday, she might have been ordinary. Now hard work had made her old before her time. She hasn't changed a bit, Donald thought admiringly. Then aloud, Sally! The woman stared at him with uncomprehending hostility. Sally, don't you know me? I'm back from the dead to wrap up my affairs. Don! She exclaimed, her pale eyes lighting at last. Then Bink's arms enfolded her, and his lips kissed hers. He saw her through Donald's overwhelming emotion, and she was good and lovely beyond belief. Donald drew back, staring into the splendor of her love as he spoke. Mark this, darling. 13 miles north-northeast of the small mill pond, beside a sharp east-west ridge, there is a silver tree. Go harvest it, a few leaves at a time so as not to damage it. Market the metal as far away as you can, or get a friend to do it for you. Tell no one the source of your wealth. Remarry. It will make a fine dowry, and I want you to be happy, and the boy to have a father. Don, she repeated, tears of grief and joy in her eyes. I don't care about silver now that you're back. I'm not back. I'm dead, returning only as a shade to tell you of the tree. Take it. Use it, or my struggle has been for nothing. Promise. But, she started, then saw the look on his face. Oh, my son, I promise. But I'll never love any other man. My only citizenship, my deed is done, Donald said. One more time, beloved. He bent to kiss her again, and dissipated. Bink found himself kissing another man's wife. She knew it immediately and jerked her face away. Sorry, Bink said, mortified. I have to go now. She stared at him, suddenly hard-eyed. What little joy remained in her had been wrung out by the brief manifestation of her husband. What do we owe you, stranger? Nothing. Donald saved my life by flying us away from the Gat Dragon in the chasm. The silver is all yours. I will never see you again. She softened, comprehending that he was not going to take away the silver. Thank you, stranger. Then, on obvious impulse, you could share the silver, if you wanted. He told me to remarry. Marry her? I have no magic, Bink said. I am to be exiled. It was the kindest way he could think of to decline. Not all the silver of Xanth could make this situation attractive to him on any level. Will you stay for a meal? He was hungry, but not that hungry. I must be on my way. Do not tell your son about Donald. He felt it would only hurt the boy. Farewell. Farewell, she said. Momentarily, he saw a hint of the beauty Donald had seen in her. Then that too was lost. Bink turned and left. On the way out of the farm, he saw a whirling dust devil coming toward him, product of the boy's minor malice toward strangers. Bink dodged it and hurried away. He was glad he had done this favor for the prospector, but also relieved that it was done. He had not properly appreciated before what poverty and death could mean to a family. Chapter 4. Illusion. Bink resumed his journey, on the wrong side of the chasm. If only Donald's farm had been to the south. Strange how everyone here knew about the chasm and took it for granted, yet nobody in the North Village did. Could it be a conspiracy of silence? That seemed unlikely because the centaurs didn't seem to know about it either, and they were normally extremely well informed. It had been present for at least 2 years, since the shade had been there that long, and probably much longer, since the Gat Dragon must have spent its whole life there. It must be a spell, an ignorant spell, so that only those people in the immediate vicinity of the chasm were aware of it. Those who departed forgot. Obviously, there had never been a clear path from the north to the south of that, not in recent years. Well, that was not his concern. He just had to get around. He was not going to attempt to cross it. Only a phenomenal series of coincidences had saved his skin. Bink knew that coincidence was an untrustworthy ally. The land here was green and hilly, with head-high candy-striped ferns sprouting so thickly that it was impossible to see very far ahead. He had no beaten trail now. He got lost once, apparently thrown off by an aversion spell. Some trees protected themselves from molestation by causing the traveler to veer aside so as to pass some distance from them. Maybe that was how the silver oak had remained undiscovered so long. If someone got into a patch of such trees, he could be bounced far afield or even routed in a perpetual circle. It could be difficult indeed to break out of that sort of trap because it was not at all obvious. The traveler thought he was going where he wanted to go. Another time, he encountered a very fine path going right his way, so fine that natural caution made him avoid it. There were a number of wilderness cannibal plants that made access very attractive, right up until the moment the traps sprung. Thus, it was 3 days before he made significant progress. But he remained in good form, apart from his cold. He found a few nosegays that helped clear his nose, and a pillbox bush with headache pills. At irregular intervals, there were color fruit trees, bearing greens, yellows, oranges, and blues. He had fair luck finding lodging each night, for he was obviously a fairly harmless type, but he also had to spend some hours in labor, earning his board. The people of this hinterland were minimally talented. Their magic was of the spot-on-a-wall variety. so they lived basically mundane lives and always needed chores done. At last, the land wound down to the sea. Xanth was a peninsula that had never adequately been mapped, obviously. The unmarked chasm proved that. So its precise dimensions were unknown, perhaps unknowable. In general, it was an oval or oblong stretching north-south, connected to Mundania by a narrow bridge of land on the northwest. Probably, it had been an island at one time, and so evolved its distinct type of existence free from the interference of the outside world. Now the shield had restored that isolation, cutting off the land bridge by its curtain of death and wiping out the personnel of invading ships. If that weren't enough, there was said to be a number of ferocious sea monsters offshore. No, Mundania did not intrude anymore. Bink hoped the sea would permit him to get around the chasm. The Gap Dragon probably could not swim, and the sea monsters should not come too close to land. There should be a narrow section where neither dragon nor sea monster prevailed. Maybe a beach he could walk across, plunging into the water if the terror of the chasm charged, and onto land if magic threatened from the sea. There it was, a beautiful thread of white sand stretching from one side of the chasm to the other. No monsters were in sight. He could hardly believe his luck, but he acted before it could change. Bink hit the beach running. For 10 paces, everything was fine. Then his foot came down on water, and he fell into the brine. The beach was illusion. He had fallen for a most elementary trap. What better way for a sea monster to catch its prey than a vanishing beach converting to deep water? Bink stroked for the real shoreline, which he now saw was a rocky waste upon which the waves broke and spumed. Not a safe landing at all, but his only choice. He could not go back on the beach he had come along. It no longer seemed to exist, even in illusion. Either he had somehow been borne across the water, or he had been swimming without knowing it. Either way, it was not magic he cared to get tangled up in again. Better to know exactly where he was. Something cold and flat and immensely powerful coiled around one ankle. Bink had lost his staff when the Gap Dragon ran him down and had not yet cut a new one. All he had was his hunting knife. It was a puny resource against a sea monster, but he had to try. He drew the knife from its sheath, held his breath, and lashed in the vicinity of his ankle. What held him felt like leather. He had to saw at it to sever it. These monsters were tough all over. Something huge and murky loomed at him under the water, reeling in the tongue he sawed at. Yard-long teeth flashed as the giant jaws opened. Bink lost what little nerve he had left. He screamed. His head was underwater. The scream was a disaster. Water rushed into his mouth, his throat. Firm hands were pressing his back rhythmically, forcing the water out, the air in. Bink choked and hacked and coughed. He had been rescued. I'm okay, he gasped. The hands eased off. Bink sat up, blinking. He was on a small yacht. The sails were of brightly colored silk, the deck of polished mahogany. The mast was gold. Gold? Gold plate, maybe. Solid gold would have been so heavy as to overbalance the ship. Belatedly, he looked at his rescuer, and was amazed again. She was a queen. At least she looked like a queen. She wore a platinum crownlet and a richly embroidered robe, and she was beautiful. Not as lovely as Wynne, perhaps. This woman was older, with more poise. Precise dress and manner made up for the sheer, voluptuous innocence of youth that Wynne had. The queen's hair was the richest red he had ever seen, and so were the pupils of her eyes. It was hard to imagine what a woman like this would be doing boating in monster-infested surf. I am a sorceress Iris, he said. Faint, he said awkwardly. From the North Village. He had never met a sorceress before, and hardly felt flattered for the occasion. Fortunately, I happened by, Iris remarked. You might have had difficulty. The understatement of the year. Bink had been finished, and she had given him back his life. I was drowning. I never saw you, just a monster, he said, feeling inane. How could he thank this royal creature for sullying her delicate hands on something like him? You were hardly in a position to see anything, she said, straightening so that her excellent figure showed to advantage. He had been mistaken. She was in no way inferior to Wynne, just different, and certainly more intelligent. More on a par with Sabrina. The manifest mind of a woman, he realized, made a great deal of difference in her appeal. Lesson for the day. There were sailors and servants aboard the yacht, but they remained unobtrusively in the background, and Iris adjusted the sails herself. No idle female she. The yacht moved out to sea. Soon it bore upon an island. And what an island it was! Lush vegetation grew all around it, flowers of all colors and sizes. Polka dot daisies the size of dishes, orchids of exquisite splendor, tiger lilies that yawned and purred as the boat approached. Neat paths led from the golden pier up toward a palace of solid crystal, which gleamed like a diamond in the sun. Like a diamond? Bing suspected it was a diamond, from the way the light refracted through its myriad faces. The largest, most perfect diamond that ever was. "I guess I owe you my life," Bink said, uncertain as to how to handle the situation. It seemed ridiculous to offer to chop wood or pitch animal manure to earn his keep for the night. There was nothing so crude as firewood or animal refuse on this fair island. Probably the best favor he could do her was to remove his soaking, bedraggled presence as rapidly as possible. "I guess you do," she agreed, speaking with a surprising normality. He had somehow expected her to be more aloof, as befitted pseudo-royalty. "But my life may not be worth much. I don't have any magic. I am to be exiled from Xanth." She guided the yacht to the pier, flinging a fine silver chain to its mooring post and tying it tight. Bink had thought his confession would disturb her. He had made it at the outset, so as not to proceed under false pretenses. She might have mistaken him for someone of consequence, but her reaction was a surprise. "Bink, I'm glad you said that. It shows you are a fine, honest lad. Most magic talents aren't worthwhile anyway. What use is it to make a pink spot appear on a wall? It may be magic, but it doesn't accomplish anything. You, with your strength and intelligence, have more to offer than the great majority of citizens." Amazed and pleased by this gratuitous and probably unjustified praise, Bink could make no answer. She was correct about the usefulness of spot-on-wall magic, certainly. He had often thought the same thing himself. Of course, it was a standard remark of disparagement, meaning that a given person had picayune magic. So this really was not a sophisticated observation. Still, it certainly made him feel at ease. "Come," Iris said, taking him by the hand. She guided him across the gangplank to the pier, then on along the main path to the palace. The smell of flowers was almost overwhelming. Roses abounded in all colors, exhaling their perfumes. Plants with sword-shaped leaves were even more common. Their flowers were like simplified orchids, also of all colors. "What are those?" he inquired. "Irises, of course," she said. He had to laugh. Of course. Too bad there was no flower named Bink. The path passed through a flowering hedge and looped around a pool and fountain to the elaborate front portico of the Crystal Palace. Not a true diamond after all. "Come into my parlor," the sorceress said, smiling. Bink's feet balked before the significance penetrated to his brain. He had heard about spiders and flies. Had she saved his life merely to... "Oh, for God's sake," she exclaimed. "Are you superstitious? Nothing will hurt you." His recalcitrance seemed foolish. Why should she revive him, then betray him? She could have let him choke to death instead of pumping the water out of him. The meat would have been as fresh. Or she could have tied him up and had the sailors bring him ashore. She had no need to deceive him. He was already in her power, if that was the way it was. Still... "I see you distrust me," Iris said. "What can I do to reassure you?" This direct approach to the problem did not reassure him very much. Yet he had better face it, or trust to fate. You are a sorceress," he said. "You seem to have everything you need. What do you want with me?" She laughed. "Not to eat you, I assure you. but Bink was unable to laugh. Some people do get eaten. He suffered a vision of a monstrous spider luring him into its web once he entered the palace. Very well, sit out there in the garden, Iris said, or wherever you feel safe. If I can't convince you of my sincerity, you can take my boat and go. Fair enough? It was too fair. It made him feel like an ungrateful lout. Now it occurred to Bink that the whole island was a trap. He could not swim to...
What's up, bro?
Yo, how do I unsub?
Just stream your screen.
That works, man.
Okay, click on more details of the server, and then find the Horde mod. It's like near the top, and click on the little arrow thing over on the right.
Horde.
You already passed it. It's like number 4 or 5. PVZ Dark Horde. And then click find on Steam Workshop. And then, see how there's a little check mark on it, the first one? And press the check mark.
This one?
Yeah, exit. Yeah, press an X. And then now go back and join, but not with updated. Keep current selection and join, right there, down at the bottom.
I took out the Dark Horde. Dude.
Yeah, because now it's going to tell you it's missing, but if you don't, then it just always tells you it's fucked up. Bro, I went to buy a car because I hate the helicopters, but I need to be able to travel a little bit. You can buy the motherfucking Batmobile.
Oh, did you?
No, I didn't. It's a lot of money, but it was I was pretty surprised that you could. Alright, now close it again. And now, yeah, exit this. Just press escape.
Escape? No.
And then now click the same more details thing, and then click the setup mod one rather than the other one.
This one?
Yeah. Literally nobody understands how the armor works from any, like, real basis. Like, I've been asking people to, like, tell me the... Okay, that's... Sure, you say that, but, like, where did you get that information from? They're like, that's just how it is. I'm like, what?
Oh, like the layers and shit?
Yeah, yeah. Because I want to know what to spend money on. In what order, right? Like, obviously, boots and gloves should have different fucking armors than, like, the chest plate of the server just crashed.
Ouch. And this is a what, a $3 billion set that we have?
Yeah, yeah. Well, like, we'll never get rid of this. It's just what to layer on top of it.
No, I was just asking because I don't want you to give up your red. I was gonna buy white or red.
Oh no, bro! You can have the red. I literally don't care. I don't care, which is why I traded for the red, because I didn't care about what I was wearing, and it was gonna make them happy, and they'd helped us a ton.
Yeah, The fact that I got these gun licenses is crazy too.
Yeah, that's crazy. And the 175 million magazine.
Yeah, sure. All the shit. Remember yesterday I was like, bro, let me borrow somebody so I can
Yeah,
get some mag. Yeah, money needed.
Fuck.
And at least with this gun, I can shoot both rounds.
Yeah, I farm with Gauss rounds. Or Gauss, or whatever.
I wonder if it still shoot harder with Gauss rounds.
It must. It must. Oh, it didn't count because you didn't make it in. Just go press the same thing.
I'm about to do this every time now. Oh, did it again. No. Click here. And go to play.
What the fuck? You might have to do the process again. Yeah, exactly. Did you cancel the subscription?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So join the game regular now?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, exit.
Actually, fully exit your game. True. Try to just get rid of go through the server thing too. This was such a bitch for me earlier. It took forever.
You think I should shut
Yeah.
it down?
Now click setup and whatever.
It's still on there. Oh.
No, it's not. It says subscribe. That's just telling you the list of them. Do
Oh,
the
no,
setup
setup.
DLCs monthly.
What the fuck, man?
What the fuck, bro? Wait. Missing? Why does it say missing still? You literally were trying to download it. I guess resubscribe to it then. Yeah, this is the opposite of the issue I had. Mine kept saying I had a corrupted remaining file.
It's on there.
What the fuck? Show it in Steam and make sure you're joined to it. Yeah, you are. What the fuck is wrong with this thing then? Maybe it'll let you in the next time? That's some weird bullshit. Oh shit, what? The Horde's only 2 kilometers from me. I should go fuck them up.
I'm in now, thank God. Where are you at now?
I'm just gonna go to the trader real quick.
Wait here. In the middle of the club, trying not to cry, but you would love something. Oh my God. We're locked out of our house.
This is my road.
fast travel from
For real. I would kill for being able to put a fast travel board in the thing, bro.
yeah, that'd be so convenient. Oh my god, it doesn't have a dot on there.
You gotta put a battery in. No, I'm just someone that had a scope without a dot a lot.
I never even thought about fucking a battery.
Bro, it was only because one of the descriptions said a red dot powered by a battery, and I went, oh.
Here we go.
Oh shit.
There you go, at least one brick in here, okay.
Oh, I sold 120 million of it today, so.
Damn. I know I thought I had some seeds, but I feel like when we died in there, a lot of my shit like disappeared.
Yeah.
And then I searched everything and I still couldn't find shit. I was like, alright, bro. Can you buy those lanterns?
Yeah, for like 100 something million, which is 10 million from players. Yes, sis. What? No, it's fine. Just a second, sis. Mm-hmm.
No, the dollhouse is supposed to be behind the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Because I couldn't reach it, I moved something.
You moved the wall?
No.
What'd you do then? Damn, bro, what the fuck? This Reaper Dragon Breath thing or whatever has a 3,500 round mag. Except
Yeah,
it costs 100 million more than the other ones.
I think that's why people get that one. They said that's the best gun.
Damn. Bro, this bitch... Oh, wait, no, I was looking at the wrong one. I was looking at the Dragon's Breath. This other one's 666 million. Jesus, fuck. Oh, only 400 million to go. What the fuck? That shit respawned on me. I'll tell you though, bro, whatever we are doing, we should always pop by and do the solo arena, because the bitch is like 15 million for 2 seconds of work.
You said something, bro? My wife called.
Oh, I said no matter what we're doing, we should always pop by to that solo arena. It's like 15 mil for like 10 seconds of work every 20 minutes.
Nobody's queued up. I'm with it. Alright, bro. I'm not gonna log out, but I'm gonna go do the dinner shit for these lovely people I call a family.
Sounds good.
I put the gear in there. Pension out whenever.
No, take the gear out. Oh no, where'd you put it?
In the.
Oh, thank God. Okay. Your ammo disappears if you put it in the locker. I found that out the hard way.
Oh no! All everything's on me, like ammo wise and shit.
All right, good. All right, bro.
I'll
Touch
be
it.
back probably like 2 hours, maybe.
All right, sounds good.
All right.
What are you doing, bud?
I was going to. Remember what Sissy did?
Yeah.
I was going to do that.
Okay. Go ahead.
to the mainland, not with the sea monsters there, and the yacht's crew might grab him and tie him up if he tried to sail across. Well, it wouldn't hurt to listen. All right. Now, Bink, she said persuasively, and she was so lovely in her intensity that she was very persuasive indeed. You know that though every citizen of Xanth has magic, that magic is severely limited. Some people have more magic than others, but their talent still tends to be confined to one particular type or another. Even magicians obey this law of nature. Yes, she was making sense, but what was the point? The king of Xanth is a magician, but his power is limited to weather effects. He can brew a dust devil, or a tornado, or a hurricane, or make a drought, or a 10-day downpour. But he can't fly, or transmute wood into silver, or light a fire magically. He's an atmospheric specialist. Yes, Bink agreed again. He remembered Donald the Shade's son, who could make dust devils, those evanescent swirls of dust. The boy had an ordinary talent. The king had a major one. Yet they differed in degree, not type. Of course, the king's talent had faded with age. Perhaps all he could conjure now would be a dust devil. It was a good thing the shield protected Xanth. So, if you know a citizen's talent, you know his limitations, Iris continued. If you see a man make a storm, you don't have to worry about him forming a magical pit under you or changing you into a cockroach. Nobody has multiple fields of talent. Except maybe Magician Humphrey, the magic of her counterpart. Was there professional rivalry among those of strong magic? Yes, talents run in schools, but my talent is illusion, she said smoothly. This rose, she plucked a handsome red one and held it under his nose. What a sweet smell. This rose, in reality, is... The rose faded. In her hand was a stalk of grass. It even smelled grassy. Bink looked around, chagrined. All of this is illusion? Most of it. I could show you the whole garden as it is, but it would not be nearly as pretty. The grass in her hand shimmered and became an iris flower. This should convince you. I am a powerful sorceress. Therefore, I can make an entire region seem like something it is not, and every detail will be authentic. My roses smell like roses. My apple pies taste like apple pies. My body... She paused with half a smile. My body feels like a body. All seems real, but it is illusion. That is, each thing has a basis in fact, but my magic enhances it, modifies it. This is my complex of talents. Therefore, I have no other talent. And you can trust me to that extent. Bink was uncertain about that last point. A sorceress of illusion was the last type of person to be trusted to any extent. Yet he comprehended her point now. She had shown him her magic, and it was unlikely that she would practice any other magic on him. He had never thought of it this way before, but it was certainly true that no one in Xanth mixed types of magic talents. Unless she were an ogre using illusion to change her own appearance too. No. An ogre was a magical creature, and magical creatures did not have magical talents. Probably. Their talents were their existence. So centaurs, dragons, and ogres always seemed like what they were, unless some natural person, animal, or plant changed them. He had to believe that. It was possible that Iris was in collusion with an ogre, but unlikely, for ogres were notoriously impatient and tended to consume whatever they could get hold of, regardless of the consequence. Iris herself would have been eaten by this time. Okay, I trust you, Bink agreed dubiously. Good. Come into my palace, and I will tend to all your needs. That was unlikely. No one could give him a magic talent of his own. Humphrey might discover his talent for him at the price of a year's service, but that would be merely revealing what was there, not creating it. He suffered himself to be led into the palace. It was exquisite inside, too. Rainbow-hued beams of light dropped down from the prismatic roof formations, and the crystal walls formed mirrors. These might be illusion, but he saw his own reflection in them, and he looked somehow healthier and more manly than he felt. He was hardly bedraggled at all. More illusion? Soft, pretty pillows were piled in the corners, in lieu of chairs or couches. Suddenly, Bink felt very tired. He needed to lie down for a while. But then the image of the skeleton in the pine forest returned to him. He didn't know what to feel. "Let's get you out of those wet clothes," Iris said solicitously. I'll dry," Bink said, not wanting to expose his body before a woman. "Do you think I want my cushions ruined?" she demanded with housewifely concern. "You were floundering in salt water. You've got to rinse the salt off before you start itching. Go into the bathroom and change. There is a dry uniform awaiting you." A uniform awaiting him? As though she had been expecting him. What could that mean? Reluctantly, Bink went. The bathroom was appropriately palatial. The tub was like a small swimming pool, and the commode was an elegant affair of the type the mundanes were said to employ. He watched the water circle around the bowl and drain out into a pipe below, disappearing as if by magic. He was fascinated. There was also a shower. A spray of water, like rain, emerged from an elevated nozzle, rinsing him off. That was sort of fun, though he was not sure he would want it as a regular thing. There must be a big tank of water upstairs somewhere to provide the pressure for such devices. He dried with a plush towel embroidered with images of irises. The clothing was hung on a rack behind the door. A princely robe and knickers. Knickers? Oh well, they were dry, and no one would see him here in the palace. He donned the uniform and stepped into the ornate sandals awaiting him. He strapped his hunting knife on, concealing it beneath the overhang of the robe. Now he felt better, but his cold was developing apace. His sore throat had given way to a runny nose. He had thought this was merely aggravation by the salt water he had taken in, but now he was dry, and it was apparent that his nose needed no external supply of fluid. He didn't want to sniff overtly, but he had no handkerchief. "Are you hungry?" Iris asked solicitously as he emerged. "I will fetch you a banquet." Bink certainly was hungry, for he had eaten only sparingly from his pack since starting along the chasm, depending on foraging along the way. Now his pack was soaked with salt water. That would complicate future meals. He lay half buried in cushions, his nose tilted back so that it wouldn't dribble forward, surreptitiously mopping it with the corner of a pillow when he had to. He snoozed a bit while she puttered in the kitchen. Now that he knew this was all illusion, he realized why she did so much menial work herself. The sailors and gardeners were part of the illusion. Iris lived alone, so she had to do her own cooking. Illusion might make for fine appearance, texture, and taste, but it would not prevent her from starving. Why didn't Iris marry or exchange her services for competent help? Much magic was useless for practical matters, but her magic was extraordinary. Anyone could live in a crystal palace if he lived with this sorceress. Bink was sure many people would like that. Appearance was often more important than substance anyway, and if she could make ordinary potatoes taste like a banquet and
What's
medicine
this?
taste like candy,
What?
oh yes, it was
What did
a
he say?
marketable talent. Iris returned, bearing a steaming platter.
Ew.
She had changed into a housewifely apron, and her crownlet was gone. She looked less regal and a good deal more female. She set things up on a low table, and they sat cross-legged on cushions, facing each other. "What would you like?" she inquired. Again, Bink felt nervous.
What? I don't know. I don't find
What
it
are you
funny.
serving?
My friends aren't. That's kind
Whatever
of
you
like,
like.
just saying.
I mean,
crassness,
really.
Crassness.
She made a moo. "If you must know, boiled rice. I have a 100-pound bag of the stuff I have to use up before the rats catch on to the illusory cat I have guarding it and chew into it. I could make rat droppings taste like caviar, of course, but I'd rather not have to. But you can have anything you want. Anything at all." She took a deep breath. So it seemed, and it occurred to Bink that she was not restricting it to food. No doubt she got pretty lonely here on her island and welcomed company. The local farmers probably shunned her. Their wives would see to that. And monsters weren't very sociable. "Dragon steak," he said, "with hot sauce." "The man is bold," she murmured, lifting the silver cover. The rich aroma wafted out, and there lay 2 broiled dragon steaks steeped in hot sauce. She served one expertly onto Bink's plate and the other onto her own. Dubiously, Bink cut off a piece and put it to his mouth. It was the finest dragon steak he had ever tasted, which was not saying much, since dragons were very difficult prey. He had eaten it only twice before. It was a truism that more people were eaten by dragons than dragons eaten by people. And the sauce. He had to grab for the glass of wine she had poured for him to quench the heat. But it was a delicious burn, converting to flavor. Still, he doubted. Would you mind?" She grimaced. "Only for a moment," she said. The steak dissolved into dull, boiled rice, then back into dragon meat. "Thanks," Bink said. "It's still a bit hard to believe." "More wine?" Is it intoxicating?"